Mic check, mic check. Realm, what's going on? How we doing? How we sounding? How is our level sounding? Talk to me real quick. We got the legendary Jake Solomon in the building. How we doing? Let's see who we got in there. Beta Cypher. Cog, you better ask for your cut of marketing from Firaxis. I'm not doing that. I'm just a fan. Big Man Mo, what's going on? Lucius Augustus, what's going on? Yeah, no music today. Audio is great. Intro is frozen. I know. We're working on it. What's up with the music? The music will be coming. I know. It's a little out of control today. Nam, what's going on, man? Good to see you. Good to see y'all up in here early. Jake, talk to the people right quick. A little mic check.
Hey, everybody. I'm very, very thankful to be here. I'm very, look, I've known the Lords. They're always very positive, like they're a very positive force, right, in gaming and for the games that I've worked on specifically. So, yes, I'm very happy to be here and talk.
Much appreciated, no doubt. What's going on, Addict? Talk to the people.
Hello. Can people hear me?
Yes. Forcato says, praise be, Jake. Praise be. Oh, they said turn them up a little. They want you a little louder.
Yeah, I can crank it.
Yeah, let's crank it a little bit.
All right. How is that?
Yeah, there we go. We want you overpowering. There we go.
All right, that's good.
There we go.
Naturally, my natural reaction is people want me to shut up. So if this is better, then that's good.
Nah, this is great. No doubt. So we're going to come back. We're going to get y'all back in here. We're waiting for Sov, waiting for King. And we're going to have a good show today. Got some fun. We got the legend in the building. Can't wait. So we will be right back. Talk to y'all soon.
Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals. All on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I want to do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals. All on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I want to do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do
Don't
is-
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going.
nervous.
Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do
Don't
is-
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going.
nervous.
Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. I'ma just chill and watch them and eat snacks in the attic. I wanted to chill with the pack and be like a young wolf, but then they would mistake me for addict. If I can imagine, it's cool to give you some advice, then invite your girl to your squadron. Cause if you don't give her that option, you gon' be single player like Sovereign. You gon' get tossed in the bushes by King David. Royalty and not a pretender. Detrimental to an elemental, what's an avatar to a knee bender? I gotta be me though. I know it's my destiny, word to Cognito. Who cares if you fly, if you still a mosquito? You swear you ain't stunting, but really be Steve-O. You like to collect stuff and that's cool, but I got bad news. Even if you really was that dude, King David still be the king of the statues. Since a juvenile, I've been cursed with a curse to be musical. And if you hate it, we'll meet in the crucible. Other than that, then it's cool and it's beautiful. We let you know that your dreams are pursuable. Whatever you wanna do, then it's doable. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day. Woo. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day.
All right. We are switching over. Mics are hot. King, you continue your statue, sis. Because
Oh,
I
no,
really about
we
to
was
hide.
all saying like we live.
We live, just want to make sure. Hear ye. And we are live. Welcome to the Iron Lords Podcast, LLC, and also live on lordsofgaming.net, episode number 305. And it's another glorious Sunday. We're back at the round table on the Lord's Day. And today I'm extremely excited about our special guest. And we've got XCom and MidnightSons to talk about. PlayStation showcase news. XboxABK deal approved in the EU. Plus Xbox and GeforceNow to discuss. So we're going to get right what you about.
I'm just saying, stuff sounds delicious.
I see you like some of these topics.
Oh, man, I can't wait to dig in.
So we're about to get right into it. I want to introduce a Lord whose resume in the turn-based strategy genre truly represents a bucket list interview for myself and my brother, Lord Addict. Not only is this Lord directly responsible for breathing much-needed life into the turn-based community, but simultaneously evolved the genre with tension-based combat, strong cinematic narratives, and engrossing strategy layers. Introducing the legend and creative director of both the iconic XCOM franchise and the resurgent MidnightSons. The commander who revived turn-based tactics, kept us all stuck on Overwatch, and brought Marvel's version of Tinder to the Abbey. Live from Baltimore and kind enough to make his debut into the realm of the Lords. My man, Lord Jake Solomon. How we doing, sir?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, he wasn't ready.
To hire you as a hype man. Before I go into any business meeting, I need that. I should have recorded. I got it. I'm gonna go back and record that intro. Okay?
I got you, man. Any business?
I'm gonna play that for my wife and my kids. I'll be like, listen to this. Listen. All right.
We got the legend. We got to show you the proper respect here in the realm, man.
I appreciate that so much, and I'm very, very thankful to be here. Very happy to be here.
No doubt, man. You're a loyal to what you do, man. I know we talked, pre-show, but how things been before you settling down, and then also any games you've been playing during this time.
Yeah. So I've been unemployed. That's a weird word. I've been unemployed since late March. I stopped working at Firaxis in late March, so I guess it's been 6 weeks, almost 2 months. And actually, so you guys, because of what you do, I bet you guys play constantly, but I'm kind of like because of my job, I'm like an up and down gamer. I drift away, and I swing
King
back.
can relate.
Yeah. But it's been nice because obviously being unemployed, I hate that word. Being unemployed, it's given me the opportunity to play more games, and so I will.
Wait a second, Jake. What did you say? Being unemployed allows you to play more games.
Oh,
please
man.
listen in, people. Jake is giving you
He
knowledge.
throwing subliminals at people with this hardcore game. What's going
Nah,
on?
don't worry about it. Don't worry about Jake. Talk your talk, sir.
So you say Jake, because of Jake's unemployment, he's allowed to blaze more games.
Yeah, that's right.
Because when you was working really hard, you know what I'm saying? You was coming in and out, doing what you can. But
Yeah.
So King,
got
are
some
you
time,
implying
right?
when he was working and doing?
He's insinuating that some people haven't earned their right to game, unlike Jake.
I'm listening. All I'm saying is a lot of dudes got a lot of extra time on their hands, and Jake got some time right now, but he'll be right back at it again.
No doubt. So what was those
and
games,
That's gonna
sir?
be 3 live streams.
Yeah. And it's very true. Like and especially like when I worked, right? Obviously I played it. It's really hard for me. Like I'm a fairly obsessive worker. So I was saying the Cog. Can I call you Cog?
You can call me Cog. No, Cog is perfect. You ain't got to throw the Lord on it every time. I'm gonna clip this. This is going in my resume. I told you, once you follow me on Twitter and once you call me LordCognito, I can die right now. I made it.
All right.
He said, "Can I call you Cog?"
It's over.
My Lord Cog. But yeah, I was just saying to you, like, I'm not built for. It's actually really like it's been tough for me. Like mentally, it's been tough for me not to work. Like I'm a worker. Like I'm a grinder. Like I just am. That is just my personality is to work. That's where I really like find my joys, like in working. So it's been tough for me not to work. And so when I was working, I would play it was hard not to play either XCOM or Midnight Suns. Whatever I was working on, it always felt like the wrong choice to play something else, right? I should just be playing my game, because anytime I played the game, I would find, hey, we could make this better, we could fix this, whatever it is, right? It was it always felt like the wrong decision to play something else.
I got you.
But now that I don't have anything, I have actually been playing. There's a game called RimWorld, which like really like sucked me in. Like I've been playing a bunch of Sims, and so I'm playing The Sims, I played RimWorld, I played Dwarf Fortress, stuff like that. So I'm playing more Sim type games, and man, RimWorld like pulled me in. Like, so I don't know what you guys are like, but for me, I'm always chasing the dragon, right? Of like when I was a kid, and you get sucked. Like when you play a game and you're like, oh man, I can't stop thinking about it.
Yep.
I wake up earlier in the morning to play it. Like that doesn't happen very often with me. Like a lot of times I'll play games and I'm like, okay, I've played some version of this game 100 times. Well, a lot of games I play, I'm like, it's fine, but man, there is nothing better when you play a game and you're like, oof, that feels like it like really gets you, and you're oh man, that's what I want to do all the time. Facts. There's no media for me like books, movie. There's nothing like games where that's all I want, right? So I did have that experience with RimWorld, which was awesome, just to make sure that I'm still, alive, and
that'll get those creative juices. I noticed you're implying Sims a lot, but we'll get into that later. Yeah. We will get into that later, but no doubt we got the 4 horsemen of gaming, those original lords of the realm here at the round table. A little bit of time-sensitive intros. We want to get the most questions out of. What you mean?
Well, then give up your time.
Surrender your time.
Today ain't gonna be that
I
day.
gotta give up my time.
Give up your time.
Good with time management.
I just want you to give up your time.
My co-host with the co-host, my brother from another mother, the difficult game conqueror, lord of his own world, and the howl of the young wolf, Lord Addict of the Addict Show. How are we doing, sir?
Doing pretty good. I've been playing a lot of Zelda, like an absurd amount of Zelda. It's I still have a lot of the same issues I had with Breath of the Wild, but I will say it's like a step in like a huge better direction than Breath of the Wild. For the people that are saying the temples are like the old temples, you're on drugs. So
Damn.
Yourself.
Damn.
They're better than Breath of the Wild, but to say they're like up there with like Wind Waker temples and not Breath of the Wild, and
Skyward Sword.
Ocarina. Skyward Sword had decent ones too.
Wow, the rare Skyward Sword blessing from Addict. Wow.
Hey, I already put that bomb down a long time ago.
Okay, so you and King have peace now on Skyward Sword.
Yeah, just like someone in the chat said, they're better. They're better than Divine Beast. Like they're above. Here's all the other temples. Here's the Divine Beast, and here's where Tears of the Kingdom
is. Okay, so
they're stepping in the right direction, and I can see the sandbox they're making. They can eventually start to get the temples back to where they used to be. Okay, with a little bit more work.
That's positive. That's overall positive. I respect that. And of course, we have the most technical gaming lord, the solo gamer who lives for the single player selfish experience, and also the Sobstradamus, the Lord of Clarity and Lord Patron of the Iron Bank, PC Master Race's own Lord Solomon. How are we doing, sir?
Doing well. I wouldn't know because I don't play games.
Oh, use another one. Those damn lords don't play games. That's what I said.
In my case, they're not wrong.
All this real life.
I'm all about downloading games and patches. Oh, my games are patched to high heaven. They're great. Theoretically, they run great. I don't get to play
life.
Yeah, he's playing the game of life. His achievement score in life is crazy.
Yeah, he's winning there. Yeah. See, you can get a car loan with that life stuff. But you can't get it with that game attack.
Continue, son.
Unfortunately, I have not had it. I'm so mad. I'm seeing all these people. I'm like, oh, I built Voltron in Tears of the Kingdom. And I'm like, what the hell? I have no context for any of this. I have not had a chance to play past that intro part. So that's been my week. I did download I downloaded the beta for Street Fighter 6 because I wanted to try out the characters. Yeah. But the thing is, it kind of only let me go into the story mode, and I didn't want to do that now. I want to wait till the game comes out to do that. I just wanted to mess around with the characters and play, verses. But and I was I gotta play Street Fighter with this.
Oh,
wait.
yes.
Let me pin that. Hold on, keep that on the
Hold
screen.
on.
What's
Yes,
that?
yes, sir.
Oh,
Yes,
we
sir.
taking it back to the 6-button Genesis
old
days.
school,
Yes.
old
No, no, this is
school.
this
Yeah.
is the Saturn Goat pad. This
Oh,
is
I
the
didn't know
Goat.
Saturn had
Remember
one of
that?
those.
Oh my goodness.
I wouldn't know.
that
I
was
abandoned the
King
platform at that time.
Yeah,
So
me-
you gotta
me and Saul
educate
was
me.
in that.
The
Yeah, he
Genesis
was in
ones, the Genesis ones are much smaller. It's a pain.
little
like
baby
yeah,
hands.
yeah. These are. Oh my god,
They're dope
these are
hands.
the greatest. So I'm charging that, getting ready to play. And that's about it. I patched up Jedi Survivor.
Mhm.
And it,
It looked
oh
good.
my god. It runs beautifully because I had it. It was running well before, right? And I had it running with Fidelity FX, whatever 2.0, whatever it was.
Flexing.
But now it's like, all right, let me turn that off. Boom. I was like, oh goodness, I don't need that anymore.
Hitting
Yeah,
different.
it's looking nice. It's looking. I can't wait to sit down and really play that because just looking around, like that, just that
beautiful game.
opening area, it's so detailed. And
Shout out to
Yeah.
Respawn. Shout out to Patrick and the team. We had him on recently.
yeah.
Beautiful game, man. It's good to see that
Beautiful
they're
game.
getting. He did say the patches were going to come as far as the stability and stuff like that. So that's been pretty much it.
And, and shout out to the guys over at the Bitcast. I was on the show this morning,
salute.
celebrating 250
Nice.
with Hogue, Travis, and oh my God, who we got?
Ains.
Ains. Yeah, and we did a little bit of trivia,
Oh, yeah,
just
those
like
are
you
fun.
guys did this time. So
Did
I
he
came
dress
in
up?
third.
Did he do the like the whole Alex Trebek and all that?
He did the Alex Trebek, the long hair, the craziness, but it was actually because the person who lost last time had to host, so it was Travis hosting. Right?
Oh my god!
So Travis came in with the tux, full on tux.
Vintage Travis.
Look very spiffy, very spiffy. But Travis is a game reviewer.
Yes.
Like he very much, goes into games on a very deep level. So the questions he had were sort of deep cuts. They were
Yeah,
good
like
questions.
nobody got.
Yeah, so I came in third with 4 correct out of 25.
Jesus.
Oh, that's what's up.
I think Hogue came in second with 5.
The scores
And
are
then
low.
and Boxenberger came
Man,
in
those
with-
are hard questions then. Huh?
Yeah, those are some
4 out of
tough questions.
25.
4 out of 25.
Listen, one of the ones I'm proud of that I got right was 50 Cent Bulletproof.
Oh,
And I almost got it wrong because I almost said Blood in the Sand. And I remembered
No, it was
Travis said
Bulletproof.
something about PS2 era.
Yeah.
So I was like, no, that's not Blood in the Sand. That's Bulletproof.
No doubt.
I missed the Tyrese question though. I was mad about that though.
Yeah, it sounds like Travis was
Travis is in his bag.
He's in his
He
bag.
was
He's in his
rigging
bag.
it.
Yeah.
So that's been it, sir?
That's it. That has been it.
No doubt. And of course, we have the incredible Hulk of this, aka the XS Gamer,
Ooh.
the prophet of Xbox,
Swami.
king of the statues, who demands nothing less than that premium and experience, and is the leader of the fraud alert movement.
Ooh.
Beloved Lord King, how we doing?
Doing a whole lot better than your boy Lomachenko.
Oh no, what happened?
Shout out to Devin Haney. Shout out to everybody that
man.
came through last night.
He
to
put it
watch
down on
Combat Talk.
Lomachenko.
Yeah, he put that work in.
Yeah.
A lot of you dudes is upset. Like a lot of you dudes is upset. I knocked your favorite YouTube out.
Oh, not the belt. Not the
But
belt,
you know,
King. Come on.
I'm undisputed for a reason. I do this.
You do this.
Just like Devin Haney do this. So you guys is mad. Y'all can look for the rematch later.
I love that belt. I love that belt.
That belt, bro, wait, that's the same belt back in the day?
That's the
Yeah.
same belt. And
Bro.
that, to me, the WCW Championship belt, that old one, is the best one ever. There's so much just gold. Like it's just
Bro,
Go.
for context, Lord Jake, this is the belt. We used to do wrestling tournaments in my house, and this is the belt.
Okay.
Whoever won the tournament get to keep the belt for the weekend.
for the week.
That was the belt.
Ooh.
That was the belt. So
How
it
you
was.
gonna let this dude get that belt for like 15, 20 years?
Listen, man.
It's his belt.
It's his belt.
It's his belt. He
But,
purchased
see,
it.
I brought the belt and I put the belt up for grabs for anybody that can get it. And that's how you do. That's how real champions do. You know, anybody can come get the belt. You can come take it. Let's get it.
Let's get it.
But at the same time, man, that holding line is looking really good.
Oh, you mean that hold the line?
Yeah.
Ooh, so check it out. Check it out.
No, I
Check-
see.
check it out.
I see.
Do emoji, y'all. Go hit that. Go hit that.
Yeah, hold the
We
line.
live,
Go
yo.
And for the
live
members,
right now.
it's in there.
Members,
It's in there
you
right
get the
now.
emojis. Oh, it's in there right now. I want to see them hold the lines in the chat. Shout out to Xbox. Shout out to Aaron Greenberg.
Yo, shout out to
Bro,
Aaron
you went
Greenberg.
viral with this thing.
Yes, man. I mean, I want to thank everybody in the community that said I didn't play games. I want to keep my name, keep pushing it. I love you guys. Thank you for all the self-promotion that y'all been doing. Yo, I'm glad that I could be in your brain and we can share the same brain together. I hope this week is a better week, that I can get to go a little bit further with Hold the Line in your brain.
Yo, the chat put mad hold the lines in the chat. They're using the emojis. Yo, it's crazy in the chat right now.
Well, while you're doing it, go cop that merch. It's in the merch store right now. Graphic God.
Oh, the best.
Graphic God sat down and did this.
Really fast too, man.
Very fast.
When he's enthusiastic about something, that's why I work with the same people. Shout out to Dallas.
Yeah.
Rest in peace, Drum Star.
Yeah.
And Graphic God. That's my team. That's like my really go-to team. And De Niro Pinero.
Oh, yeah, salute.
And Shaun Labrie. But Graphic God really had his pulse on this.
Killed it. Look at the animation. The cigar is hilarious. The beat is great. Yeah, y'all did that. Y'all did that.
What I've been playing this week, Tears of the Kingdom.
Okay.
Whew. It's an ugly baby, but that ugly baby definitely has something to it. I really wish, because I jumped to Skyward Sword just to check. Yeah, Skyward Sword is at a higher fidelity and it looks a little bit cleaner and runs a little bit smoother, but Tears of the Kingdom has some other stuff going on. Fortnite, of course, I was playing a hell of a lot of Fortnite because of the Star Wars.
I seen you
stuff.
getting it in with that that character. You did your thing.
Yeah, I was using Moon Knight in that clip that I put up, and I was using the Darth Maul power. That's fantastic stuff. Fortnite, I love that game. And I went back and played some Jedi Survivor because I had an update, and it's running smoother. This game better be in for Game of the Year contention and nominations because Jedi Fallen Order missed the cut by a little bit, and I felt that was criminal.
Yeah,
right. We had Stray in there, and we could have had Jedi Fallen Order, and I think it could have gave Elden Ring a run for his money, even though God of War was in the bushes. But Elden Ring definitely won that. But
are you gonna say God of War's in the bush?
It was. It came in second, like I said. But again, I'm stoking the flames.
Messy. Continue.
Let me stoke them. But yeah, this year I think Survivor should be there. The game shows a whole bunch of growth. Really good game.
No doubt. That's been it, sir.
Yes, sir.
And of course, we have the gaming ninja himself, the Shinobi, LordCognito, spreading that realness in the realm of the ILP, not telling you what you want to hear, but what you need to hear. Shout out to Find and Do. Shout out to Mr. Matty Plays. Had a good discussion talking about the EU ABK stuff. Shout out to Ebontis. Shout out to Ty Guy Travis on the last word. Teaser Teddy with the cameo appearance talking about the latest updates to Destiny, sandbox and UI changes as far as Mids Gaming. It's been Tears of the Kingdom, Tekken 7. Been doing that on the Steam Deck. And this little game called War of the Chosen. I figured time to get refreshed back on one of the greats, so I've been doing that. And there's one more game I can't talk about because I'm an NDA dude and I don't want to break that. But this other game I want to talk about next week, I'm pleasantly surprised. So we will hear about that next week. But Lord Sarvi, get the super chats, explain the rules of engagement before we talk to the very patient Lord Jake Solomon.
Ladies and gents, we only have Jake Solomon for a limited amount of time. So I'm going to read these initial super chats, and then we will shut super chats down until after our interview.
Yes.
And they probably want to keep the super chats for when they can be messy anyway.
All right, so hold on a second. Let me go to what I've clipped already. We got 80s cartoon villain, new member.
That's his name? That's hilarious.
Shout out to you. Put the crest in the chat for welcome for Lord Bronze, 80s cartoon villain, liking it. Then we got Robert Kellett, $5 super chat. So you got the mid-sun legend himself in the realm, Cog. Congrats.
Thank you.
So will 2K give you credit for single-handedly promoting the game?
Look, I already got my president here. I made it. Anything else is a cherry on the Sunday.
And Robert Kellett, once again, $2 super chat. Thank you, Jake, for making a great Marvel RPG.
Yeah. Salute.
Then we have Dragonheart Yobi, member for 1 year, $5 super chat. That belt nickname is called Big Gold. Let's go.
No doubt.
Then we got Project Aries, new member.
Oh, salute.
Blessings.
Now, who thought that King didn't have a belt?
Yeah, kind of fits.
It kind of fits. We're talking about 30 years of belt hair that he's had. We have ZGL7, member for 9 months, Lord Bronze. Hold the line.
Oh, somebody just copped the Hold the Line classic shirt. I just see it. Nice. Yeah, that's crazy. Salute.
Yes.
Then we have, let me see, got a couple, scroll down. We got Sagging Nutsack.
Oh, he's back.
Super chat.
Oh.
Hey, King, fraud on you. Loma got robbed.
King.
On the rematch, I mean, I would tell you don't listen to Top Rank's call of the fight. Listen to my call of the fight, and then watch it that way. And then they can do a rematch. If Loma really wants it, he can get back up in there and try again. Next time I say start off a little bit more earlier. Don't try to wait to the end.
I think he's acting, by the way. I think he's acting after the fact because he wants that rematch. So I think he and his match, they're acting. Yeah.
I'm glad you saw that fight. Because,
Jake part of the combat talk.
That's
fire.
I like Jake a whole lot more.
I
man.
like that.
I think he's acting. He just wants back in. So I get it.
Big checks.
No doubt.
Then we got the Don CJG, £5 super chat. Hold the line. The Clown Man Association will never break us. AKA the CMA. The CMA belongs in the bushes. Have a good show, my guys.
All right. So feel strongly about the deal. Continue.
And we have Slow-Mo Backslap member for 35 months, Lord Bronze. Afternoon, Lords. How excited is Cog about today's guest? I have to admit, Midnight Sons is better than I thought. By the way, is Destiny 2 still broken?
Yo, stop hating. Stop hating. Why you doing shot at my game, man? But look, I love what he said about Midnight Sons because, Jake, I may have been spreading the word that, people didn't give the game a proper shot. They thought they saw cards and they got in their feelings.
I know.
And then when they played it.
That's on me.
We're going to get to it. But then when they played it, to see so many people go, yo, Cog, I'm feeling it. You were right. That's the greatest victory for me. But continue, Soft. Continue.
There we got Nintendo the Otaku, who upgraded his membership to Lord Silver. Thank you, brother.
Oh, salute, brother.
Thank you.
Sagging Nutsack once again. £2 super chat. Fraud alert on King.
All right, for no reason. Okay.
No, he's going back to the Loma.
Oh, the Lomachenko thing. Okay.
I know y'all wanted him to win so bad, but remember, I told you in the beginning of that fight, if I was betting money, I was betting on Loma. My heart wanted Haney to win. I needed Loma to give more, and he didn't. And Devin Haney gave him more. That's
All right.
Yeah.
What else we got?
Gaming Forte member for 41 months, Lord Bronze. Love you guys, and I appreciate the content, especially while working.
Salute.
And as always, hey, King Boo Boo.
Hey, Forte.
The tradition
I don't
continues.
know why people don't clown me on that.
Yeah, that's the funny thing.
That's the clowning part right there.
No doubt.
We
So,
are done.
good?
We're caught up. Yes, sir.
All right, let's get into it, man. Very patient guest, now we got to what the Lord's been playing, all that good stuff. We got to focus on Lord Jake Solomon, his video game system history, his journey into game development and Firaxis, and of course what led him to become the creative director of the iconic XCOM franchise reboot and of course Marvel Midnight Suns. So Lord Jake, let's start from the very beginning. What was some of the first video game systems you had and what got you into gaming?
So my dad brought home. So look, I'm 46 years old.
Hey, 47. Let's go.
We're all there. 47.
47.
In that wheelhouse.
Speak
Okay,
for
all
yourself.
right.
You talking
So-
to the right people.
Okay, good. So
Except
my
Adam.
dad brought home like an old a PC, IBM PC compatible computer. It was called an 8088, and he brought it home, and it had a bunch of games on it. I remember my brothers and I playing it, and there were a bunch of games, like weird little games called like Jumpman and all kinds of little games that I remember playing. But the first game, and I think that I've said this before, but I do think it's true. Like the first real game that you play is interesting because it sticks with you forever. It teaches you how awesome games are, but it's also that kind of thing where you do end up finding yourself chasing that dragon for the rest of your life. You know?
Yeah.
And for me, that first game was a game called Ultima 5. So I played an RPG called Ultima 5, and it was had like a day-night cycle. I mean, if you looked at it now, it looks terrible. I mean, it looks so bad. But I remember it just completely blew my mind. Like you could talk to people, you could type in words you wanted to say to them, and they would respond. And cycle. It was open world, like you could go around all this little world. So I remember that being the first real video game that I played that just really, really that's what hooked me. So I started on PC, but then we had Nintendo, and then eventually we got Sega as well. So I started from the beginning, right from the beginning of those. Yeah.
Nice.
Was you partial to any of them? Like, what was your allegiance to? Because
Sega was we were a Sega family, right? So like
I knew I picked the right hero. Continue.
Yeah. Rise from your grave.
Rise from
right?
your
Like,
Altered Beast. Take that, Colin Moriarty. Take that. Altered Beast. Talk that talk. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. Altered Beast. Because Sega was so I like it. Obviously I love Nintendo,
Of course.
but like Sega was just cooler. Like and like Altered Beast as like the like title that came with the Genesis.
Ooh, those sprites.
It's awesome.
Yes.
Yeah.
Power up.
Yeah. Sega and you know, it was the games that I remember particularly on Sega
Give me
were
some classics. Give me some.
yeah, besides Altered Beast and of course Sonic. I remember we played so I remember very soon after we got the Sega, we got a Sega CD. All right.
Oh, we're talking King Talk now.
All right, so
Yes.
crazy. And I remember I'll actually this is a moment of shame for me.
Let's go.
So Sega CD was like this big deal, right? Because you could actually put a compact disc in, you could hook it up to your Sega, and I remember one was my brother. So there was this old electronics store called like Electronics Boutique.
Oh yeah, we had those.
Yes.
we had those.
East Coast. Okay, so again, I grew up in the Midwest. So I grew up like on a farm in Kansas, like outside of Kansas City, Missouri, in a town called Liberty, Missouri, right? My little brother and I were like the biggest gamers in the house, and so games are real expensive. In fact, the cost of games hasn't increased that much, actually.
No.
Correct.
And back then they were like $50, right?
Yes.
Which I'm talking like the early 90s, right? Like or late 80s, early, you know. So they were like $50. So we could only afford one game. Oh my God, this is embarrassing. All right, so the game that my brother wanted, my little brother wanted, was something called Sonic CD, right?
Okay, yeah, that's dope.
All right. The game that I convinced my brother to buy
What you do?
was Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch.
Oh no! Not the Sega CD, Marky Mark full motion video era.
Yes.
Oh
Yes.
no!
Yes, FMV, like it was the worst game. It was the worst game. It was so bad, and I convinced my brother to buy it. And I'm telling you the truth when I say that comes up at least once in a couple of years with my brother.
You throw that back in your face.
I'll repay the debt that I owe him for making him. And are like, you know, we would only get a game like once every 6 months.
Facts,
Wasted our money,
bro.
Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch making video.
Look, Jake, I gotta stop you for a minute because your story really resonates because people don't understand. Back then, games were expensive, right? So you had a tough decision, and a lot of times it came down to like that cover box art,
or
the
back of the box. You look in the back.
Facts.
Like, what is this thing?
So it came to that,
Budokan.
and then oh, don't bring up the Budokan story, Sal. But it's like
hey, Budokan. I love Budokan. Yeah,
you remember Budokan?
No.
Yes.
Listen, Jake. That Budokan story is so terrible because dudes chipped in.
Bro.
Right, they gave his half and he gave another half, and they chipped in to get one game, and they went down there. Budokan is not the one game purchase game.
I gotta stop you for a second.
You're right, but we've all had that moment, right?
We've had it.
Buy the one game, you're like, what have I done,
Bro?
This is
I got
before Blockbuster, right? So like, you
Yes.
bought it, and you're like, oh, I guess for the next 6 months, I'm just gonna play this terrible game. You know, like Budokan. I remember playing Budokan.
Yes,
Yeah, like,
with they had the kendo, they had karate.
Yes, I remember Budokan.
Oh my God,
Was Sumo one of them?
Yes,
Yeah.
it was something like that, and it was the EA, the box art. Those they were cardboard boxes.
The box art was dope.
The box art was fire.
That's how you sell the game back then. Yeah.
And those are the days of the Sega Genesis. They had the different type of proprietary cartridge with the yellow tag.
Yeah.
And,
Man, you guys have taken me back. I remember Budokan. I promise you, I will text my brother after this and be like, "Hey, do you remember Budokan?" Because I remember that game.
and you know what's special
Kendo
right
was
now?
the best one. Kendo was definitely the best one.
Absolutely. King, I got to shout out Lord Budokan himself is in the chat. The man who actually, Valakon is in the chat right now. He said, $5 in the chat. I break a protocol. He said, you guys are killing it. Great work. I'm very proud of you. Shout out to Firaxis for the Midnight Sons. Love it again. He's the guy that we cloud because we all had money. So we're like, all right, we got Sega Genesis. You get Revenge Shinobi. All right, this one. Because remember, nobody got a lot of money, so you got to trade amongst your friends so you can ball. So we like, yo, get Revenge of Shinobi, Valakon, and he come back with Budokan. So we is like, oh man, what you doing?
Yeah, we put it on.
Yes,
and
I played Budokan, so I must have made that same mistake. Yeah.
Salute to the story. So you go through Genesis.
Imagine what it's like to go with like that game that no one wants, and then realize you can't trade for anything.
Oh no,
it's
it's no
terrible.
get back on that.
It's no get back.
That's the birth.
You had to go like you had to go like the cousin that actually liked you at the Halloween party and like beg to let him use it. Like,
Oh, it was rough, man. That's why I said like I laughed because I'm like I wish we had Game Pass back in the day. Like, bro, it was rough back then. You had to spend that money. You had that tough choice, and if you bombed, you heard it. Like Jake heard it from his brother.
Yeah, and it's true. Like you really had no idea because I wasn't reading magazines or anything like that. We played a bunch of games, but we didn't know, right? So you just look at the cover art.
Yeah.
You look at the back, and they're always like completely different, and so you go like, I don't know. I guess this sounds cool, and you buy it. And
I don't blame you on Marky Mark because at the time, Marky Mark
he's
was
on
probably
fire.
one of the biggest things, right? And to have that game, if you like his music, and then you're looking at Sonic.
let me embarrass myself further. I've seen Marky Mark live in concert. Marky Mark. Now, it wasn't just Marky Mark. It was one of those like radio promotions where they had a bunch of people.
Oh, it was like summer, like summer.
It was like
jam or something
CNC
like
Music
that.
Factory and Marky Mark.
was this?
If you guys are my age, you guys remember there was a boxer named Tommy Morrison.
Oh yeah, Tommy Mo. Tommy Mo.
All right. Tommy Guns from Rocky. So I remember we were there and I saw this concert and it was Marky Mark and and the Funky Bunch were there.
The Funky Bunch was there.
The Funky Bunch were there. And I remember at one point Tommy Morrison came out and they both were like, shirts off. But I was like, but they're both yoked, but like Marky Mark is like 5 feet tall. Yeah. Tommy Morrison is like a heavyweight boxer. Yeah. He looked like 100 feet tall.
Wait, Jake. No, Tommy Mo wasn't doing the dances with the
with his shirt
with
off.
the shirt off.
I don't know what Tommy Morrison. I don't know what he was doing, but he did come out just yoked, man. He was huge.
Rest in peace, the legend.
I think he was like I think he was from the area. Like I was. So again, it was Kansas City, right? So, I'm a country boy, so
he's a young small town country.
Yeah,
that makes
he was
sense.
like north. I think he was like Tulsa, Oklahoma, Kansas City, stuff like that.
That makes sense. Nah,
you close to Tulsa? Oh, you's a real boxing dude.
So yeah, I am. So not as much now. I was huge. I'm a huge fan of boxing. I was for a long, long time. I was a huge fan of boxing. I started because of what everybody starts with. I started because of Mike, right? Iron Mike.
Yeah, of course.
And then because of him, I just watched boxing from then all the way up until I kind of stopped watching like the Klitschko brothers. I wasn't that interested in it.
Okay.
Once they became heavyweight champs, I was like, I kind of failed. But I love
That's what's up. That's what's up,
Yeah,
man.
his region is heavy into boxing, like closer to Tulsa, Oklahoma, with Deontay Wilder and them. That's fight capital. Like they take you through the Chitlin circuit, right? So this is the fight circuit they would send us through, and we will go to town to town to town and fighting, right? When you get to the Chitlin circuit down there, they have small bars that they throw these fights. And I'm talking about that's the rowdy of the rowdies. And then you have the people of the town. Let's say you got a tough dude in the town. Like, let's say that's how they found Tommy Mo. Tommy Mo was one of those kids that would get in there and be fighting grown men. And that fuck was so crazy that a promoter actually saw him during the Chitlin circuit and brought him through. But these fights, and they go on all the time. So you're steeped in
a lot of there's ballroom boxing. Like there's a huge ballroom boxing. Yeah, like in Kansas City. My wife is from Tulsa. I went to the University of Oklahoma actually.
Oh, that's what's
salute.
Cool.
Salute.
So it was big. Yeah, that's really interesting. Yeah. I was really, really big into boxing. So I still follow it now, but
any boxing games did you touch?
Oh my God.
yes.
So you start with the earliest, right? Like Punch Out, and then obviously Mike Tyson's Punch Out. And I remember, so my brother and I, And this was when he came to visit me one time. So I love the Fight Night games. I love them. I love them. And the greatest thing about them is that, like, I remember one time Johnny, my little brother Johnny, he came out to visit me, and we just gotten Fight Night 3. So this was, I don't know, maybe 15 years ago. And like they had, like, we hadn't played it at all, so we didn't know any of the moves or anything like that. But they had this awesome, like, opening sequence. Your boxers looked awesome, like they come out, right? Yeah. And so you pick these awesome boxers. We're like, yeah, we're gonna do like Sugar Ray versus, I forget what we did. But then your boxers come out, they look awesome, and we just started mashing buttons, and they just looked like the worst boxers of all time. And they're like, with this awesome intro, then they come out like just idiots. Everything's just jab, 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 Yeah. I love boxing games. Yeah.
No doubt, man. Loving the game history. We're gonna move up a little bit because we can spend all day on game history, and there's so much stuff we gotta cover. But I did want to get into now transition as far as like game development and game design. Like, what inspired you? What led you to get into game design, and then obviously to Firaxis?
So a lot of times, and I think this is trite to say at this point, but so many of the things that happen to us in life are like they're just pure luck, right? Like, so it's important to work very, very hard. I tell my daughters this all the time. Like, it's the best attribute you can have. It doesn't matter how smart you are. It doesn't matter it really matters like how hard you work, because when opportunity shows up, you'll be there, right? If you're a hard worker.
Absolutely.
But there's so much luck involved in success. And the only place I applied to work in videos was Firaxis games.
Wow.
It's the only place.
Oh, wow.
I didn't apply to it much, but I had already accepted a job as a business consultant. I got a degree in computer programming and computer science from Oklahoma, but I'd already accepted a job as a business consultant, and I just do a business career, then I'd do consulting, and then I'd get an MBA, and I don't know, I'd just be some a-hole, and, just business, whatever. And so I'd already accepted a job and everything, and then but the one place I applied, a video game company I applied, was Firaxis, and so there's this guy named Brian Reynolds who was this awesome designer. He designed Civ 2, and he designed
Legend.
Rise of Nations. He designed Domination, the mobile game Dominations. He's amazing. But he had left Firaxis with a bunch of people. He and his team had just left to go form a company called Big Huge Games.
Okay.
And because of that, Firaxis was basically decimated.
They were gutted.
And because of that, they reached out to me way late, like maybe, February or March of 2000, when I already accepted a job. My life was set. I was already engaged to my wife, and they emailed me like, hey, would you be willing to come out for an interview? And I was like, sure, that's fine. And so I went out to interview there, and then the minute I stepped in the building, and I realized, oh, you can actually make a job out of. I'd never, back then it was like, it wasn't even, it's not like it is now where it's like everybody knows about gaming and game development. Like back then it was like, this is crazy. They're wizards. I don't know how games get made. I didn't know how they get made. But they invited me out for an interview, which it was pure luck. It was pure luck. But the minute I stepped in the door and I started talking, I realized, oh my gosh, I could make a living making video games. They offered me my salary was way less than I would have made in business.
Big risk.
I just accepted it right. I mean, like on the spot, I was like, absolutely, I'll do it.
Okay. So you ain't getting no, I got to get too personal. You ain't getting no pushback from the wife? Like, what are you doing?
That's a good point. I should actually have Jen come down to Jen is, so she's got this like adventurous spirit where I knew, like when I told her, I was like, look, I want to do this. It was the first time I'd ever been to Baltimore, right? I knew nothing about Baltimore. Came out here for this interview, and I was like, no, I accept the job. And I called her and I said, hey, look, we've got to do this.
Hey, look.
Hey, look, you know it's bad, Attic, with his hey, look. Hey, look, let me get you. Go ahead.
I will say I've been married for 20 years, so you guys understand, like, if she had said no way, I would have been like, yeah, you're right, no way.
Yep.
I'll do it.
It's true.
Like, I know who the boss is, but she's got this real adventurous spirit, and so I knew she would be up for it.
Oh,
And
that's love.
yeah, she moved out here with me.
Wow.
It's funny because I got married. I took the job in May of 2000, and I said, hey, I'm getting married like 3 weeks later. Can I just come out after I get married?
Yeah.
And they were like, no.
Oh,
What?
Yeah.
Whoa.
They're like, they were so
They needed
hard
stuff
up
now.
for work. Like they were just, they needed us out there to work on a game called Civilization 3. And so,
Oh, that's a dope game too.
yeah. And they were like, you got to come out and you got to work for 3 weeks and then go home and get married. So I was like, okay. And Jen had never been out here. And so I was the one who found the apartment and I got it. And it was this little small apartment in Baltimore. And so, but yeah, she's got this adventurous spirit. So I knew
I gotta stop, kick. Like
That's love right
that's
there.
love right there, bro. Like
Yeah.
you kind of situated already. You're in a career already where you're making more money. You know, gaming has always been in the back of your mind as a dream. But not only that, you coincide this with close to being married and uprooting your entire life to go to a place you've never been and telling your wifey's like, yeah, all right, I'm riding, I'm going. So that's different.
She is, and that's a good point. And I think people don't. Because I always thought it'd be not corny, but I don't think people understand like how much my wife, like, and I'm sure you guys are familiar, but like you work so much.
Yep.
Like my wife from the beginning has understood what the job is and like how much I have to work. Yeah. And she's always been like, okay, this is like, and it's been great for us. Obviously our family benefits from it, but she's the kind of person who, and I've seen, there are partners that aren't, and not that they should be as forgiving, but like Jen is just always kind of like, look, this is what the job is. This is what we do. Like my wife
holding the line.
Yeah,
that's holding the line.
Yeah, and so she we homeschool our kids even like to the point where she doesn't work or anything like that. And so in order for us to do that. Right?
That's
it is work. Yeah,
listen, I just got reprimanded for that.
It's a ton of work.
Bro.
It's harder work than I do, but it is the kind of thing where, in order to do that, Jen understands. Like, all right, she is a huge. Any success I've had, I know I owe an enormous debt to her because when it's like, look, I've got to work all the time. I've got to do this. I got to do that. Jen's always like, okay, yeah, you got to do this. You got to go and work. I will make things run on the home front. That's how Jen is.
Man,
gangster. I love that.
You know what level of peace of mind that is when you know that your partner got your back. Yeah, and you're working in unison. Left brain, right brain, left hand, right hand, and you'll work together. And that's what a marriage is. Because, like you said in the beginning, she could have just said, "Nah, that's not cool," right? You were getting paid more money. You were in your home base already, in probably a bigger space. You had to downsize your space, downsize your income, and go to a foreign land and to an uncertain situation. But knowing that she had your back made you work even harder. That's incredible.
Yeah,
that's incredible to have.
That's fine. And I want to now transition. So they got you working on Civ, I'm assuming, at that time.
Civ 3, Civilization 3 was the first game I worked on. Came out in the fall of 2001, I think. But I started in May of 2000. Yeah.
Okay. So we got to transition because now from this, obviously, tremendous respect. First of all, I got to give flowers to the legend Julian Gallup. Like he is an OG in this game. Solve will laugh, but there was this game that basically, like we talk about, King would come with the belt. We play the wrestling games. We play Halo 4 TVs in the house, right? Tekken. There was this one game that I decided to debut to the crew, Lord Jake. It was called XCom with PlayStation. XCom UFO Defense.
So I remember the PlayStation, but you guys played Halo and Tekken, and you introduced XCOM.
You see what you just said?
Very different
Saw,
game, man.
Saw,
Very different games.
yeah, the disgust on Sov's. I never knew this until recently how Sov hated.
Yeah.
But I'm like, yo, I got this cool game. Y'all should check it out. And literally, all we did was name our soldiers off the Sky Ranger.
Yeah.
I named them every single person. And then it's like, and then we play it like it was a multiplayer game. So King would be like, okay, move me over there, and then put me on Neil and on Overwatch. And then I'm like, all right, cool. And it was this mini game between ourselves who would survive in the relationship. So we became infatuated. I became infatuated with this
Well,
game.
I didn't like the game at first until I saw
come out.
something happen.
What you saw?
And I didn't know this mechanic was in the game.
Oh, let's go.
The guy panicked
Yes.
Yeah.
with the grenade
Mm-hmm.
inside because he prepped the grenade and he panicked and dropped the grenade and killed
the
everybody.
squad.
Yeah.
Yo, and I said, he did what?
Yes.
Like, and that was probably one of the first times, because any other time you play a game is a game. I don't know what my brain was thinking. My brain was thinking like, oh, this character's like alive. Like he got scared. And that made me more intrigued with the game. And that's when I went out and brought my copy. They didn't know about that. But I went out and brought my copy after I saw the panic mechanism.
Yeah. Shout out to
thought it was incredible.
Shout out to Sinister and Valakana in the chat, who was also part of this foolishness that I brought to the squad. So again, the legend, Julian Gallup, XCOM, the original. Take me to the part now where you are now either entailed with rebooting it, or are you pitching a reboot of the XCOM franchise?
So XCOM. So again, we talked about like kind of you go in and out of games, and I remember high school I'd kind of gone away from games, and then I came back because of XCOM. I think my senior year I was playing on PC, and I was playing. It just really addicted me, and so when I joined Firaxis, like from the very beginning, I was like, we should make XCOM. Like, we should make.
You say
my
that since you
favorite
walked
game
in the
of all
door.
time, right? So it really is my favorite game of all time. And so I was like, we should make it. And finally, I worked for Sid Meier, right? So Sid Meier, if people don't know, Sid, God help you. Right? He's one of the legends. And I was so fortunate to work for him. And he mentored me as I worked for him on a bunch of games as a programmer. But he mentored me as a designer. And because of that, he at one point, it was like 2005 or so, he said, hey, we should give Jake an opportunity. And I said, yeah, what I want to do is I want to make XCOM. So he gave me a couple of other engineers, and we made a prototype of XCOM. And that was 2005, and it was terrible.
Rough draft.
It was bad.
It was enough to see the vision, though.
Yeah, it was bad. I mean, it was just bad. And so from the very beginning, all I wanted to do was make XCOM. But I got that opportunity, and it was bad. And like a lot of things in life, it's such a it's the best thing that happened to me. Was it would have been great, right? If right out of the gates I'd made something awesome, right? But that's not life in my experience, right? And I made something terrible. And what it did was it allowed me to get a little more perspective on my own abilities and what my real and I was like, oh yeah, I'm not good at game design. I really felt like, there's so many things I don't understand, and I'm making so many bad decisions. And so it gave me this real perspective where I realized, oh, you know what? I should actually pay more attention to Sid when I work with him. After I made the prototype, it was awful, and everybody's like, "Yeah, no, we don't need to."
They laughed my man's out the building. What happened? Man?
Yeah, it was bad. I was kind of relieved once I showed it to them, and everybody was like, "This is pretty bad." And I was like, "It is pretty bad." So I was like, you know what? I'm just going to be an engineer. No problem. I'll just be a programmer. But what it did was it taught me two things. One was that I realized, I really like making. I really like designing games. Even though I'm not good at it, but also it taught me like, hey, I work for a guy who's really good at designing. Right. Like, hey, maybe I should pay more attention to that guy. And so because of that negative experience, like I got really humbled, and it was the best thing that would happen to me. Right. And then I was like, you know what? I I work with a guy who's a legend. Like I haven't been paying attention to how he does it. So that humbling experience was like everything for me. That's like
That's what you needed.
That was the start of me becoming a designer, was being humbled.
So now where do we get to the good version of the pitch?
Right. So then after that, I went to work for Sid again as an engineer on a game called Civilization Revolution, which was a console version of Civ.
Yeah.
And this time, because I'd been humbled, this time I like.
Sorry, someone's at the door. Thank you. That game's amazing.
Continue. Continue, little Jake. That was funny.
My favorite version of Civ 2. And the so this time when I went to work for Sid and I was properly humbled, then I just paid attention to everything he did. And I watched it with like real honest eyes, not being like, oh, I could do what he does. Right. I actually was watching from the eyes of like, I don't think I can do what he does. I should actually pay attention to this guy who's good. And so I just soaked up everything he did in a way I never had before. And it was so instructive. And so after that, then we got really, really close. Sid and I, we worked together for a long time, but we got really close on that game. And he said, hey, we should give Jake another opportunity. And so that is how it happened.
Awesome.
Dope. He knew you was, at that time, he knew the young Padawan was ready. He was
trained him in the ways
of the Force.
Yeah. I mean, I think he was like, God, I hope he's ready. You know? He was like, at this point, if he can't do it at this point, I don't know. I can't help him anymore. So, you know, that's what.
So pulling up some data from you now. You tell me if this was the original pitch, because you put this up on Twitter. It said,
"Oh yeah,
franchise legacy IP and rabid fan base, tremendous opportunity." And then the premise was UFO abductions, action, and role play elements, streamlined design, easy to use controls, interface, incredible graphics that provide tension, excitement, and endless play. And you had these different layers of the premise, the strategy, the action, and the role playing. So this is now what you then send off to them.
Yes. So I wrote that for our publisher, which was 2K. Yeah, it was Take Two, 2K. And so I wrote that for our publisher to say, hey, look, this is the game that I want to make. But you remember at that time, like turn-based strategy, it has a renaissance now, but like back then that was crazy. Like
niche.
Only successful game that was like, now there were great Japanese games, right? So there were some really fantastic Japanese tactics games, turn-based tactic games. So they did it better than anybody. But the only real successful turn-based game, there were probably some more, but really it was like Civilization, right? So but it wasn't very common. And so when the publisher heard like, oh, you know, another turn-based game,
they're like, oh no.
Yeah. And so what happened was,
question, Jake, was there like since the first one didn't work out well for you, when you was given that second opportunity, did you like hesitant to do XCOM again, or was it like straight right back and we're doing it right this time? Like,
so I'll tell you how bad the first prototype was. Is we didn't even show it to the publisher. Right? So
keep that mixtape to yourself. Spit your balls by yourself. Okay, I got you.
Put that one in the back. Yeah. So the second time, but they still were, and they weren't wrong. You know, publishers maybe deserve it, maybe not, right? Like I feel like publishers, they have a job to do, right? They have all this money, they invest it, and they have to see the commercial opportunity. Like
absolutely,
we're not you know, we're not making like, you know, it's not a you know, altruistic venture. Like you have to have money, right?
So they got to green light something that they think is going to be financially sound. Right.
Yeah, they're like, look, exactly. If you want your team to eat, right? Like we need to make a game that's going to pay. Right. So they saw turn-based and they're like, oh boy, like they're like, we understand XCOM was a franchise a while ago. They weren't super excited. I'll tell you what really sold them on it was
what was the deal?
Well, it wasn't anything I did. It was my art team and my art director, a guy named Greg Furch, who now he has his own studio, and they're working on a Star Wars strategy. Right? Yeah, so they're a company called BitReact. You guys are talking about they're associated with, right? So you guys are talking about like Fallen Order and stuff like that. Like they're associated with Respawn.
Yes.
I think Respawn is I don't know. But yeah, so my art director, he made this amazing video. He made this like awesome, like this is what the game's going to look like, and you can find it online now. And it was so cool. I told him I think the game's going to look like this, and we worked it out between the two of us. But he made it look amazing. And when we showed that to the publishers, they were like, "Oh, turn-based could be." If you can make it look like this, it'll be,
So it was a combination of like the art style and like the cinematics, or like was that's what kind of won them over?
Very cinematic. It was very cinematic. The art style was awesome. It looked really cool. And so I really credit. And actually, I have a funny story about this. So when we were making that video to show the publisher to get them to be all in on this, we knew we were going to use the Unreal Engine, and so we had. These contractors come. We had never used the Unreal Engine before, so we had these
This is UE3 at the time.
UE3.
Okay. Continue.
But these contractors come up to help us out, and we got these like they're these guys from North Carolina, so they'd worked with Epic, and they were these like nice guys, like hillbillies, basically, right?
Hitters.
I say that as a I'm a redneck. So hillbillies, I can look, guys. I can use the word hillbilly. Right?
He's my people. I can use
you can use that word.
You guys can't say hillbilly. I can say hillbilly. I'm a redneck. So.
He thought for a second, okay, maybe I shouldn't have said that. Okay, let me clarify what I mean.
Talk your talk, Jake. Let's go.
All right, Lord Addict, are you from West Virginia? You can use the word hillbilly. All right,
Salute. Salute. Let's go.
One could say I have more right to say it than you do.
Yeah, you probably do.
This is true.
You probably do.
Let's go.
So these guys came. They were awesome, and they helped us make the prototype for XCOM, the combat part of XCOM. They were awesome. And then on their last day there, we were all like partying, drinking a bunch of beer, and just hanging out. They were really awesome guys. And they had me play a game they had been working on for years. And I played it, and it was this little game, and you're driving these little cars around. And I remember playing it and being like,
it's trash.
This game is trash. Yeah, it was trash.
Watch his Rocket League or something.
Yeah. I was like, this is kind of junk, but I really like the guys, and so I was like, hey, you know what? Good luck, guys. I hope you guys find a lot of success.
The Housers, probably.
Okay. Well, to tell you the truth, it was Rocket League.
Those guys, I told you.
There you go.
I told you.
Yeah.
Wait. So you was
those guys went on to make They are Psionics games.
Wow.
They went on to make Rocket League, and they made one of the most successful games of all time, which should tell you how much of an idiot I am.
Yo, so you was clowning their game?
I was like, this is trash. I was like, I didn't tell them that, but to myself, I was like, this is a junk game.
It's okay, Jake. I'm sure there's plenty of people that played the proto. I'm sure there's plenty of people that played the prototype for Fortnite and was like, "This ain't it." And then they did that battle royale. It was like, "Okay, I was wrong."
To be fair, the original Rocket League was the Supersonic something car or something.
Yeah,
it wasn't
battle cars. Battle cars.
Yeah.
And so the funny thing though is I've been so fortunate to have so much success and everything. The best thing I could have done was been like, "Hey guys, can I join you in your company and work on this little rocket car game?" But instead, I was like, "Oof, this is terrible." See, that always made me laugh because the Rocket League guys, Psionics, they were the guys who helped us make our prototype. And
that's dope.
So they went on their way, and I was so thrilled when I saw what they made, and it made me laugh so hard. And I was like, "That's that game I played." I was like. And that's where the billion
bro, they kicked up.
Let me ask you a question.
They kicked up.
I know this may hit hard if it's true. Did they say, hey man, we investing, do you want to invest in? Because I just had an investment issue where I could have invested in Black Sands comic books and I didn't, and I'm feeling the burn right now. So did they ask you to invest?
No, they didn't. And if they had, I wouldn't have been smart enough to, because can you imagine what somebody put in that company? If some venture capitalist put money into Psionics, they were telling us, I remember they were from North Carolina, they're like, hey, we're gonna move our company, out to San Diego, and I just remember thinking, like, these guys are crazy. They're just these contractors helping me make XCom, and I was like, oh, I was like really like I was feeling superior, and those guys went on to like.
Crazy.
I saw somebody just sent me.
Mm-hmm.
So the guy who was the lead of that team, his name is Dave Hagwood. He's awesome. Somebody just sent me an article. He is in Forbes magazine because they have a recurring article in Forbes, which is the super yachts of the rich and famous. He is on a super yacht.
Yo.
Like 400 foot, just crazy.
Yo, Jay, I got a joke, right?
That's
that
crazy.
These dudes get this money and they buy boats, right?
Well, they do.
Boat league.
Yo, and it's crazy that you even say that because it's a true thing. For us guys, like a boat is a foreign concept.
Yeah.
But these guys that have that money for no reason,
They just
I
get a
think
boat.
I'm just gonna get a boat.
They're like drowning him, and they're like, "What can I do to get all this money out of here? I guess I'll just go buy a boat." Yeah.
Bro.
So yeah, somebody sent me an article, and it was like him. He was like featured in Forbes. Like, here's our monthly segment on the super rich yachts. And I'm like, oh my! This guy was like, we were paying him probably terribly just to be some contractor.
Just to be a contractor, to get this. That's
Wonderful.
insane. I love stories
and
like this.
I knew another guy the guy who went on to become the CEO of Oculus, right? Yeah, Brendan Uribe.
Mm-hmm.
He worked for us as a contractor who was doing like UI software, and he was just like really slick sales guy, and I liked him. He worked for us for years, and then you find out like, yeah, that guy goes on to become the CEO of Oculus, which they got bought by Meta for like $2 million. I was like, I assume he's doing real.
Oh, he's doing quite well.
He done got a boat too.
Yeah, bro. This team that's part of this, demo and getting this stuff out to the publishers is kind of amazing to hear where things have gone. So you get this out, they're blown away with it. You start working on it, you get the game out.
Hey, I know what happened now. Jake left for Axis because he wants his boat.
Yeah, he ready to get his boat. We're gonna get to his part with the boat too. So it's like now, tell me the part when you start to realize that it's either A, catching on, or you're on to something with XCOM, Enemy Unknown.
So it was a really rocky development cycle. In fact, we worked for a year. We made a prototype for a year with this team, and it was something that looked really cool, but it wasn't it wasn't fun. So again, I think I had another failure as a designer to make something fun, and that was another really pivotal moment for me. Is that we worked for a year on this prototype, and there's nothing like I think the engine that kind of drives me as a person and as a developer is, and I wish I could be more inspiring, but I can only say what is true to me. And the truth is, like, I'm driven by this like really fear of failure is like a really overwhelming feeling for me. And so that moment for me when we had made this prototype and I had a whole team on my back, like expecting me like, hey, you hold up your end of the deal. They were doing their part of the deal, right? The engineers were awesome, the artists were awesome, but I designed something that was not fun, and it was a great experience. And that was like maybe the worst I've ever felt in my life, was having a team of people who had worked so hard for a year. And it wasn't their fault, it was mine. And so I remember, so again, it was a rocky development cycle, but that was another moment where I said, like, look, you can get to a point where, like, I remember, I was younger, and pride is like the worst. It's the worst. It is pride will bring you down, right? And so you can get to a point though where you go like, look, either you stay prideful, right, or you just go like, or you're going to lose everything, right? And so I remember being like, you know what? I'm going to have to redo this design, and it's going to make everybody very unhappy, and people question my abilities. But what's the alternative?
What's the alternative? You lose it all, and it's an unfun game, and everybody suffers.
It's not good, right? It will never sell copies of this game. My job is to make a fun game. I didn't do that, so we have to go back to the drawing board. And it was the kind of thing that always stuck with me. Like that experience burned the pride out of me to where I don't think I've ever been prideful since, because that experience was terrifying for me. It's like, oh my gosh, like I'm going to let all these people down. My whole career, which has been building this point, could have been like, yeah, you're actually not, you're a failure. And so that burned the pride out of me. And I said, we're going to redesign this thing. And I remember we went back and I redesigned something that we called Combat 2.0. I just redesigned everything.
Mm-hmm.
But that was this sort of, at that moment, that was just enough to where when people played that second prototype, and it was ugly and just these little gray boxes, and you're just moving soldiers around, just that moment was already fun enough. That's really what XCOM became. In that moment was it came out of me being like, all right, we're going to redesign everything, and I have to do it as fast as I can. There was another moment where I just worked all the time. But what came out of that was, even in the early days, we were like, oh, this is not bad. It wasn't fun, but you could see how it could become fun, right?
So just to like quickly, I know I don't want to get too into the weeds because this is dev talk far beyond my scope. But like, what were the key fun factors that made the XCOM reboot, in your opinion, the changes that needed to be made? Because to us, this is the goal. Like, I mean, I'm gonna be real with you. Like, to us, like the tension of moving your soldiers, you know, the concealment aspect and all that other stuff, and then obviously we're getting XCOM 2 and all that stuff. But even Enemy Unknown and Enemy Within, I remember even when you guys brought in the alien rulers and do all stuff. But like, what was the fun part that kind of turned the tide, where even now your team and then the publisher's like, there it is?
So it was very, very simple. It was cover, right? So it was adding cover. So the way that games work, the way that I think about games as a designer, is that there's all these loops, right? So there's gameplay loops. And as a player, you need something interesting to do every 5 seconds. And then you need something interesting to do every minute, and then something interesting to do every 5 minutes, and then something interesting that happens 30 minutes, and then there's a bigger loop, which is like the big strategic stuff that happens every 3 hours, right? So you have these big wheels turning, but the most important loop is that 5-second loop. Like, what am I doing that's keeping me from like turning this thing off?
Exactly.
Like, you know? And so the loop was cover. Can you, every time you have a soldier, you've got multiple soldiers, and then it's not a super interesting decision, but it's interesting enough to say, where am I going to move this guy? Right? So it became like, am I going to move him into, oh, this is a better position. So it's really like cover and flanking. And flank. So the idea of like, this position's better, so this position, so like every soldier, you've at least got something where you're like, well, okay, I'll move them all into cover. And then that leads you to like, okay, well, now what ability am I going to choose? And so that 5-second loop in XCOM is all about like, it really, every game has a 5-second loop. Diablo has a 5-second loop, and it's really, really simple. It's not complex. It's what is keeping you from like turning off the game for the next 5 seconds. And so in XCOM, it became finding like a good cover position to move your soldiers.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm sorry, continue.
No. I was going to say, I didn't have that in the first prototype. It's the first thing I added in Combat 2.0 was the idea of like cover. And then with cover comes like, oh, could you get around the cover of the enemies? And that was it. That was all I had in the prototype. But when we played it, we were like, oh, this is actually kind of interesting.
Gotcha.
Everything in XCOM built off of that.
No, nice. No, you're absolutely right. And to me, it always reflected in the hit percentages and things of that nature. When you move and you're like, okay, this is a better vantage point. I'm in a better advantage. And sometimes when the alien's in a better advantage, you're like, okay, this is not strategic for me to continue to fight them this way. So no, that's a key point. And then obviously you went on from that, and then Enemy Within the expansion, right? Which was huge. You had a lot of gameplay mechanics, and then, you know, to me, what also was really dope as far as the customization of the soldiers, it really kind of personalized it, and you started to kind of get RPG mechanics kind of slowly filter into this game. So Enemy Within, any thoughts on that, about that process, and what was that, you know, did they just want an expansion, the 2K1 expansion?
Yes.
Okay.
And look, the important thing for me is to credit, I had almost nothing to do with Enemy Within, right? So I got to credit, Ananda was the designer of that. And so the way we typically worked was a designer would make the base game, and then some other designer would make the expansion. So typically the second in command designer would get the expansion.
Gotcha. Right? So it's like 2 teams.
So Ananda joined me at the end of Enemy Unknown, and he designed Enemy Within. And again, it was one of those cases where I remember the things they were telling me about doing, and I was like, this is something I've learned about myself. I am very, very bad at like being able to critique others' work. Like
We see you
Terrible
with
at
that
it.
Rocket League. We continue.
Yeah, because it's serious. Like my answer to everything is my answer to everything is like, even in my head, I'm like, well, I wouldn't have done it that way, and that doesn't mean it's right. It
Right.
means I almost can't see another way of doing things.
Mm.
And so for a while, 2K had me on like a board of directors, and we would like review games being made at 2K. And I was like, my feedback is like pointless. I was like, every time somebody shows me a game, I'm like, I don't know, I wouldn't have done it that way. Right?
And you that dude.
Right, and it's 50. When I would say it with the caveat of like, I think 50% of the time, like I'm worthless. I'm basically telling you like I'm wrong half the time. I'm probably right half the time, but I'm not even right. I'm just telling you like I wouldn't have done it. I don't know what to tell you.
No, I got you.
Yeah. So Enemy Within, I remember they did an awesome job in Enemy Within. I came back for X2. So XCOM 2.
Let's get to the GOAT. Let's get to the GOAT.
XCOM 2, and actually War of the Chosen, I did design. So War of the Chosen was an expansion pack.
Yes.
And it's the first expansion pack I ever designed. And so for the two games, I loved X2. I loved War of the Chosen. But the funny thing is, which I haven't talked about too much, but the fact is, I actually left XCOM 2 for about 10 months in the middle of the development.
Oh, wow. I didn't know this.
Yeah, so I made XCOM 2, and then I left to make my publisher.
I know about this. Dusk.
Yeah.
This is when you went to yeah, sorry, okay.
Yeah. So I work for this guy who I love, who runs Amazon Games now, actually. His name is Christoph Hartmann. He's this awesome guy. He ran 2K at that time, and he came to me and he was like, "Oh, Jake, do you have any big ideas?" And I said, "Oh, I've got big ideas."
Yeah.
Like, okay, so let's
got those.
He's like, let's do something very big. And I said, all right, let's do it. And so I left to make. I
love Jake.
Jake's nice. Love it.
So I left to make a game that never got made. It was a game. It was like Minecraft, basically. Like I still to this day I love. I played Minecraft this morning with my youngest daughter.
Oh,
I love Minecraft. And so I was going to make my own version of Minecraft, and so I left for like 10 months to do that. But then development on XCOM 2 wasn't going very well, so
they had to call the guard back. They was like, "We need you."
Canceled.
Okay.
They canceled my project and said like, "You got to come back," and it was great. And it wasn't the XCOM 2 team's fault. It was one of those cases where I'd written a design and designed a lot, and then I left. Right. And the problem with games is that like a design, like you can write whatever you want, like it doesn't matter, right? Like design's trash. Like once you play it, the design grows into something completely different, right? It always changes, and they felt uncomfortable. It wasn't their design.
It wasn't theirs.
Right.
You had the blueprint, so to speak.
Right. And so they're like, we should probably just do whatever he wrote. When the fact is, if I had been there, I would have been like, nah, these are bad ideas. Let's just throw them out. Let's do something new. But they didn't feel comfortable. It just was not a fair situation. I came back, and then unsurprisingly, I threw out everything I'd designed before. And I said, look, we got to do something new. And XCOM 2 was crazy. That development cycle was crazy when I came back, because we had to redesign so much of the game. But I loved X2. I really, really genuinely loved. And then War of the Chosen.
Let's talk about the GOAT. Let's go.
Yeah, War of the Chosen is probably the game I loved Midnight Suns, but maybe my fondest, like I really, really loved War of the Chosen because, all right, so I don't know how nerdy you guys are.
Super nerdy. I just showed you a heavyweight championship belt I have for 30 years. Come on.
Let's go. Come on.
What I remember is a guy who worked with me on Midnight Suns. His name is, all right, so most of you guys claim New York, right? So
yes, sir.
Okay, so Chad Rocco is his name.
That's a name from New York.
That's a New York.
Yeah, he's old school. Like if he wasn't, so he's a narrative designer I've worked with forever. He's like, my kids call him Uncle Rocco. Like he's family to me.
That's what's up.
I've known him forever. But if he wasn't like a narrative designer, he would be like a bookie, right? Like
he's the bookie. He's the bookie. Oh, we catch him on track bet.
I get it.
OTB.
He's Rocco.
Right? He's Rocco.
From Bayside.
Forget it, Rocco.
Yeah. The two guys I worked with on the narrative, two New York, like just old school Italian New York guys.
go.
I knew it. I
I knew it.
Jack Scalisi. One guy's
Oh,
named Jack
Scalisi? Oh, let's go.
This is
No.
dope.
And one guy's named Chad Rocco.
Chad Rocco and
These two guys-
Scalisi. Let's go.
Oh my God, Rocco is
Forget about it.
the biggest character you've ever met. I mean, he's the biggest character I've ever met in my life. But he's awesome. So we were working on XCOM, and when we started working on War of the Chosen, I was like, he mentioned voice actor, so he always lined up all the voice actors. He's this voice director as well, and so he mentioned one character, and I was like, whoa. I was like Michael Dorn. I was like, that's Worf. I was like, that's Worf. Yeah, from Star Trek Next Generation. My favorite TV show.
Salute.
Let's go.
And I said, could you get other actors from Next Generation?
And gotta make a call. That's all. That's all that make a
and
call.
Rocco was
Man.
like,
They owe me a favor.
yeah, he's like this raspy, like he's like, typical. He's just like, oh yeah, I mean, I could make some calls. And he's like, I think we could get it together. And so he then went and cast every actor from Next Generation that he could. And he got Counselor Troy and all the characters, all the major voice characters in War of the Chosen are characters from Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Fire.
And I remember when he showed me this one scene where the actors who played Marina Sirtis, who plays Deanna Troi in The Next Generation, Michael Dorn, who plays Worf, and they had this relationship in the show. We had a scene from them in War of the Chosen. So he's the Reaper, or no, she's the Reaper character. And then he's the skirmisher, right? And they have a scene where they face off. And I'm telling you, when he recorded them, and they put it over a real rough cut of that cinematic. And I'm not an emotional guy, but man, he played that for me, and I was like tearing up watching.
There you go.
I was like, I cannot believe we've done this.
Yeah.
And I was like, by the way, did you tell them they'd be acting together? I hope they're not pissed off that we cast their entire show in our.
Nah, it is.
But they were super cool.
You can have a shot at LeVar Burton.
Yo, you stupid.
So yes,
Reading
Rainbow guy. No, LeVar. Unfortunately, LaForge was too expensive.
Yeah, a little bit too much.
So Picard was too expensive.
Yeah, it's too much.
I had Frakes. I'd Commander Riker. He was one of them.
Nice.
I had the guy who played Q. So he was, and so we had all these actors. But yes, we didn't get Will Wheaton, and we didn't get Picard, and we didn't get Geordie LaForge because
Budget, man. Come on,
yes,
man. Come on.
he's got that Reading Rainbow money. He's
Yeah,
got
he's good.
Hey, if you could have got, hey LeVar, I need you to.
Was there?
Yeah.
Did you get pretty much like all the ones that you really wanted, or was there one that like you just couldn't get it?
So for me, I think like Troy and Worf and Troy were pretty big for me. I did want Will Wheaton. We didn't get Will Wheaton. But yeah, no, we got. It was like a really fun moment. And I'll tell you, War of the Chosen was a game. It was the first expansion pack that I ever made. So if people you make a base game, and then when you make an expansion pack, you kind of go, all right, we already know how the game works. It's really fun to design because you know how the game works. You know what people like and what they don't like, and you get to just add more. And the team is kind of firing on all cylinders. And so that's one of my favorite memories is designing War of the Chosen and working on that.
Oh, bro, it was.
Quick question.
Okay.
Yep.
I was you mentioned that the way 2K does things, where the second seat pretty much does the the expansions and stuff. Is that like to put you on the primary project that you guys are doing next, or because to me it's like getting you on that next project, but also like passing it forward where the other person gets that opportunity?
Yes.
How does that? Is that like an industry thing, or is that like just a 2K thing?
I don't know if it's maybe it's just a Firaxis thing, but for us it's always been twofold, as you said. One is because I need to go into the next core game, right? That's always the very big expensive thing. I need to work on that before I have like 150 people, right? Like I need to focus and work on that without a huge team. And then you also want to see if the second in command people, do they have like jobs? Hey, are they ready to take on? If they do a good job, expansion pack, which is it's an easier job, but it's still a tough job, right? So And so if they do a great job there, then all of a sudden you have confidence like, oh, good, we've built up a bench here, right?
Yeah.
So that's kind of it does.
I want to give you, I know we're gonna move on, but I have to give you your flowers on Water Chosen. That to me is the pinnacle of turn-based strategy. To me, I'm be honest, like, because one thing I like about it is brutally challenging in the beginning, but the sense of turning the tide, then you've got, the tactics, you got the complex system, you've got the base strategy layer, you got the faction, the covert missions, and it's really menacing. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, especially when the Chosen appear on the map. When the Chosen appear on the map, it is the most disruptive thing to get through, especially on those missions when you got like a timer and things going on. So it's like, it was so much going on to it. But again, like me and Attic was playing it and turning the tide. Another thing I want to give you flowers with in terms of Water Chosen and just XCOM, your reboots in general, is to me, you guys had the narrative layer in turn-based. And I think a lot of times the reason why people sometimes get disconnected from turn-based is like, yeah, you got the soldiers, you got your connection to that. That's for us geeks, nerds. We love that. But when you have that story, the commander, we got to get him out. We got to do this, and now we got to change the tide, and now we're doing these factions. It's something about like the narrative aspect, the cinematic flair to XCOM that I think that you guys added that really takes turn-based to the next level. Was your thought process, final question on Water Chosen, like to kind of get that, or who was responsible for like so much of the cinematics and the narrative aspect? I'm very curious.
That's Rocco.
That's Rocco.
That's Rocco. I credit Rocco with that for sure. I mean, I'm always the kind of guy who. So Midnight Suns was different because I'm such a very hardcore Marvel Comics guy. So, but on XCOM, I really credit Rocco with he was. And they had always had a hard job because I would design and I'd say like, all right, this is the design of the game, and you guys need to make a story.
Work that out.
Like, this needs to happen here. This needs to happen here. This needs to happen here. And it wasn't fair. Like the writers and Rock had to like just be like, okay, do this here, and I'd be like, nope, you can't do that there. They're like, okay, can we do this here? And I'd be like, okay, we can do that there. Mm-hmm. So Midnight Suns, obviously very, very different, much more narrative game where we worked much more like from the beginning. Rock and I worked hand in hand, but Rocco deserves all the credit for War of the Chosen's cinematics, his narrative. Like he's the best.
Obvious. I was going to say, obviously, there's a lot of games that are putting turn-based in the front and center, but I would give a lot of that credit to like you and your team for making it more mainstream, because up until XCOM at that time, there were games, but I never really saw like AAA games taking like risks in terms of turn-based. But then when I saw like the XCOM success, it felt like it gave, there is a demographic to people that to play these games.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And to add on to what Attic is saying, one thing I really liked that your team did is the kind of like the soldier, the bonding system. You know what I mean? And it's like, okay, these two are together, like, and then you get these extra. It really delved into RPGs and deep mechanics, and you really kind of like you cared about the characters. You know what I'm saying? Because you watch them grow together. And the last thing, I think this was your team, and correct me if I'm wrong, was I love when you did the tired mechanic, because to me, let's be honest, once you get your 5 or 6, those are your dudes, and you're rolling with them 5 or 6 powerful dudes all the time. But now it's like, okay, I gotta rotate dudes out, I gotta strengthen that. Sometimes I'm gonna throw this person in the psionic lab or whatever. So it forced me to play with the whole squad.
Whoever was the founding of that feature, I hate that person.
I love that. Jake, was that you?
Yes, and it was a case of, and it really is a case of, and that's very, you're Cognito, that's cognizant of you too, right? That so many of the mechanics we did in War of the Chosen and also in Midnight Suns was always to force the player to take different characters, because what would happen is that you really have to, we always call it playing the hand you're dealt. We need players to play the hand they're dealt, because if they can control, the more they can control, the more samey their experience is going to be. From minute to minute, like, oh yeah, I've got this build I like. And this is true for any game. If you get into a rut where you're like, I've got this build that works well for me, right? And I play it the same way. And then the player will say, like, after a couple hours, they'll be like, why is this game not as fun anymore? Well, the reason is because you're playing the same experience over and over and over again. It's not the player's fault. It's the designer's fault for letting the player get to a place where, oh yeah, I can just enforce my will on the game. And then if you do that, like, because the player's been taught to achieve success, well, the best way you can do that is like to force your will by saying like, yes, these 6 squad members, if I take them, it'll play out exactly the same way. And I know what abilities to use. And if the player does that, they're going to bore themselves. And so many things we did were like, force them to say like, you can have 4 out of the 6 you want, but you're going to have to take this rookie and this person who you probably love, but they'll create a great memory for you or whatever it is.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Those are the rookies that become heroes because you're like, come on, bro, you're the worst of the squad. I need you to hit this shot right here. I need you to, and then if they succeed, you're like, all right. You know what I'm saying? You build them up. So I love it. The nicknames and all that. We could go on about XCOM, man. Tremendous game. Now, before we get, I'm sorry, Ken. So, I mean,
No, just I can't wait for midnight.
Oh, I was about to go. I was about to go right there. I was about to go.
Comic head, so I had to run and go get something for him.
Oh, okay. We get one quick question before we get we get to Midnight Sons because that's what we here for. A lot of us. Shout out to Lord Cognito, who we had on during Chimera Squad, right?
Yep.
Now the question I have is, Chimera Squad seems to be very side paced, breach mechanics, very cool game, but a lot of people also was like, yo, why not XCOM 3 at that time? So, like, what was, quickly, I don't know if you were involved with it, but, like, what was the thought process for the studio to say, okay, Chimera Squad after World War the Chosen, and then, obviously, then you go to Midnight Suns. But what was that whole thing about?
I do have something to add on to it real quick that I'm sure the console people, why no
Chimera Squad in the damn console? We're blaming you for the publisher. Why is this
not my choice? Chimera Squad, that came out of the fact that, so we had done War of the Chosen. We had just started, and Mark actually started on Midnight Suns, right? So he started with me on Midnight Suns. He'd been, I think the first time I worked with him was on X2, and then War of the Chosen, and then we went to Midnight Suns. And then we had this opportunity where, again, it was a case of the team was just, let's see, how much can I say here? All right, so the team, I had been, so after War of the Chosen, I Midnight Suns was the opportunity, but there was just a full team, and that was the problem. So the challenge was that I designed, so unlike in previous expansion packs, like typically it'd be like somebody else would design the expansion pack, but we weren't at that point, so I designed X2, and then I designed the expansion pack as well. What that meant was that I did not do any work on a follow-up product.
Got it.
And so when I got to Midnight Suns, which I desperately wanted to do, I had a full team, and that's too much, right? It's very costly, it's very wasteful. And so we said, well, there's an opportunity here, and Mark was obviously a great candidate for that, where we said, look, Mark should have an opportunity to do something. And so they were going to continue off of the War of the Chosen code base. They went and did their own thing. And that design was, that was totally, he deserves all the credit for that.
Awesome.
Yeah, he's awesome. And so it was a case of, we had this opportunity, and we also had a huge team on Midnight Suns. And so I think that's the way it worked. I think there was another project that also stopped at that point. So we had all these people floating around, and it was like, hey, look, 2K asked, like, hey, what do you guys have? And I think I said, hey, Mark should get an opportunity to.
You co-signed the young goat. All right.
I did. No, I definitely.
That's our guy. We love Mark Noda. That's our guy.
Yeah. Mark's great. Mark is awesome. And so that he went and did Chimera Squad, but we didn't have the staff to do, and most of the XCOM team was with me on Midnight Suns, right? So we could not have done X3 because that team, the XCOM team, was my Midnight Suns team.
No, I got that. But why no console port for Chimera Squad? What happened?
I don't know. Email what 2K?
Email 2K.
Support at 2K.
I mean, because it's like listen. Like this is where I gotta side with Addict. Like, it feels like if you're a turn-based level on console, PC get it, then you gotta wait like a year. Then you gotta like it's always you guys gotta wait.
Because gaming industry moves really fast. Yeah. So it's like once those initial ports are through, even if it comes down the road, to me all the energy's gone.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
you got
Oh, yeah.
you got the hardcore people that might buy it, but you ain't getting no stranglers anymore.
No.
No, I get you. I get you. Just
Well,
be-
the bigger market is in the PC, to be honest with you, when it comes to
turn-based.
turn-based.
No,
It
for
is.
sure.
Yeah.
It is.
So,
It is.
You know,
it is.
the
But
console
I feel like
is a very niche market. So as
clearly-
a publisher, they're not.
I feel that.
I mean, XCOM 2 didn't come to consoles day one.
Nope.
Nope.
But I do feel like XCOM Enemy Within and Enemy Unknown did well enough to even make them validate putting it on
Yeah.
consoles. So I feel like there is a market on consoles, but sometimes it's the are we gonna make the money? Is it worth doing the
It's a
port?
publisher decision.
It's a lot. It's a lot of like gray areas.
I don't know. I just had to
I
blame
thought
Jake. 'Cause
that
I
game-
wanted to blame
No,
Jake.
no.
I thought that game particular
Blame me. I'll take it. I'll take the blame.
He had
man.
nothing to do with it. I just had to, all right, so we got to get to the main event, like King said. What a lot of us are here for. You know what I'm saying? Look, we got to talk about that Midnight Sons.
Yeah.
So you're working on this. First of all, I absolutely adore the game, as you know. It's tactical, it's cinematic in nature. The one thing that I really enjoy about it is the way, as far as from a deck building perspective for the character, you play into the character's ethos and personality. Like Iron Man, he wants to do stuff himself. You got the redraw mechanic and all that stuff. Storm, who just released, she's very powerful, but everything, all her powers are like a buildup. Next turn she'll do this, it'll be stronger. And so it's like you really get into ethos of every single character. You've mentioned before, this was a dream project of you. As King said, you're a Marvel head, you're a comic book guy. So the first question, for King, how hardcore are you with your comic game? And then the second,
I'm pretty hardcore.
Right now.
Okay,
All right, so
let's go.
you're
Oh,
hardcore,
God.
Let's go.
And,
Pretty hardcore.
do you know about this?
What we got here?
Let me put it on screen. Go ahead, King.
What do we got? Oh, is this what do they call? They call this yeah, right. It was Captain America and Superman had and it was the what do they call this?
No, this is not the amalgamation. This is
Okay,
our
amalgamation
era.
was what I'm thinking.
Yeah, this is our era. All right. So in this era, we had those giant sized books. So this is why
Yeah.
the book is really large, right? So I had the Batman versus the Hulk. Here I got the giant size Spider-Man. And I got Spider-Man versus the Hulk.
Yeah.
I don't know where my Muhammad Ali versus Superman is.
Oh, that's classic. I remember
But
that.
I got Spider-Man versus Superman.
Yeah.
And then this is and they go against Doctor Doom and the Parasite. And this one is all your classic team ups, Hulk versus Thor,
Yeah.
and the Fantastic Four and stuff like that versus the Thing.
I can see Namor there with the
Yes.
trunks. Yeah.
Huge fan. And I know this is probably jumping the gun.
Yeah.
Is there one character that's on your list that you didn't get a chance to get to yet, or you wanted to get to that you didn't get a chance to get to and put in the game that is one of your favorite characters?
He's smiling.
Okay, so the game's been out long enough now, right?
Let's go.
Right. That if I give spoilers, okay, maybe I don't even want to say,
You
but
can say.
so one of my favorite characters is Victor, right? Is Victor Von Doom, right?
Yes, I got his cell right here. That's a Victor Von Doom cell.
And so here's the thing that I feel very strongly about Doom, and I've had this conversation, and so my relationship with Marvel was awesome, and they've actually I should shout them out.
Let's go.
They've continued to be helpful to me, even in the situation where I said, "Hey, I'm leaving Firaxis, and I want to set up my own studio," and they've continued to be helpful to me and reach out to me. Because we were so close making the game.
That was my question.
I got to credit like Jae-Ong, who runs Marvel Games. Like he reached out to me afterwards. Was like, "Hey," he's like, "Let me help. Let me introduce you to this person." And this person. And he's like, "I know you're not gonna, you're not making a Marvel game." He was like, "But we consider you family because you made a game that we're really happy. My team loves you, and you made a game that we're proud of." So he continued to like help me after the fact. So those Marvel game guys are so. But what I had these conversations with, and so my relationship with Marvel games was always great because I was such a comics nerd.
Yeah.
That we always spoke at the same level of like very like hardcore, like
Yes.
very. The minute I talked to them about stuff, they were like, "Oh, okay." They're like, you know, they were like, "Oh, you're one of us. Like, you're a super,
Let's go.
super nerd."
That's king.
And so what I'd say about Doom is that I never consider, like, Doom to me is not interesting as a villain. Where Doom is interesting is when Doom is always a best character where you have to work with him, right?
Right.
As an anti-hero, that's where Doom is interesting. Not as like Doom's the bad guy. That's not true. Like, Doom is not an evil person. Doom is at his best when he is like this sort of reflection of the characters he works with. So it's really fun to think about, like, man, what if we had like Doom working alongside Doctor Strange, or Doom working alongside Iron Man? That to me is like the magic is being like, and also Doom is very funny, right? He talked about himself in third person.
Yes.
And can you imagine having like a pool date with Dr. Doom? But like, I love Doom because he's this tragic figure, and also he is this, like, he does have a noble goal to protect his people.
His people.
Right? He's protecting his people. He's out there to, and so for me, I've always loved Dr. Doom is like one of my favorite characters.
This guy is the greatest.
Why you think I got it? Just the GOAT.
And that's where I think where people, it always like makes me, you know, when I see people talk about whether it's the MCU or whether it's in games, people talk about Doom as a villain. I'm like, he's not a villain. Like, Doom is the guy that you have to, he's very interesting. Right. You have to work with him. That's when Doom is like, he's magic. When it's like Spider-Man has to work with Doom for 2 episodes, or like, imagine like these, Doom's the best in these like short bursts where it's like, oh, you got to work with Doom on this one, because he's the smartest man on earth, right? He's the whatever. He's got all these. He's magically powerful. He's technologically powerful. So yeah, I love Doom, and that's why if people have played through Midnight Suns, that was from Rocco and I. That was in there, the end of Midnight Suns, and that moment was there from the very beginning. And that was a very hard thing to clear, I will say, with Marvel, and they went to bat for us because they have whatever plans they have for him. It was tough to clear with them, but we were like, look, this is like Doom is. A lot of Midnight Suns is about magic versus technology, right? It's on the evil side, it's the technology of Hydra with the Lilith and Lilith, and then we said it's Doctor Strange and Iron Man. It's tech and magic. It's working together, being at odds, coming together, and so we were like, who is that more than anybody? Well, Doom is like the perfect. Doom would have solved. If he went with Lilith, he would have ruined the heroes. If he went to heroes, they would have had an easier time, right? He's like, so yeah. Victor, I just love him, and he has these cool. I'm sorry, I'll stop.
No. This is perfect. You're good. Absolutely perfect.
You're in your bag. You're in your bag.
But he has this great storyline where his mother. So his mother is trapped in hell by Mephisto. Right. And so he has this thing where every year, on the same day every year, he goes to war against all the demons in hell and Mephisto. And I just love that story of like Victor really, like, what he really wants to do is save his mother. And there's this great, probably my favorite comic is called Triumph and Torment. And it's a Doctor Strange team up with Doctor Doom to go rescue his mother. And it's like, Doom is like, he is just the coolest character. So it always bugs me when people talk about Doom as a villain, because I'm like, yes, he's a villain,
but he's better working with.
He's better, but that's not how he should be. So yeah, our plan, my plan for Doom, and I have no idea what they're going to do, but my plan for Doom was always like, Doom should not be. Well, you should be the bad guy for like a little bit, but then eventually you got to work with the
But
guys.
to your credit, for those who have the season pass, it was alluded, not even alluded to, it was straight up kind of hinted with who Deadpool's client is. Deadpool has a client, and we
love that. I love doing Deadpool. Yeah, he was awesome. So we
shout out to we had Nolan North on the voice on that one, right? Killed it. Yes. Shout out. Did Rocco make that happen? Did Rocco getting all the big names, man? You had Nolan North. You had some names on this project, bro.
And I should also shout out, because you guys called out Fallen Order as well. So the actress who played the Hunter, the female Hunter, she's also New York. Her name is Elizabeth Grullon or something like that.
Okay.
But she was the villain. She was Trilla in Fallen Order. So that was Rocco was like,
Gotta get
He
him.
was like, dude, she's got to be the
Slap
hunter.
the Rocco. We got to give Rocco his flowers.
Oh my God,
he out here
Rocco
doing
is
the Lord's work.
best.
He's doing the
He
Lord's
is-
work.
Rocco said, "Forget about it."
Yeah, Rocco is a true character. You've never met a character like
No
Rocco.
doubt. So I got back up. So okay, now you're doing this. Okay, you're off of XCOM. This is the new project.
Mm-hmm.
What is the pitch to Firaxis? Like, because I know this is your dream project, but like, how do you get that? And then as far as like Marvel getting you to trust this license of all these characters, like this is a big deal. They don't just give that license away, you know?
Yeah, it was Marvel actually came to us, and so because Marvel, and again, this is Jay and Luke and Tim, all these guys at Marvel, they were really big fans of XCOM 2. So they played it. And so this is the kind of thing where you hear this. Sometimes you'll meet like gaming executives, right? People who are high up in publishing or whatever, and they'll be like, "Oh, what did you work on?" And I'll say, "Well, you know, I worked on a game called XCOM," and they'll tell you they're like, "Oh yeah, I love that game."
That's right.
And you're like, "You never played it." I'm like, I appreciate you saying that, but you never played that game. But Marvel came to us, and I had my first call with Marvel Games, the games team. It was just me and the Marvel Games team, and they started like talking about XCOM 2 like in detail.
That's right.
They had like detailed feedback on like the Ranger class, and the problem with the Ranger, I think this was Jay who said this. Again, this is like a vice president at Marvel.
Fire.
And like he was like, the problem is that they're great, but when you use them, they pop too many pods, like they reveal too many enemies, and I was like criticism, and I was like, oh my God, I was like, this definitely plays the game. I was like, that's actually fair feedback, and so it was like a match made in heaven because I was really hesitant to. The truth is, I was actually very hesitant when Marvel approached us at first because I thought I'd never worked with IP before,
right?
And I never had anybody have any creative control. Like, so 2K as a publisher never, ever, ever exerted any creative control. Like all the creative decisions were ours, and so ultimately, as the creative director, they were all mine. And so I always was more comfortable in that situation. I thought, man, I love Marvel, like really, really love Marvel, but I don't want to be in a situation where I'm working for somebody and they can like affect. If I can't make the best game that I can because somebody's like, oh no, Iron Man wouldn't use that ability, I'd be like, look, I can't do this, right?
I feel you. I
was really worried about that. But then I met with them and I actually felt them out. On our first call, I introduced the idea of the hunter on our very first call.
I was just about to go there. I was just about to go there.
Yeah, and I said, look, I would like to have a customizable character that would be a superhero that we get to make and the player gets to make. And you guys have never done anything like that. You guys that idea, because that was my way of basically like poking them. And if they said like, "Ooh, I don't know about that," I'd be like, "Yeah, I can't work these guys." Right? Not because they can do it. They have $1 billion IP. They should do whatever they want to do. But I knew it wouldn't work for me.
Right.
But the minute I said that to them, they're like, "Well, we've never done that before." They're like, "But that sounds cool. Like, let's do it. Like, we want to make it." And I was like, "Okay."
So I'm sure making your own character was easier to keep them at bay when it comes to like their characters, because a lot of the stuff you did with your character didn't really resemble any of their characters to that degree.
Yes, and the challenge though was to what Marvel always said, and I agree, was they were like, you're gonna put somebody. They're like, so you have a game, you have like you have some heavy hitters, right? You got Spidey, the most popular character, right? So you've got these characters that have a lot of meaning for a lot of players, and especially for the Marvel team. And they said, so now you're going to put somebody next to them and basically going to take lead.
Take lead to make them, good point.
And they said they have to stand up shoulder to shoulder, and you have to buy, like, if we're co-signing this Marvel character, like making a new Marvel superhero. And they're like, they don't even do that. They're like, that's very rare. We don't even do it in the comics right now.
That's
like,
ambitious also.
We just don't do that. And they said, so if you're going to do that, it's going to be this, there's going to be this challenge to it. But again, they were always, it's crazy to me that Marvel games, they control the most powerful narrative IP in the world. but they were more excited about like, we want to help you make the game you want to make. They were never like,
Controlling, like,
redlining
yeah,
ideas.
like, oh no,
Never.
get that out. Yep.
Never. They were
Wow.
like, well, if you want that, like, is there a way we can make that happen? They're incredible.
Wow, that's impressive. That's impressive. Because I'm glad Addict asked the question, because that's why I was thinking to myself, like, having the Hunter, this character, and salute to the voice actor and actresses that play, because they're amazing. Because it comes from the player perspective, like talking, like, especially if someone doesn't know about Marvel heroes, and they like, so Wolverine, like, why do you tell us about this? But like it's asking them about their powers. So it's coming from an uneducated perspective, because this person's been dormant and dead for all these years, whatever. And then, but to your point, I thought it was interesting that you said that you didn't want to do it if it would have been just a traditional Marvel story, where it's like, okay, play as Spidey in Midnight Suns or whatever. That didn't interest you. What interested you was actually the Hunter. And then the two-part question. The second part I have to ask is in reference to now where a bit of the controversy is, where, let's be honest, you come from tactics, traditional, right? Yeah. This is tactics, but this is also cards, right? And then, Attic, I'm going to put you on the spot, because we're going to be real about this. I'm going to put you on the spot. My brother, wasn't really sold in the beginning, because he was like, the no cover, because we talked about cover earlier and how important that was for you to get XCOM kind of the reboot through the door and get that solved. So like, how did you deal with that kind of changing what you're known for on its head with Midnight Suns in that regard?
I think that, part of it is probably me being a little naive, in the sense of, I just always believe, let's just make the best game we can, right? Like, maybe too naive, frankly, but where I just go like, I think the best thing we can do is make the best game we can. Like, that is the closest thing to gospel for me, which is like, we will always make a decision that makes the best game possible. Whatever is the most engaging, fun, addictive experience, like, I will bend over. We will bend and break every rule possible to make that, because I just think that that's, at the end of the day, that's what matters most. And so, but to do that though, and again, I say that I'm also maybe a little too naive in that regard, because the cards, that was 100% me, and I was like, it's fun. I was like, it's cards, like, and yes, there was like very much a reaction when it first came out. People like, what the hell am I looking at? And I was like, yeah, people get over it. It's the best. And I mean, again, I do believe like it was the best mechanic. But at the same time, I don't think I properly appreciate, like, it's a lot to take. I mean, it's a lot. It is really a lot to be like, okay, you're making a Marvel game. Great. What kind of game is it? Well, it's a turn-based game. People go, like,
already solving kick bait the face right there.
There's cards, right? There's cards, actually, And so some people immediately go like, wow, no, I'm out.
Yep, that's what they said. A lot of people said they didn't want to give it a chance.
I think the biggest thing what it is like, when people are like, oh, the XCOM developers, they're making a Marvel game, people naturally, and I would say within right, would think it's going to be similar to XCOM. And I think that's where the disconnect was.
I remember it actually leaked, right?
Ooh. So this actually because I remember saying that they didn't say in the beginning that it was a card base.
They didn't say.
That's where my face came in at.
No. And I remember when the story leaked, and it leaked as Marvel. They leaked as Marvel XCOM, and I remember. So this is, and again, I don't want to over dramatize the story, but I remember I was with my mom. My mom was sick, right? My mom and I was with her, and this was like the last days, right? So I was,
sorry.
Yeah. Sorry. So I was out there with my mom in California, with my siblings, and all of a sudden I got like a bunch of alerts, like my phone, and it was like already like a tough time, right? And so it's like, okay, all these alerts, and it's like Marvel XCOM, and I was like, oh God, I was like, did they call it? I was like, that is the last thing I wanted it to be called. Right. again, I don't think a lot of people read those leaks, but enough people read them that in their mind they go like, "Oh, Firaxis is making a Marvel XCOM," which is absolutely not what
Not
we were
what
making.
it was.
And I was like, man, I wish we could have controlled that message a little more, because when that leaked, I was like, oh no. I was like,
I get you. I
last
get you.
phrase I wanted
That's the
people's
last
mind.
thing you wanted to have that
Yeah,
association.
but in his defense, you can't have a Marvel XCOM because Wolverine is not hiding behind.
you're not gonna put Hulk behind cover.
Iron Man is
I
behind
feel you on
cover,
that, but at the
know?
same time, like I'm looking at like the Berserkers on XCOM, like there are characters that I feel like couldn't be behind cover like the Hulk, but at the same time, it's like, but they have characters like that in XCOM, so I think that's why there was just so much pushback, because there is a lot of things where that kind of realm doesn't work with XCOM, but at the same time, I feel like enough give and take, it could have worked.
So you would have won Deadpool with Spidey behind the cover.
I just don't see Iron Man. You know,
I feel you. I feel you. I feel you. I feel you. That's why.
Behind a rock.
That's why I'm more optimistic with stuff.
We appreciate you. Your leeway there.
Hands-on changes.
Now, I do gotta clown you a little bit, Lord. I got clown.
Well, I mean,
yeah.
It was funny in the beginning when it was really early days, and we were thinking about what even is a Marvel game. You know, I knew for sure, and what Marvel wanted from us, and what we knew we wanted to make was a tactical turn-based game. But I don't even know what that looks like, right? So we weren't even sure what we were making. So in the beginning, like some of the ideas we thought about was like, okay, it'll be like a shield game, and actually, like we'll drop in. You know, maybe Wolvie drops in for a mission as a hero, but actually it's more like XCOM, and they're all like shield agents or whatever.
Right.
And then I was
interesting.
Yeah, but then I was like, what the hell am I talking about? Like I want the Hulk, and I want Scarlet Witch, and I want all my favorite characters. Like, but we considered making like a Shield version game where it's like you're just a bunch of Shield agents, and then
they come in.
Cap would drop in for like a mission or two as a hero and things like that. But
so in that way, it would have been traditional XCOM for the Shield agents, and then those guys. I see what you go with that. That would have been whack, but we like what you did there.
I do think the way you guys designed it, because I'm still a little hesitant with the card thing, but after you get, I think the early game is what got me, because it's like I wasn't feeling the connect. But once you get a little bit further and you get access to more things, you can replace cards, then you feel like you have a little bit more control. But at the beginning, it was just like, oh, I can't do nothing more. Okay, like I guess I'll end my turn.
Yeah, the synergy. I'm sorry.
I mean, look, the thing was, we definitely did not want to design a new game, right? I mean, it really is a huge undertaking to make one style of game like XCOM it ended up being successful, which is awesome. And it's such an undertaking from an art perspective, from an engineering perspective, from a design perspective. Like the art was, whenever we made art in XCOM, it was made because of the artists all understood the rules. We got to make things a certain way, and there's cover, and it's got to be
right.
So to then say, let's go out and make a whole new game, and it's not like shooters are incredibly difficult as well, right? But it's just different where you're like, okay, the mechanics. If we're going to change the mechanics, and we're going to have a whole new. We've got to invent all these new rules to make a tactical turn-based game. It's such an undertaking. We're like, well, how should the art work? And it's like, I have no idea until we get the game done, right? And until the design is done, and then it's such a task. And so we were trying to think of, when we were thinking of like making a Shield game, it was like, how can we not throw out everything we've done for 10 years?
Yeah.
But instead, we just did. We threw out everything we've done. We just said, like, you know what? The game is best as this thing. And that means that, like, all this success we built, all this tech, all this art knowledge we built up, we were like, just throw it aside. This thing. So,
but that was a very nerve-wracking thing, like very nervous.
Very nerve-wracking. Very nerve-wracking.
Especially when you saw the Avengers game fail. Right? So that game fails. Well, it does. Let's not say fail. That game doesn't reach the lofty goals that was placed in front of it.
Right.
So you guys are coming after that, and do you feel like the pressure that, okay, so this is the Marvel game that has to live up to the previous game's mistakes? Did you feel that extra pressure that this has to be the one that succeeds?
I think that we had this roller coaster of, so Marvel games. I mean, I think I pitched this to Take-Two in early 20s, before War of the Chosen came out. So like maybe spring 2017 when my work was wrapping up on War of the Chosen. And I was like, okay, I need to pitch this to Take-Two as a publisher. It was like Marvel wanted to partner with us, but I still had to convince Take-Two, our ultimate publisher, of like, why do you want to invest? And they had very smart questions, fair questions about like, wait a minute, you've been building up XCOM as a franchise. We've invested all this money. There's this big audience for it. Like, now you're going to tell me you're going to do something. You're going to take a left turn. Right. Like, explain to us. And again, Take-Two was awesome. They never forced me to do anything, but it was a case of like, explain to us the business reason for taking it.
Yeah,
right.
No, that makes sense. That makes I'm sorry.
So I think when we did that, didn't Spider-Man come out in fall of 2017? Didn't the first Spider-Man?
No, so 2018.
Okay, so it was a case of there wasn't like a huge record of Marvel game success, right?
Right.
When we had made this deal, and so it was like, yeah, sure, the movies are really popular. I'm a hardcore, like, I don't care. I mean, I do like the movies, but I'm a hardcore comics guy, but like the movies were super popular. But there wasn't a huge track record of gaming success.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
And so, at least in the premium, the AAA space. And so it was like, I don't know. And then Spider-Man came out, and Spider-Man's one of the best games made in the last 10 years. Ooh. And so I played that, and I was like, oh my gosh. I was like, oof, I'm intimidated now. It was cool to see. And you were like, okay, cool, we're part of this now. And then Avengers, maybe that didn't reach what they wanted with it. And so then it was a little jarring because you're like, Avengers was tricky because even when the game was there was like a cloud even when it was announced, right? Like why are people not reacting to this? I was surprised by it. And so you're kind of like, oh, Marvel's not like Marvel's no golden ticket, right?
Right.
Like,
No,
as amazing as it is, and as amazing as the people are, it's still you still got to make a great game, right?
No, absolutely.
And so, but it would have been nice if Avengers came out and then it sold that sold twice what Spider-Man did. So you're like, oh, good, we'll just sell twice what Avengers did.
Yeah.
It'd be great if Marvel was a golden ticket, right?
No,
so
it's a good point. It's a good point. I'm sorry.
That definitely for our team, it was like, ooh, geez, like the Marvel fandom is like any fandom where it's like, okay, you got to prove you know what you're talking about. You got to prove. And what I've said to other developers and publishers, my experience with Midnight Suns is that. So I'm very, very hardcore Marvel, and Rocco is also very, very hardcore Marvel.
Shout out to Rocco. We like Rocco.
Yeah, I like Rocco. Rocco's the best.
That's not guy.
But I don't think you can make a game without being extremely passionate about the IP. Yes. Because you really have to know the IP in and out. And like you have to really know it as well as the people you're partnering with, to where you want to make a Lord of the Rings game, you want to make a game about whatever IP it is, Star Wars.
Be versed in that thing.
You have to know it more than you have to be the sweaty guy to convince being like,
I get
Yep.
On page 34 of episode 3, I remember when
That's me.
Yes, that's me, right? It was like the color of his suit changed, and I feel like when
that's
you
king.
Did
that's not authentic.
I get so tired when you have these like publishers and even movies where like they make these TV shows, movies, games, and you could just feel like they didn't care about the gamer. They only cared about trying to appeal to this big audience, and the audience don't care about what they movie or game is, and then the gamers
you implying certain ones not respecting the source material.
I'm talking about the Halo show. I'm talking about the Halo show.
Respecting the source material.
Yeah, they should have. Not me. I respect the source material.
It is very true. Like having a deep passion for something like that, you cannot fake it. You really cannot fake it. And it's the kind of thing that you'll miss. There's a million decisions that get made when you're telling a story, when you're making a game. And there are a million ways to add value if you love a product and be like, who would be the right character for this, or they should say this, or they would never say that, or like if you miss all of those million decisions, like it's going to show in the final product. And so again, it's great to say I know that I wouldn't be able to make a Star Wars game, for example, because I love Star Wars. Not like I love Marvel's. Like I've been reading Marvel for decades. I'm a Chris Claremont X-Men. Like
this dude is dope.
I will go very, very, very deep. And
it was always Chris Claremont versus Arthur Adams. Oh, and I really appreciate the Cliff Claremont stuff. Did you like the Hellfire Club storyline? Were you into that?
Yeah, so for me, when I first started reading X-Men, it was when they were like in Australia, like so I was so to me, I started reading in like the late 80s, early 90s, and so I was also a New Mutants guy, which is also Chris Claremont, right? So and that's why like certain characters like Magic is in Midnight Suns.
Yeah, I can tell you had a hand on that.
Oh man,
I can tell you had a hand on that one.
There was never any doubt about Magic being in, and so it's funny because we had my original roster for the game was like 25 characters, and Storm was on the original roster of the base game. But it was the kind of thing when we started trimming it down, I was like, yeah, some of these characters, like the Punisher was on the base game roster, but I was like, well, the Punisher and Blade for me were too similar, not in terms of who they are, but their mechanics, like a gun-based
dude. Yeah, I got you.
They would have
felt like they would share the screen too much.
Yeah, and I wanted Blade to be the like stoic, like I'm the New York gun stoic cool guy, and I was like, there's actually not enough air for like Frank to breathe here, right? Like if I put Frank in the game, there wouldn't have been enough room for him to breathe because Blade already was, and Blade Blade was obviously going to be in the game. Punisher was, in fact, we our first playable prototype of the game. This is true. Our first playable prototype of this game. And there's video of it, somewhere in Francis. The three characters were Captain America, Storm, and Punisher. Those were. Yeah. And both Storm got pushed to DLC, and Punisher, I just said like this doesn't make sense. He steps on Blade's toes too much. And so, but like Frank is one of my favorite, really one of my favorite characters. Storm is one of my favorite characters. So there were characters that I loved that Storm I pushed to DLC, and Frank I just pushed out of the game entirely. But like Frank is one of my top 5 characters. Like I am the Punisher guy, right? And so. And I know you got to be careful about saying that nowadays. I don't have like a Punisher sticker on my truck.
Look, man, you like what you like, man. That's it.
I also like that you went with Robbie Reyes, Ghost Rider. Current.
And he still pay homage.
Choices.
Robbie rules, and we have Johnny's in the game obviously, and it's funny because Rocco loved Danny Ketch Ghost Rider.
Me too.
Yeah. Well, but that's the one we grew up reading, right? It's like Danny, but I love Johnny because I think he has the coolest, like he's the coolest story and everying.
Yeah, hold on, I gotta interrupt you, Jake. Shout out to Lord ACG in the chat. He said, "Damn, Punisher's so good. I have a Punisher sticker on my truck."
Well, what I'd say is I am a white guy with a lifted black truck. Like my truck is like a lifted F-150. Like I put a Punisher sticker on my truck and people are gonna be like, okay, that dude's racist. That dude is racist. Like,
are you implying that stereotypical?
There's no way. Like so my daughters know how much I love Frank, and so they bought me like for Daddy's their birthday, whatever, they buy me Marvel stuff, and they bought me like a Punisher, like this is supposed to be stuck on your truck. And I was like, oh, thanks, girls. And I was like,
you can't.
Let me keep it in the study.
Give the wrong message. A dude like me in a Punisher truck, people will be like, okay, I know what that dude's all about.
Yo, well, I want to get back on point for a second because making good points about the characters, trusting the IP, all that good stuff. I do have to cloud you on one thing, though.
Yeah.
All right. I love this part, but this part got critical. This part got ripped a little bit.
Okay, go.
All right. The hilarity of Midnight Suns having heroes sliding your DMs. The hilarity of Midnight Suns at the bathing suit, at the pool, and I'm kicking it with Storm. We both in our bathing suits.
Yeah.
The hilarity of Wolverine talking to me. We shirtless and we bonded. So did you have tell me that whole? I call it Marvel Tinder.
Anybody on the team will tell you that is 100% me.
I knew that was.
Anybody on the team will tell you Jake was maybe creepy about how much he wanted.
Did Marvel push back any on
Yeah,
that?
did anybody push back?
So look, again, the reason I say I'm an X-Men guy is really important because the X-Men always had pool scenes.
Yep.
Right? X-Men always had. The X-Men was thirsty as. X-Men is thirsty.
Thirsty.
And that's what I grew up reading. And so for me, like the X-Men pool, like the very first, anybody on the team will tell you, like, I told them, like, we are going to have a pool. People are going to have swimsuits. And I got to tell you, like, to make characters, not just they have tactical suits, then they have to have clothing. Then we have to make bathing suits, which means you have to make like, that is a ton of work.
Yes.
It is actually a ton of work. And so Garth, who was the EP on the project.
Shout out to Garth.
I love Garth. But I told him, we're not playing any games here.
Jake, you doing too much, Jake.
What producers will do is they'll schedule that stuff at the end of the project, knowing that we won't have time. And
so they know that your stuff can get cut.
And I said, we're not playing games. I said, you put that in front of the Abby outfits. I want bathing suits in front of stuff that I know has to get made. Because I'm not playing games with you, like you're putting them in swimsuits. And also, if you guys like the famous, like Marvel Comics had swimsuit editions, right? So there are, and I encourage people to go and Google Marvel swimsuit.
There you go. See, it's canon.
Because again, you want to talk thirsty, it's the swimsuit.
They don't know, man. They
don't know.
They're like storming that swimsuit. I remember the year with the Mohawk and oh man,
easy. No, but,
it's just good stuff.
But
I used to buy the. I used to buy the swimsuits.
Yeah. And actually, if people want to go on a real journey, please Google Punisher swimsuit edition, because he has all he's wearing is a skull. All he's wearing is a Punisher skull. If you go look in Deadpool's room, they asked. So we decorate each year's room, and I told them, like, Deadpool's room, he actually has posters from the Marvel swimsuit issues up in his room. Yeah,
fire, brother. I love it. I think it's hilarious. I think I'm just curious. The last thing, did they? You implemented it, but like you didn't go all the way as far as a full romance part. So that part ain't like, nah, you ain't romancing.
No, and two quick notes real quick before we leave the pool, because it's very important to me.
Let's go. It's very important.
I'm gonna give some never told before stuff.
Let's go.
Is that we actually had bikinis. So right now we have an athletic cut swimsuit.
Athletic cut.
And we have the one piece.
Yes.
We actually had triangle bikinis, and we had just briefs for the guys.
Oh, wow.
Right? So there actually were 3 swimsuits. We didn't ship. I will tell you, like, and Tim Sang, who was the Marvel art director, he's amazing. But once we actually got them in there, it's like he was like, "Look,
oh my God.
I know what you're trying to do.
I'm looking at this super chat."
But he was like drawing, like, he was like, these are really like cheeky, like, and on the dudes too. I mean, they were like really.
I bet you. I'm curious, like, when you tell the artist, then they're like, "I need you to draw this," and they're like, "No one's gonna know I drew it," right?
Right. The funny thing was, it was, and I actually get where Marvel's coming from, because I said, like, look, everybody's got to wear this, and they're like, okay. They're like, but Doctor Strange in like really small, like they're like Tony Stark would wear small briefs. They're like, that's fine, right? Even Captain America maybe, but Doctor Strange in tiny briefs, like, is a little out of character. Yeah. So we actually pulled the triangle bikini and the briefs. Cool. Where's the briefs actually? So we brought them back.
So we had to pull those off. Okay, I got you. But salute to you for fighting for that.
The other thing that didn't ship with the games, I really wanted. God, I really sound like a pervert.
Let's go.
The game was supposed to have showers, right?
Oh my God! What? Let's go.
So when you were in the dorm room, there was supposed to be like communal showers where, like, sometimes the characters would be hanging out just in towels. That's true. That is true. That's 100% true.
Wow.
And anybody on the team could confirm that. And then that was one where Garth, my EP, was like, dude, what are we doing? And I was like, okay.
I like how they had to shut you down.
No. I'm gonna tell you, if it isn't in this day and age, and we were doing this in the 90s, bro.
He'd have got that out.
Oh,
That game would have been made.
He'd have got that. I just love that he really went for it, though. Like, he really shot his shot.
I thank you. I appreciate it.
Because to me, I love it because I knew you was having fun with it. You know what I knew?
Oh, yeah.
It was the camera angles you was having by the pool and the conversation. I'm like, someone's having too much fun, and I'm all about this. I was like, this is hilarity at its finest.
One thing
You're
I will say is at least you didn't make that stuff because I'm not the side content kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It's like I ain't trying to be at the pool side. Like, where's the next fight? Like,
No, it's great, and salute to you. I think the Abbey is amazing. It's kind of 3 games in one to me. You know, you got the strategy layer, you got the base layer, the tactics are amazing. Quick question: was the engine different from? Because I feel like the combat battlefield graphics is way better there versus the Abbey a little bit.
Yeah.
Is there a different engine? Was there different?
It's not a different engine, but it's just that I think it's a case of we spent so much, like we really focused so much on tactical that like it just strategy just didn't get nearly as much
love. Yeah. Because I saw the graphical, the cinematics when they're doing the powers and the combo stuff is absolutely amazing. So salute to you on that. Yeah, but
that was heavily influenced by like a lot of anime influence, like you'll see a lot of like there's like time dilation, there's like pauses, and then all these like really powerful. So yeah, our animation director was really influenced by like really powerful like anime and stuff like that too.
No, you killed it, brother. You killed it. And I'm sorry, Attic.
I do have one question. Because I remember there was a time where they were asking when the Mario and Rabbids got announced. You know, obviously that went to Ubisoft. Was there ever like, if you could pick, this is you. Obviously you don't do turn-based, but if you could pick one IP in the industry to make into a turn-based style type of game, what would that have been?
Oh man, so not Marvel. Because that obviously was my choice and I got blessed like that. What would I choose? I mean, so here's the thing is, and I actually talked to the Marvel guys about this, like so I also really like comics first, right? I actually really like The Boys, right? So now here's the thing is, and I love the comics, right? Garth Ennis is this amazing writer.
Comics is crazy.
But here's the problem with that is that why I also feel like I could never make, like, as much as I love Frank the Punisher, like I could never make a Punisher game because it's a little bit of the same problem. Is that when Frank is at his best is when he goes too far, right? Yes. Where he leaves you behind, where you're with him. He's like, yeah, this is a good quest. Frank has always dealt with he's written the best when it's like he's out there, he's protect the little guy, he's protecting people. But Frank always goes too far, and he leaves you behind where you go like, whoa, like that's
too much.
And the problem is to make a game to really tell Frank's story. And I feel like they kind of did this. I didn't love the show because they kept trying to make Frank too like relatable, and I'm like,
sympathetic.
Frank's not related. Frank is like he goes too far. You should at the end of it, you should be like, oh man, like,
but that's why I like Warzone opposed to the show.
Yeah,
the movie Warzone, I thought
it
was perfect for Frank.
Yes, and so The Boys is the best when it goes too far, and I'm like, I could never make The Boys because to be true to the spirit of what that is.
Yeah.
And if I was to make a Punisher video game, it'd be like I'd have to take players to a place where it's not enjoyable, it's not nice. You'd have to do things to really be honest to the character.
Right.
You'd have to do things where you'd be like, I don't feel good. You know, like I don't actually. I think The Boys is the same thing. It's fun to watch that stuff or read that stuff, but you don't want a game is where you have agency and it's interactive. And I think if the Punisher's done right, it goes too far, and you'd be like, oh, actually, this game's actually making me do stuff.
A lot of people
feel bad about, you know.
A lot of people think the TV show of The Boys is gone too far, and it does push the envelope. But the books itself, like Herogasm, is crazy.
Insane.
Like, I feel
Insane.
I feel where people are talking about where they think it's gone too far, but it's just like that's why this is not for little kids. Like, it's for adults.
It's not the books. I always told my team, I said, like, look, I said, I genuinely do not, even though The Boys is I do love it because I love Garth Ennis. I loved reading it. I was like, I am being honest here. I do not recommend people read it because it is the show is nothing compared to the book. The books are wow, they are wild, man.
No, real stuff. So a couple more questions towards to get to end. I do have to ask you, as far as magic moment, you know, obviously you worked on rebooting XCOM, and then obviously you get a chance to do your dream project. So what do you consider your magic moment so far as a game developer?
I would say, like, I have a couple of like really standout moments. I think that War of the Chosen felt great when I shipped that game. I felt done. I'm glad that Midnight Suns came along because War of the Chosen kind of closed the book on XCOM for me, where I felt like if somebody's going to do something,
that was a masterpiece.
It's a masterpiece. The GOAT.
I appreciate that. I mean, I feel like you get to a point, and it would be fun to continue down that road, but you feel like once you've done it, you're kind of like, I don't know where
to go next.
Where to go next? My ideas would probably not be true to XCOM because I'd be like, well, I already did my best. I did what I thought were my best ideas, and so War of the Chosen, Midnight Suns for me being a huge Marvel. It's been tough for me. Like movies come out and comics come out, and it's funny because for like 5.5 years I was it was something else to be part of Marvel. You know, like it was really
made it
as a kid being like, oh, I'm part of the Marvel family, and being able to tell stories and be in a position where I could say no. You know, Rocco and I. Maybe some of my best moments, again, Rocco.
I love it.
Some of my best moments where he and I would be up super late, and we'd have these like crazy, like all these whiteboards covered with like details of the story, and it'd be like, we'll go here, and then we'll introduce this character, and it was magical as a kid who grew up reading comics to be like, we had access to. So unlike Spider-Man or the Avengers game, like we're called a universe title where we have access to every single character in the universe. And that's almost overwhelming because you're like, we could put anybody in. Like we could have Galactus show up if we want. Like we could do whatever we wanted, right? And so for Rocco and I, we were like, oh my gosh, the best nights where we would just sit there and be like, oh my God, what if this happened? What if that happened? And so those are also some of like my favorite memories. I think just having those moments, you know, I don't know. I have a lot of great memories of Firaxis and I.
So Midnight, so you got to pick between your kids. You know, your revered War of the Chosen or your dream project, Marvel Midnight Suns. You got to pick. Which one is the peak?
I guess I'd say War of the Chosen.
Okay.
I guess I'd say War of the Chosen. If I had to pick one, that's the one I'm maybe the proudest of because. Right.
That's you on the top of your game. But you on the top of your game. I get it. It's tough because you're doing your dream and you got the thing. Now I do got to ask the tough questions. Now we got to get to the tough part. Okay. So obviously the Midnight Suns, critically good reviews, over 80 Metacritic, very solid. Not as much financial success. So, you know, obviously I think CEO came out, Take-Two. He talked about the December release date. Maybe conflicting with Callisto Protocol High on Life around the same time. You know, then the game gets discounted. You know, you leave. So the two questions I have is like, okay, why do you think it underperformed? And then the second thing is like, because again, we didn't know about your departure at the time, what was going on. So, you know, do you think it was burnout or you had to die on your sword because the game ain't do what it was supposed to do? So now it's like, all right, you know, let me take this for the team kind of thing. Because again, no one knew what happened, and we know the reviews were strong, but the financial part wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, what I would say is that I would imagine, and I don't know. Obviously, I'm not privy to this information anymore. I would imagine Midnight Suns will eventually be as successful because, again,
I'm doing my part. I'm doing my part.
Yeah, I appreciate that. But those games, we have our games, Frax games to me have like a long tail. We call it, where they just sell and sell and sell and sell for years. So
I would say XCOM was like that too.
Yeah, XCOM was like that too. I think that for me, so. And it's funny because nobody's ever genuinely asked me about my leaving, but my leaving was on
Jake,
on a Bible, on my life. It was 100% a decision by me to do it. Like it wasn't at all like there was no pressure. Okay. I feel confident that like I was close with 2K, our publisher, and Frax. I feel confident I could have done whatever I wanted to going forward. I was still in that position, but I just felt like it was just one of those times where I had something I wanted to do. I had this sort of dream of what I wanted to do. And I'd known I was going to leave probably for 3 or 4 months before I did, before I even announced it. Towards the end of Midnight Suns, I was already thinking like, okay, I'm going to leave. Garth, my EP, he also left, right? So Garth also left, right? And so we both kind of knew we were leaving. Because we did XCOM together. He and I had done XCOM together. We did Midnight Suns. And then the idea of even if we did another Midnight Suns or we did whatever it is, I just did not feel that like I'm a very obsessive type of personality. And when I started thinking about like, okay, we're going to do something next and do something new, as much as I loved Marvel, as much as I loved turn-based, I just didn't feel it no more. So you feel that passion, right?
I got you.
And so I thought, man, this is not. If I do this, like I just felt like it'd be risky for me to do it. Like it requires so much. Like making a game in my position requires so much time. The only way you can put in that much time is that like you go to bed thinking about it, you wake up thinking about it, you're just so passionate, and I just was not feeling that anymore. And so I do have something new I'm passionate about, and it just caught like once it takes hold of your brain, I just realized like this is not a game I would make it. It's not a game that I would make it for Axis. And so I was like, this probably means I should leave. Right?
Got it. Okay. Well, that's fair. That's fair.
And it's tough. I mean, I'd worked there 23 years. I love the place. I love the people. I love the games we made there. I would never. Like leaving for me was never like, oh, this is awesome, I'm leaving and I'm excited to do my own thing. It really was more a case of like, I just feel like I have to. Like, I really want to make this new game. I can't make it at Firaxis. It doesn't make sense at Firaxis. Like, I got to leave.
No, and it makes sense. Again, if it's a departure from turn-based and based on the studio history, most likely it's not going to be something that's going to be greenlit based on this is the House of Civilization and XCOM and tactics, and so I get that part. I was surprised, to be honest. It's not, but maybe not your decision, but I was surprised that the Switch version was canceled because I felt it would have been a great home for the Switch and to get more sales for a port. So I was shocked that I don't know 2K or whatever didn't go there. So that was the only thing, but I'm glad you said that because I was curious and I was like, damn, oh man, forced my man out the building. But this is you. This is you.
No, I think they were, and in fact, they were really, really awesome. When it was 100% my decision to leave, and maybe the hardest thing I had to do was tell Sid that I was leaving because I really owe him everything, and he was OG. He was awesome to me. Like he had multiple company meetings, and they gave me a party to leave on. So it was all it was very positive.
Dope.
Was kind of the thing where it was like, I've been there a long time. I'm sure some people are like, oh, finally, like somebody shot, like
get this dude. Hey, them damn bathing suits. Damn.
Yeah, that's right. If
the bathing suits is gone in Midnight Suns 2, I know why. Why if they go.
That's right. Man, if there aren't bathing suits, I will flip out.
Continue.
No, it was a very positive. I mean, it was sad because I love the place and I think they have love for me too. And but it 100%. It was well in the works before Midnight Suns was even close to coming out, I'd already shared with him. Like I said, look, I think this is it for me.
I feel you, brother. I feel you, man. No, salute to you. You know, chasing your dream. You had a beautiful exit speech. You know, I love what you said. You thanked everybody. You know, to 2K, to everyone at Firaxis, and then you kind of leave it where I say I love designing tactical turn-based games, but it's time for other smarter people to push that space forward. My brain is on fire with a new dream. Time to go chase it, and this is where we are now, which is the final question, which is we're hearing rumors, life sims and maybe things of that nature, and trying to get out the turn-based space. Talk about this change and like why this specific pivot as you move on into this next chapter for yourself.
I think it just is the kind of thing that took hold. And my original love, even going back to when you think of the original XCOM, like that was much more of a simulation than the game that I ended up designing, which was much more of I would say much more of a board game. My style as a designer when making XCOM and even Midnight Suns is very much like a very clear, like more board game type design, which is very clear. Like choices are almost binary, where it's like you do this and you get that. And whereas opposed to, I grew up playing games that are simulation style games, and I always leaned away from that. But I'm really, really passionate. I see the opportunity for, and maybe not what I missed, but on Midnight Suns, what didn't happen as much was the storytelling aspect of XCOM that comes out of where I think the most powerful stories are the ones the player creates in their head.
Yeah.
When they get a soldier and they get a nickname and they get a country of origin, right? That's all you need is like, they're from this country.
Facts.
Got this nickname once they level up, and this is their soldier class. And it's like, now I know. All of a sudden, you start writing these stories and they form bonds with this soldier, and they saved the team this day, or they died heroically. And those things I want to explore more of that, where players get to create. Players get to create story. Players get to create content just by playing a game. Like, I want to go back to that, and I kind of want to explore that more. And I think games that are like actual simulations, so I played RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress and The Sims. Like those games, you end up writing stories. You end up creating your own stories, and I think that's the space I'm really excited about.
No doubt. Well, salute to you, man. We wish you the best of luck on your next chapter. The
Thank
absolute legend. He gave us more time than I even thought I would get. Jake.
I appreciate this so much, you guys.
Brother.
Thank you so much for having me.
We appreciate you. We have a tradition here that we do on the exit, which was we need your top 5 video games or franchises of all time.
Woo!
Let's go, Scott, with that.
Boy.
And you can say all of your stuff.
Yeah. No pressure, no order, just whatever they mean to you. You could use a franchise. You don't have to say a specific one if that makes it easier.
All right. I will say UFO Defense, XCOM UFO Defense. For me, right?
Julian gets his flowers. Let's go, Julian Gallup. Let's go.
There's no question. I would actually say Minecraft would be one of my top 5 games.
Xbox, you hear this?
I love Minecraft, and it's had a second win for me. Playing with my daughters just like opened my eyes up to it as well. So I put Minecraft up there. I would have to say the Ultima games, right? So those are the first games that really affected me.
Salute.
So I would also say GTA. So I've beaten every GTA since Vice City. Like, I don't beat a lot of games, but like I love GTA, right? So
first GTA reference here in the room.
Yeah.
I'd say GTA, and then
I think the last one I beat was the Ballad of Gay Tony.
I remember.
Oh my gosh, that's good. Yeah.
Jake and King need a comic book podcast at this point. Continue. Last one.
Let's see. All right, so what am I at? 4?
You had 4.
Oh man, this is tough to choose a final favorite.
It's not going to be a Marvel project.
No. All right. Okay, so this is so tough, right? Any gamer would know this is so tough to do. One game that actually, it was maybe a top 5 experience for me. Oddly enough, it was a game called Fable 2, right?
Addict. Addict, is he anointed
First
now, Addict?
Fable.
Is
First
he-
Fable.
All right,
Yeah,
you see Addict
Fable
smile.
2.
Fable
I
2.
love Fable.
Yeah.
Why Fable 2?
Oh, tell him.
So Fable 2, I loved, and it's funny. This is what games are for you, right? I remember Fable 2 came out right after my dog passed away.
Oh, man.
And Fable
It's got a
2
dog in it.
gives you a dog.
Oh,
And I
yeah.
remember that like that for me was like, it was just so affecting for me. Like I played that game and my wife, Jenny would sit down there and just watch me play. And I loved Peter Molyneux is like
legend.
I've played his games forever, right? Populous and Black and White. And so yeah, Fable 2, I would put up there as one of my top experiences.
Ooh, co-sign. And last one, favorite console of all time and why?
Yeah, Marky Mark.
Sega CD.
Sega CD.
Did Sega CD bring those memories? Marky Mark CD.
I mean, I didn't rep it well, but I would say, I would say, yeah. Do I say Dreamcast or do I say? I think I would say Sega Genesis for me. Like honestly, Genesis would be my pick because I had Nintendo, but like Sega, I just remember a lot of my memories. Man, it was 16-bit, baby. It was 16-bit. That's the
16-bit crap. Can't do
That's
this on Nintendo.
Yeah.
they do when Nintendo don't, baby.
This is why you the GOAT. This is why he's the GOAT, ladies and gentlemen. The legendary Jake Solomon, the commander to us all in XCOM, rebooted the franchise. I mean, look, I just got to be honest with you, man. You are the reason I really gave turn-based games a shot, to be honest. Enemy Unknown, Enemy Within, transformative games, me and Addict played for hours upon hours. The stories, self-contained that you tell, and then to go to Midnight Suns, something gradually different, but to utilize the card system, to get the personality of the heroes, and it's just such an addicting game in the loop. We're looking forward to the next chapter of your journey. Going to support you. An absolute legend, Addict King. I want everybody to get their bars off to the legend before he goes. Lord Addict, any final words to say to Lord Jake Solomon on his way out?
I appreciate you coming on. One of the biggest quotes that I want to highlight that you said is that when you made that first prototype, you took your ego out of it and you were saying, I'm not making a game for me, I'm making a game for people. And it takes a lot to do that. A lot of people can't do that, actually. So, thank you for coming on and giving us your story.
Lord Solve, I appreciate you suffering through this interview, this game.
Why am I suffering? Why I gotta do? Listen. I have
tell the truth.
I have ingrained issues with Microprose's XCOM. I have no issues with you.
You got beef. I'm gonna get Jake. I'm gonna get Julian on.
No, Jake remade
I'd
it.
love to get him on too.
Oh yeah, we can. Julian's back cool because he reached out to us when he had dropped Phoenix Point. We could get Julian.
Yeah. But that's all. It's just old trauma. That's fine. But I will say this though, in listening, a lot of stuff that you like and have made is in some ways adjacent to immersive sim. Yep. So I wonder if what you're going towards maybe touches upon that, because it kind of opens up the possibilities, doesn't constrain you to like a grid or anything like that, or a set of rules.
Yeah.
Are you looking at something like that, possibly within whatever?
Well, you mean doing? Like something like System Shock or Dishonored or something?
Right, but taking that to another level.
Yeah, I mean, no, I think I'm still like, I love those games, and it's funny. So Harvey, who designed Dishonored.
Mm-hmm.
The funny thing about that is that Dishonored and XCOM Enemy Unknown came out on the same day. October 9th, 2012. Both games came out. So we were always like linked together.
I got a chance to interview Harvey.
Yeah. He's awesome. He's a very, very smart, very awesome guy.
Mm-hmm.
Did he just do Redfall?
We're gonna move on.
All right.
We're gonna leave that alone. We're gonna be nice today.
No shade.
No shade. The legend, though. The legend.
Yeah, he's cleaning it up.
But yeah, I do like.
So let's talk about your game.
Adding stupid cat.
Good. I like immersive sims, but I don't. Yeah, no, that's. I think I'm still in the other category. So.
Okay,
no doubt. Lord King, any final words for your newly found comic book brother, Jake Solomon?
It's more than that. From the moment that I came on the show, because a lot of people, I know y'all hear about it. I come in with music, right?
Yep.
And I came in with the music, and today I was playing Jay-Z's The Takeover.
Facts.
And immediately Jake knew. Like, he's like, oh, y'all from New York. That's the New York flavor. And from there to the boxing, to the comic books, to the XCom, to what your future endeavors are, and your support system. You're able to be that versatile and remove that ego out of yourself, because you remove the ego out of yourself even when you was talking about your wife being supportive.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right. A lot of guys want to, oh no, I'm the man of the house. No, you say, I know who the boss is.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So right there, you already are in that humble state where you understand how a team works.
Yep.
And when you left the project and you had to come back to the project because nobody wanted to actually grow the project, they wanted to go exactly from your words, and you got things like, now let's take that out, this doesn't work. That's a team player. 100% a team player. So I truly appreciate you showing up today. I knew this was really Cog's day because you're his Moby Dick, pause, like you're his great white whale trying to get this guy in. And I remember in the chat, because he put it in the chat when you followed back and you were coming on, and I was like, oh man, this is gonna be a good one. And I thought it was gonna be a good one for him. It was more a good one for me.
Yeah.
To be honest. You talk about Dr. Doom. Dr. Doom is my favorite villain. And for you to say he's not just a villain, and you went into the psyche of Doom.
Yep.
And even to know that every year that he goes down and fight all the demons in hell to get to sit down with his moms, it's incredible. So to have you on, I appreciate you so much. Trust me.
Thank you.
And I know that you're going to do fantastic in your next endeavor, because you are removed from one contractor to the next contractor. You'll be getting that boat soon, sir.
That's right.
You gonna get the boat. We gotta
If I get a boat, next time I come on, it's on my boat. All right,
we're gonna do the podcast on the boat. That's how we do it. Listen,
That's how
man.
we'll do it.
One of my gaming heroes, the legend. You know, again, thank you so much for the time. He blessed us so much more time, and it's a story of perseverance and checking ego and pride and knowing, you know what, I need to go back in the dojo. And I love that you got the co-sign from Julian as well. That was super special, because obviously he helped inspire you. But again, brother, thank you so much. Enjoy your day. Have a good one. The legend,
Thank you,
Jake Solomon.
Thank you, guys.
My man.
right.
Have a
Take
good one,
care.
brother. No doubt. Good stuff. Good stuff. Let's get the super chats off. Or you want me to get the
I got a
poll?
couple
And
that
then
just
I know
came
King
in.
got some stuff he got to do.
Yeah,
Okay, so when I'm going to do my stuff, is it going to be after the super chats?
Yeah, whatever you want. Whatever you want.
Okay. You let me know.
All right.
So I can get my
Get your
screen
stuff
up
on.
and switch my
Yeah,
glasses.
no
and do
doubt.
whatever
and
I
me,
can.
I'm copy pasting a couple, so if you
All
want
right,
to do the poll.
so
go
I'll do
ahead.
the poll then. I'll do the poll. All right. Last week poll results are in. To the question, with the extremely positive reception for Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, do you feel Nintendo gets a pass for performance in their AAA titles? The winner of the three-way ILP poll at 56% of the vote was the Switch is not held to the same performance standard with review scores as their competitors group. Wow, coming in at
It can't compare to.
That's their problem,
The
man.
hardware is not there.
That's their
It doesn't hit
problem, man. You show up and you
Oh,
gonna
please.
get graded on how you
No,
show
please.
up.
Exactly. And Redfall is a 65. Nah, bro.
Well, so what? They got graded too.
On a powerful machine, is
And
a
that's an
65.
ugly baby.
That's a real ugly baby.
Yeah, we ain't gonna
I'd
sit.
rather
No,
take-
the ugly
I'd take
baby
the
is
98
Zelda.
Metacritic
No,
ugly
the
baby. I'll
ugly
take that
baby
one.
is Zelda.
Time.
Y'all sit there and
Oh,
y'all act like y'all don't see
yeah,
this
you-
ugly baby. Oh, but he
you
does
keep-
so much nice
Hold the
stuff.
line on mediocrity. Hold the
Yeah,
line.
yeah, I'm gonna hold the line
Hey.
on mediocrity,
Line.
and you keep rubbing Vaseline on your
Hold
eyeball.
the line.
Yo.
65.
King, you said the ugly baby's what?
That's an ugly baby. That's what I
is it?
said.
Coming
Ugly
in,
baby.
coming in at second. Didn't realize this poll was going to be such an issue. Coming in at
Remember,
second.
I wasn't here for this discussion.
Oh,
last
He
year.
wasn't. He was gone. Ugly baby rule.
This is an ugly fun baby, apparently.
I don't care. It's still an ugly baby.
Oh my god, this is
And you sat
Why
there and
can't I
said
get
that you don't
120
get dizzy
FPS
playing
on the
that
Switch?
game. I got dizzy playing that game. Look at the frame rate, Jajetta. Get out of here. Smooth that baby out.
It's the same Jetta you saw in Redfall.
Yo, but you going at Redfall? Why don't you go at you know what? Skyward Sword. Look better than that.
Skyward Sword is not an open world. Nigga.
On Sav and King not letting me finish the poll.
Switch is weak.
Coming in at second place at 31% of the vote was Switch's older hardware. Never touted power, and the quality of the game is Paramount Group.
Oh my goodness. Wow. Logic. God forbid.
And it didn't win. And it did not win. So again, everybody cared about the ugly baby.
Why can't I run Angry Birds on this BlackBerry? Why?
And in last place at 12% on the vote was I don't care. I thought we was boycotting 30 FPS Group. Shout out to all the lords.
That's
Clearly,
yours.
Sav has a lot to say. So get the realm does not agree with you, Sav.
Yeah, I don't care. Y'all always in the clouds. Up there. Yeah, that's fine. I don't care.
No. So you want to get these super chats, and then King will do his thing. After that?
I got a few more.
Okay, more. Then King do his thing.
All right.
Yeah, let me go to the bathroom.
All right. So
Okay,
turn the super chats there.
What I like to say. It's funny. We usually don't get a lot of super chats while
That was a good interview.
while
Yeah,
while a guest is here, right?
We got a lot.
Yeah, we got a decent amount. Yeah. Okay, we have. Then we ZGL7 member for 9 months. Lord Brown, hold the line. I think I read that one though. Then you read Valicons already. But
Yeah, I got Valicon.
Oh, actually, we have Jericho, new member. Lord Go, put the crest in the chat for Lord Jericho.
Salute.
And Valicon, $5 super chat. You guys are killing it. Keep up the great work. I am very proud of you all. Shout out to Firaxis for the Midnight Suns. Loving this game.
Oh, somebody just copped that Hold the Line t-shirt in white. Let's get it.
Oh, yeah. King's camera's off. I'm sure that has something to do with it.
Oh, no.
Go get the general.
Let's go.
Then we got Dragonheart Yobi member for 1 year, $5 super chat. My favorite game from SNES. It was called Super Booger Man. That was my joint.
No, I had to go to the bathroom at it.
Booger Man was good, actually.
The Booger Man was dope.
He threw boogers at his enemies and he farts on them too. I need a remaster.
Savage.
Then we have Matt Without Fear, £10 super chat member for 1 year. Wasn't sure I'd like the turn-based gameplay of Midnight Suns, but after trialing it on a free Xbox trial, I immediately bought the Legendary Edition. Thanks for such a great, fun game. Hashtag Cog was right.
Oh, salute. Like, appreciate that. Giving it a shot, man. Give it my joy a shot.
Then we got Zip Davis, $5 super chat. I'm with Sackboy. We are holding the line together.
Whoa. Whoa.
He switched sides after being forced to QA dreams. It's okay, sagging nutsack. It's okay, sagging nutsack vouch fan. Jesus. Then we got Dean Rivera, $5 super chat. My 16-year-old dog passed Friday night in my arms, heading to the hospital. It hurts, but watching y'all talk games helps the grief. Hold the line. Condolences, brother.
Holding it.
Hard for that.
Holding it, man. Our condolences.
Losing a great friend.
Pets or family. Then we have Nintendo, the Otaku, new member, $5 super chat. XCOM Enemy Unknown got me into everything strategy. I was put off by the games like Fire Emblem, my other games like Fire Emblem, and now it's one of my favorite franchises thanks to it.
Salute.
Nintendo the Otaku again, $5 super chat. I need someone to ask an important question. What's the real percentage when you have a 95% chance to hit? Because I definitely missed more than 5% of the time.
Yeah, we should have asked that. I was
thinking about it too.
The conversation was so good.
It was so good. I didn't want to keep stopping him. Yeah, I was like,
yeah,
he's
that's
cooking.
an interesting conversation unto itself. Just the numbers game behind that stuff, because that's wild. Let me see. Dragonheart Yobi, member for 1 year, $5 super chat. Please let us know if there's a sequel coming. The ending credit scene was everything. Marvel Midnight Suns is a classic and my first RTS game ever.
Because he gonna come out there and say, "Yeah, there's a Marvel."
He gonna snitch on the studio.
It ain't his baby, that's for sure. It'll be somebody else's baby. Then we have Acute Perspective, member for 6 months, $2 super chat. What intrigued him and making Midnight Suns card base? You got that answer?
We got that answer.
Then we got David Hot-Right, member for 1 year, $10 super chat. I'm running 15 minutes behind since I started the stream late, but I had to say that Jake's thoughts on RE Pride were so true and they really hit. Appreciate all the work. Happy Lord's Day. That's right.
No doubt.
Pride is your enemy. Dragonheart Yobi, member for 1 year, $5 super chat. My bad, I meant to say tactical RPG. Midnight Suns 2, please.
Yep.
We will see. Robert Kellett, $2 super chat. Jake preaching about a new layer to Doctor Doom. Fire.
Oh yeah, he was in his Doctor Doom bag today.
That's a fan, man. A fan understands the psyche of the character, and I'm glad that he was on that project because a lot of the things that the characters wouldn't do, and I know he held the line on that. He was just like, nah, Blade wouldn't do that, or Captain Marvel wouldn't say that, So
Facts.
They pretty much, are where their characters should be.
And we got Spartan Ghost 17, £5 super chat. Jonathan Hackman, Fantastic Four has my favorite version of Doom. Also, there's a Luke Cage comic where he is chasing Doom down because he owed him $50.
Yeah, he hired him to go fight the Fantastic Four, and Luke Cage wanted his $50. I found that to be probably one of the most racist books going, but I found it to be one of the most funniest books going.
That's crazy. And we got Dragonheart Yobi again. Member for 1 year, $5 super chat. Also, the main character can possibly span out into their own comic series. I would so read that. I make it happen. Marvel Unlimited. Yeah, the main character is called the Hunter, right?
Yeah, I doubt it because the Hunter is crafted by whoever.
By whoever's playing, yeah. The Angry Therapist MD, $5 super chat. I love this man. He gets Doom. No doubt. We got Lord Valicon, $2 super chat. Why is Wolverine 6 feet tall?
Yeah, right. Tell the truth, she ain't the devil.
Then we got Joe Repko, aka Flame, member for 31 months, Lord Bronze. Good afternoon, ILP. I could be cheering about the EU smacking the taste out of the CMA's mouth, but instead I'll tell everyone to watch LogNet tomorrow. Look out for LogNet tomorrow.
Flame, you already know.
And we got Dragonheart Yobi again, member for 1 year, $5 super chat. A spin-off Mass Effect game made by Firaxis. Oof. That would be fire. Yeah, that would be awesome.
No doubt.
Then we got Reggie Mobile 9, member for 25 months, Lord Bronze.
All right.
Great show and awesome interview. Salute to the best gaming pod in the game. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that.
Salute.
Dragonheart Yobi once again, $2 super chat. Also, Midnight Suns got me in my feelings. Oh, emotional. Okay.
Salute.
Then we got the Macho Channel, $2 super chat.
The homie.
It all makes sense now. Hashtag Marvel Pool Party.
Look, he fought for that. He fought for that, son.
Let's play with each other's joysticks.
Yeah.
$2 super chat. I need to see Sav in the IOP swimsuit edition. Nah, bro.
Doing too much. Doing too much, bro.
Maybe 10 years ago. Nah, not today.
He said the banana hammock. Sav in the banana hammock. You giving joystick too many ideas.
Yeah, man. This ain't me. I do this. Actually, no, that was after I should have kept my mouth shut. THX 1138, $2 super chat. The X-Mansion shower just got NC-17.
Yo, he's gonna put communal showers in it.
Yo, that was dope.
Yo, that was crazy.
Yo, Jake is loose.
Towels? Nah, man.
Oh, man.
Outside, unisex showers.
So wait, the hub was the X Mansion, or was it someplace
The
else?
hub is it's called the Abbey.
The Abbey.
Yeah.
Okay. Then we got R&B, aka Underground Gamer, $5 super chat. Please ask, what was the reasoning for changing the Marvel comic title from Midnight Suns with an O to Midnight Suns with a U? Much love to the ILP team, and WBG sends their regards.
Oh, no doubt. Didn't get a chance to answer that one.
No. Then we got Robert Kellett again, $2 super chat.
Because in the comic books, they're called the Midnight Suns with a U.
With a
not
U.
Midnight Suns with an O.
Oh, okay.
I thought, okay, got it.
That's actually a title.
Oh,
okay. So that's accurate. Okay. Then Robert Kellett, $2 super chat. You really love Dead or Alive, huh, Jake?
Yeah, you know which one he liked. What was it?
It was
volleyball?
the volleyball, beach volleyball. Beach volleyball.
Oh, yes.
Amazing graphics.
Extensive gameplay.
Incredible.
And we have Tai Casares, $15 super chat. I want to know where Jake is hiding that Midnight Suns coffee edition, if you know what I mean. The hot coffee edition.
Hot coffee.
Thank you, Jake, for making one of the best games of all time, XCOM, and thank you, Lords, for a great show.
Nice.
Appreciate it, brother. Reggie Mobile 9 once again, member for 2 years, $5 super chat. Applause. Great show as always. Great show as always, Lords. One of your best interviews. Shout out to
Salute.
Colin.
Thank you. Thank you.
Killed it. Then we got Robert Kellett, $5 super chat. So what do we do, General King, when Sony drops bombs like the Konami exclusives, GTA 6 marketing deal, and that Spider-Man? How do we hold the line?
By holding it. Who the hell tell you to run? Don't run. Or you could be like the other cowards that turned tail and ran. But don't come back when the food getting good. Hunker down and hold the line.
There you go.
I'm going AWOL. Sorry.
Hey,
You ain't reporting for duty?
You can't go AWOL if you was a double agent from the beginning.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I might just Gomer Pyle myself.
I'm done.
Then we got Nintendo the Otaku. $2 super chat. Jake is no longer welcome back in the realm. Well, I don't know what
Because he said when we said the Genesis does with Nintendo.
Oh, when Nintendo.
Oh, he was killing Nintendo. It was glorious.
That's right.
It was all that Sega talk. I was loving it.
They canceled the Switch version because could you imagine?
You know what? We didn't ask him if he liked Herzog's Wii.
Oh, and I didn't get a chance to ask him if he liked Demio and Gears Tactics. There was a couple more questions I had, but I was like, damn, this is going to be 4 hours.
Then we got Lord Metroid, member for 1 year, $2 super chat. Jake needs to get blacklisted. Unacceptable. Both of them coming.
Yeah, back to back. Sega talk.
Back
That was a
to
Sega
back.
talk.
Then we got Robert Kellett, $2 super chat. Jake low-key would love Tears of the Kingdom. Probably would.
Probably so.
No, it won't if it's played on a Steam Deck.
Get
that resolution up, baby. Then we got Matt Jimenez, member for 6 months. Welcome, Lord Gold. Put the crest in the chat for Lord Gold. Let me make sure he didn't say it. No, he didn't say it.
Salute.
Okay, then we got the Liz, 22, member for 27 months, Lord Bronze. We're going to 7 p.m., fam. Nah, we not, bro. Jesus. And then let me see who else. Let me see.
Yes, we got.
Slow-mo backslap, $5 super chat. I beat XCOM 2, but never did War of the Chosen.
Oh.
This interview tells me I need to rectify that.
Oh, you ain't do War the Chosen. Playing that damn Division got your mind warped, man. You got to get on the real.
Yo, he said the Division whooped his mind.
And you play Chimera? You didn't play War the Chosen?
Then we got Robert Kellett, $2 super chat. I don't know what King says. My ugly baby is beautiful to me, as it is. Most parents love their ugly babies. This is what they are.
Man, you know, cataracts. Hey, listen, I'm schedule your cataract training on Tuesday.
I gotta train your cataracts.
you gotta make sure your cataracts is up to snuff.
Kid.
Then we got Sappho, $5 super chat. If you're listening, Phil, any media publication that has games as a service lit the Xbox brand should not get
That's lit.
review codes. Hold the line. Jack, hold the line.
That's right.
said hold the line for
review
that.
codes for you. Hold the line.
Wait, you said hold the
I'm
line
sorry.
for what?
It's not game as a service. Any media publication that is gaslit the Xbox brand should not get review codes.
That's right.
Hold the
That's
line.
right. No review codes for you.
They
Let's
holding
do
it?
like Sony.
They holding it. Oh, man.
Then we got Black Ronin 357, $5 super chat. That interview and his answers sold me on picking up Midnight Suns half off, so I can see the swimsuits. ABK coming. Listen, whatever reason you need to get,
He gave you incentive now.
ABK coming to Xbox soon. Let's go.
Salute.
And we got Cameron Hill, $20 super chat. Cog, I wanted to stop in and show some love. Appreciate our conversations on Twitter. Also, King, you give the best energy I think I've ever seen in this industry. Love your passion, man. Hold the line.
Oh, we trending. We trending right now. Got King out here.
We got rap star Freddie Fox, $2 super chat in the building. Red Falls FPS can and will be improved. Not Tears of the Kingdom's HTL. Yes,
This is facts. Tell the facts.
it is still going to be a 65.
Yeah. But we don't play numbers. Our eyes though. Train your cataracts.
Savage. Let's go.
Then we got Dova Targaryen, $10 super chat. King, I don't got the money for your champagne campaign or champagne right now.
Champagne.
But Phil should come out with the do-rag at the Game Awards if the deal goes through with If I Can't by 50 Cent play.
Wow. Y'all want messy, Phil.
Nah, just walk past Sony playing Windows Shopper.
Bessie.
There we go.
Window shop.
Dragonheart, you owe me $5. Super chat, let me play with your joystick. Gonna pop up wearing a thong, and on the back it says my sovereign.
Hey,
What happened to peace, love, life? What happened to
What
that?
happened to
bro?
that? It was different.
Then we got Face 23 BKNY, $20 super chat. What I'm excited to see at the PlayStation Showcase is games shown running on PS5 and not PC. Sony must be really confident going ahead of everyone else by like a week and a half.
Yeah, okay.
Nah, it's not that. It's just certain stuff had to come out at this time. Everybody's confident in their shows, you know. But remember, this year you only get Spider-Man, so sit down and wait.
Oh my God.
Hold the line for Spider-Man.
Anyways, one more and then King
Robert
go.
Kellett, $2 super chat. Joke's on you, King. I wear glasses.
I know, because you had your Switch, and since you got your Switch, you wear glasses.
Oh
Shout
my
out to
God.
cataract training.
Bessie.
And we got Tyson Lewis, member for 18 months, Lord Brian. King, that line gonna be thin if they drop Blue Point's Bloodborne. That's true.
Ain't nobody caring if you got a PlayStation 5. Ain't nobody selling their Xbox to run out and go get a PlayStation.
We're gonna have new merch drop that day. Talk about retreat.
Ain't nobody running back. And see, you talking to the Kool-Aid Heart people. Stop talking to Kool-Aid Heart people.
I'm done.
Then we got Dragonheart, yo, me $2 in the chat, and then he turns to Cognito and says, "My man."
Oh no! This man made a whole storyline about this. That's
Why
crazy.
it gotta be a to be continued, bro?
That's crazy right there. No doubt.
We are caught up. We
Yes.
are ready.
We're ready.
All right, guys. Here we go. Support for Iron Lord Podcast is brought to you by Manscaped, who is the best in men's below-the-waist grooming. Their products are precision engineered for your family jewels. Manscaped Performance Package, the ultimate men's hygiene bundle. Join over 8 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped with this exclusive offer for you, 20% off and free worldwide shipping with the code IRONLORD at manscapes.com. If my math is correct, that's about 16 million balls. Now, yo, I ain't gonna lie. Wifey purchased me my Manscaped probably a year ago for my birthday, right? And I can tell you why she did this. You know, we get those hair trimmers, right? Those big bulbous hair trimmers. They're like bam, 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 and they're very scary when you turn them on. And I go in the bathroom and I'm trying to get, clean the package up because I'm looking like Harry and the Hendersons, right? So I go down there and I clean it up. But when I left, I looked like the Toxic Avenger because I had patches in my hair and really didn't go well. Wifey know my effort. She tried and, she went out and got me the Manscaped. So, right now I got the Manscaped 4.0 and it has the light. If I had this light, and you see how quiet it is, and it has the ceramic blade that helps, with the skin safe technology. I'm confident. So when I go down there and I trim up my package is looking, pretty fine right now. You know what I'm saying? Wifey loves it. So let me tell you, man, the Performance Package 4.0 has arrived, and oh man, is it a game changer. Inside the package, you'll find the Lawnmower 4.0 trimmer, Weed Whacker ear and nose hair trimmer, Crop Preserver ball deodorant. You need that because let me tell you right now, a lot of you dudes, you got to fix that situation. Crop Preserver ball deodorant with the Crop Reviver toner, Performance boxer brief, and a travel bag. This stuff is amazing. The stuff that you get to use with Manscaped is fantastic, and it'll boost your confidence in the bedroom, inside and out. First off, the Lawnmower 4.0, this trimmer is the future of grooming, and dare I say, the greatest ball trimmer ever. The 4th generation trimmer features cutting-edge ceramic blade that reduces the grooming accidents that reduces the grooming accidents thanks to their advanced skin safe technology. The Lawnmower 4.0 is waterproof and also has a 4K spotlight you need for the more precision shave. That's the spotlight that I was showing you guys. It definitely works. Because of this trimmer is waterproof, you can say goodbye to the mess in the bathroom floor. That's right. Listen, guys, you can stand in the shower, you can handle your situation. You don't have to make a mess on the floor, and the wife doesn't have to come after you. All right, the Crop Preserver Ball Deodorant and Crop Reviver Ball Toner will definitely change the way you approach your hygiene routine. Trust me when I say this, fellas, your balls will thank you. Get 20% off and free shipping with the code IronLord at manscaped.com. That's 20% off with the free shipping at manscaped.com with the code IronLord. Unlock your confidence and always use the right tools for the job with Manscaped.
So I'm just want to make sure everything, I'm going to be all right. So I guess you use code Iron Lords. I go to Manscaped. Is Iron Lord or Iron Lords with an S? Which one is it?
Iron Lord.
Oh, Iron Lord. So Iron Lord. And then I'm going to make sure everything is right.
And this is the nose hair trimmer. I mean, this stuff is.
I'm gonna need
fantastic.
that one.
Yeah, I'm liking that buzz.
Yeah, I'm gonna like that. I'm gonna like that.
And let me tell you, man, I have the whole package here. They send the whole package in, and you have the boxer briefs. I mean, it's great stuff, but the stuff that you really need the most, guys, and I'm going to tell you, is the trimmer. I mean, the crop preserver and the ball deodorant.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of you dudes thinking y'all out here, you're dancing in the mirror, and y'all want these situations to go down nicely. Please be considerate of the individual you asking to go to these situations.
You want to make sure they go into the situation right.
Yeah, man. Yo, y'all put deodorant under your underarms, right? Because y'all can do this. You can't do that.
You don't want to be looking like Tom Hanks in Castaway.
Oh man.
Yeah, man.
No doubt. So we gotta make sure the package is handled right. We care. No doubt. That Manscaped, y'all know what to do. Code Iron Lord. Links in the description as well as just put it in the chat right there. Make sure y'all go get that. Be fresh and clean for the round. No doubt.
We got a couple super chats. Lord Metroid says $2 super chat. He said King's wife said, "I can see the Master Sword now."
Manscaped, go to manscaped.com. Code Iron Lord. You want your Master Sword to be right? Get your Master Sword together, son. Be coming out here with them dusty Master Swords. I'll be seeing y'all.
Yo, let it go. Let's go.
You're adding it. Isn't it decayed when you first get Tears of the Kingdom? A lot of dudes out here with the decayed Master Swords.
You're gonna want that re-energized Master.
Exactly. Get it together.
Man, nobody want that dusty sword.
Manscaped.
Get the crop preserved. Preserve your crop.
Code Iron. Make sure y'all do that, fellas. Let's go. What we got,
Robert Keller, $2 super chat. Watch out for that joystick escaping his man.
Whoa.
Whoa.
I'm done.
Then we got the Otaku, $5 super chat. PlayStation fanboys seem to only be hyped for remakes. God forbid PlayStation actually makes some new games this gen.
They coming, guys.
Probably not the thing to say a week out, not days out from when they're gonna announce.
Hey, don't be weak. Stand on your square, baby.
There you go.
Then we got Matt Without Fear, £5 super chat. King, put the trimmer down. We don't need any shopping channel demonstrations.
We thought you was gonna get a live demonstration. Yo, King, you wasn't give us that Manscaped. You got to show the product.
That's on the OnlyFans.
Oh, you holding the line on that one. Huh?
That's on the Patreon.
No, it's not on the Patreon.
If you go to the Patreon right now, you can see Lord Attic.
You're not gonna see nothing.
You can see Lord Attic Master Sword situation.
You can see Lord Attic.
Moving on.
Yo, and that's the true Tears of the Kingdom.
Then we got appropriately sagging nutsack, £2 super chat.
Oh man,
I tried Manscaped and I ain't never going back.
So now you got to go back with Code Iron Lord and get you your new joint, man.
Get that second 4.0.
Yeah,
y'all can use that code for all the additional products that they do have there. They have more products to keep your situation popping.
Yeah, man.
Understand, man? Go get that, man.
You
Ooh,
sure? But King, you sure it's Iron Lord? I thought it was Iron Lords with the S.
I can double check.
Double check real quick. We want them to make sure they get the discount.
But see this crop mop? I use that.
Oh, the crop mop?
Crop mop. All right, so let's say you outside and you just ran a full, right? You playing basketball, right? And you just ran a full.
Right.
You got the crop mop wipes in your pocket. You know what I'm saying?
Just wipe in between.
Clean that up. Clean that up, man. Clean that up, man. You just don't be running around here sticky hickey. Clean that up. Clean that up.
Stay fresh.
Double check
Clean
that
stuff.
code though.
Yeah.
Double check that code.
Let me hit that because
Hit
I
that
think it's
code.
Iron Lord.
Yeah, just double check. We gotta make sure.
I got you.
Yeah. Okay.
We got the Liz 22 $5 super chat. Sarah Bond in the house.
Oh,
Bad
salute.
news. Satya in the house. Bad news. Phil Spencer in the house. Bad news. Whenever Phil is around, it's bad news. Jeez.
Bad news.
No, yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
he's doing the
Iron-
50 joint. In the house.
Yeah,
bad
bad
news.
news.
That was it. Oh, I knew what you doing.
Bad
Phil
news.
Spencer in the house.
Oh, yeah.
Bad news everywhere. Oh, that's
Yeah,
fire.
it's
That's a
Iron
classic
Lord
50.
with an S. Iron Lord.
Iron
with-
Lord. See, yeah, I figured. Yeah, we got to get this
My
right.
bad.
Now you good. Cole Iron Lord, y'all. Go to that Manscaped with an S. With an S. Iron Lord. Make sure y'all get
Sony, you a window shopper. I think I know why.
Continue.
And we got THX 1138 $2 super chat. Manscaped. Trim the line and hold the sword. Pause.
Yeah. Let's go.
That's kind of good.
So we got Fonz, member for 24
Oh,
months, the homie. Still the most entertaining podcast in the community. Keep up the awesome work, gentlemen. Love. Thank you,
Yo,
brother.
salute
Love
my
as
guy,
well.
Fonz. Good to see you, brother. Always love. That's my guy right there.
We're good.
Oh, we good?
Oh, okay.
Oh, you got like awkwardly quiet.
I
Yeah,
should
yeah,
have
I
said
was like, I
that.
thought it
I
was
should have
more.
said that before taking a drink.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, no doubt. So it's on me before we still got Patreon actually, which was interesting. We got Sack Shop. Much love.
Too many sacks.
Too many sacks
What's going
today,
on?
and
That's what it
Manscaped
is.
today,
You
and
gotta
balls,
Manscaped
and
them
master
sacks.
swords, and oh my god! All right, much love as always. Looks like Soft Talk Sundays coming to an end. Then I guess I need to go grab my uniform and report to duty because we going to war. So I guess this is hold the line talk for King. I don't know. What this-
Is that a question?
No, it was just a statement. It was just a
It's
statement. All right, so don't
statement.
forgive me with this name, Jorvar,
Jovar, yeah.
Ingi Haraldson.
Inky.
All right. I have a question. Do you think all first-party studios should be held to the same standards? I mean, all studios should produce quality games, but I'm talking about the scale and graphics. Studios like Bethesda and Naughty Dog have over 400 employees, while studios like Obsidian have 200 and Ninja Theory have 120. But some expect Avowed to be as large and impressive as Elder Scrolls and Hellblade 2 to match the Last of Us games. Should fans' expectations be consistent or vary based on studio size? So addict.
I think it just depends on the type of quality they're gonna make. They can make the type of quality game that something like Bethesda has. Maybe it's not going to be as big, but there's a lot of fluff that's in some of these games, so you cut some of that out. And it's all about the talent too.
That's a
Not
good
every
point.
developer is created equal. Some developers are going to be able to do the workload that 3 or 4 people can do because they're more knowledgeable and have more experience doing it.
No doubt. Lord Sarv King, thoughts on should expectations studios based on size?
I mean, in terms of scope, yeah, like Addict said, for sure. In terms of scope, absolutely, right? You look at Hellblade. Hellblade looks like a AAA game through and through. How the new Hellblade actually, and the first one as well, right? What did they call it? Triple I back then, right?
Yeah.
So, but it's not going to be it's not going to be a Last of Us 2 35-hour game. It's not going to be that, right?
Right.
It'll be a smaller game. But if the level of quality is there, that's all that matters. I mean, again, everybody should be held to the same standard when it comes to releasing broken stuff and just a level of a polish and quality overall. It's not, scope is a totally different thing. And I don't expect, look at the Outer Worlds as well, right? The Outer Worlds is kind of, a smaller version of what the Bethesda Game Studios games are. So, no, absolutely. But just the quality bar and polish should be there, and that's it.
No doubt. King, your thoughts on studio size?
After talking with Jake, I really honestly believe that it has everything to do with who's the lead guy in charge, guy or girl in charge. So goes the team, goes the games, because you can have a game that is made by 20 people that looks like a AAA game, and a game that's made by 500 people and looks like a AA game. So it really has to do with the person that's in charge and the vision that's there. I say do as much research on a game before the game comes out, and your expectations will lead you in that way. If we expected a certain thing from a title and it didn't live up to those expectations, I think you hold that studio accountable. But again, when we have a studio that has a smaller staff and those dudes exceed our expectations, do we elevate them?
Right.
You know, so again, it all goes into your research, you know, and what you see, because what you may see from a game and what somebody else may see from a game is two different things. So I say, you know, do your own research and figure out what game fits you the most.
Before I answer, Lord Saul, Gerald Mack said we missed his super chat, so if we could try
Let's
to
get
follow
Gerald Mack.
I did copy it.
Yeah, he
I
said
saw
that
it.
he just put it.
Let's talk. Okay, no. Remember for 2 years, $2 super chat. Let's talk approvals. All hail the ILP salute. Hashtag hold the line.
Oh, blessings. We about to get to that.
Oh, about to get to
Gerald
that.
Mack, I got you.
We got you. We got
My
you.
fault.
Nah,
Joe.
you good. You good. So yeah, no, I agree. I think this is a very great question, my Jovar. I think that sometimes we do look at all studios the same when the size is dramatically different. I agree with King though. I think we should kind of really elevate the ones that punch above their weight, like a Ninja Theory with the first Hellblade. You could have told me that was a big squad team, and I would have thought otherwise. It really, you know, punched above his weight there. Yeah, it is interesting because you don't normally talk about studio size in relation to quality of the game. So yeah, I think we need to be more cognizant of it. So I think it's a good point. But that's why I'm at. We got one more Patreon. We had a lot this week. This is the last one. Brian, Lords, in anticipation for the upcoming showcases from Sony and Xbox, I find myself reminiscing about previous showcase experiences and announcements. One in particular being when Final Fantasy VII Remake was announced with the trailer during PlayStation Experience. I myself happened to be watching the event in a movie theater and the place went absolutely bananas. My question for you, what, if any, game announced, remake or new, would have you jumping out of your chair with excitement? To clarify, this would not be your most anticipated game. This is something that comes out of left field and has your jaw dropped. Anybody?
You want me? I'll go.
Yeah.
From Microsoft, it would be Rise 2.
Oh,
I would probably lose it. From Sony, it will be the Metal Gear remake that I've been dying for, that I've been wanting to see.
Which one?
I really want that game. And from Nintendo, it will be a new Wave Race.
Oh, I know.
If they can just those three games from those three developers, I really would love to see those games. And I will go crazy for the new Wave Race. I will go crazy for the new Metal Gear to get that experience again with today's graphics and the Rise. I mean, because Rise still holds its weight now. I can imagine what it would do.
Crytek in their bag.
Now, yeah.
Anybody else, Addict?
There's a couple things Microsoft could do. I think giving me an acquisition of Mistwalker with Lost Odyssey 2 would be a full-blown Fable 1 remake. I think would be. I would flip out on that. I love that they're doing Fable going forward, but I would love to see like a reboot, like Resident Evil 4 style from the ground up of Fable 1. I think that would be a good thing. Sony, just go ahead and buy Square Enix so I can stop bitching.
No doubt.
I would say that. And Nintendo, I want another Gotcha Force.
Oh,
okay. I really like that game. They haven't made one.
We got 750 watching. Let's get those
likes
likes up, guys.
What animal we
Hit
say?
that like, share it out. All right, now we saving the Siberian koala. I love Siberia, and we got to save all those animals that's over there. But the Siberian koala is definitely in danger, and we need to make sure that we get some koala snacks.
In danger.
The koala would die in 5 minutes being
I would like that.
Diddy Kong.
The moment you pull the damn koala off the plane, he would die.
He's gonna die. Anyway, so
sorry, you said Diddy Kong. My apologies.
Imagine like these animals just sitting there looking at the light.
What am I doing here?
So your stretch, the jump out the seat moments.
Jump out the seat. I mean, Nintendo. I would love to see F-Zero come back. F-Zero. I would love that. On the Xbox side, I don't want to know anything specifically from Xbox, like first party. I'll say Sega. Sega, Phantasy Star coming
Oh,
back as a straight up RPG.
as an
Yeah,
RPG.
not the online
Facts.
Phantasy
Facts.
Star, I would jump out of my
Let's
seat.
go.
And then PlayStation, I gotta say, man, I would love them to come back to either Killzone or the hell is the other one? But do it completely
They
different.
canceled that studio though.
Yeah, no, I mean Killzone. The Killzone guys are doing whatchamacallit? They're doing Horizon.
They canceled that franchise. The franchise that they said it's dead.
Yeah, they actually just recently shut down the page. But something,
Yeah.
I don't know, just go back to an old franchise and change the story up completely. I would love to see that. What the hell is the other Alien franchise that it was a launch game?
The gun with the gun. I know what you're talking about too. That's the one we like. Who made that? Sucker Punch made that. Who made?
Why can't I remember this damn game?
Yeah, it begins with an R.
It was the Chimera with a
with the Chimera. That's
Resistance.
It's the
Resistance Fallen Man.
The dudes that made the Ratchet and Clank.
Yeah. Resistance.
They had more success with Ratchet and Clank, so they left Resistance in the past.
Yeah, I would love to see that come back for sure.
No doubt. For me, number one, probably at least Sega or some like you got to make a Shinobi game. It's been a minute.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
It's time.
It's time. So I'd like to see that. Since we had Jake from the Marvel side, either like a Marvel Ultimate Alliance game again, like multi-plat, not just Nintendo, or Marvel Heroes. That was my joint. And make that come back because that died prematurely. It was an MMO like Diablo style Marvel game. It was amazing. Died for stupid reasons. And that was me and Kai Batsu's game right there. Oh my god. And then for me personally, for Xbox, if the ABK thing goes through, and now you got all them studios. Please contact my man from High Moon Studios. That what's his name, David Teague. I want my War, Cybertron, the real Transformers games that he had, that he had homage, and he knew he was the comic book geek for Transformers. Those games are revered, not those whack movie tie-in ones. These ones, and have him make a true Cybertron game. That's my joint. That's one of the hopes. I hope for Activision Blizzard King. The studios can go back to doing other stuff as opposed to Call of Duty stuff. So that is mine. We finally gonna get into these topics today.
Yeah.
Addict, you are up. PlayStation Showcase, sir.
Yeah. So after 2 years of silence and me and King always clowning. It looks like we're finally going to get a PlayStation Showcase. Keep in mind, we will be live streaming it.
Yeah.
This Wednesday or Thursday.
I think it's Wednesday.
It's a day this week. Wednesday. Oh, okay. There ain't no Addict show this week then. So, so we will be live streaming that. You know, maybe we'll go. Maybe that will be the Addict show, the live stream. I don't know yet. But we're gonna be doing that, man. And you know, I wanna start with Saw because when it comes to PlayStation, so what do you expect from this Saw? Do you expect to Part of me wants to think that they about to hit us with a spirit bomb, and I know none of you know what that is, but part of me thinks
spirit bomb is.
He's just like clowning me because I don't watch that.
Part of me thinks they're gonna hit us hard with a lot of games.
Hit me hard.
A lot of games. They're gonna give us a lot of stuff, information, but then the other part of me is like, are they because to me with Xbox doing the things Xbox is doing, and where they've been so lackluster and especially after Redfall, do they have to go that hard? I don't know. Part of me thinks 2 years. This show, my expectations with this show, just because it's been so long since we had a showcase, not a state of play, a showcase, makes me have a lot of expectations for this particular showcase. But what do you think, Saul?
I agree. They've been quiet almost 2 years. That's insane. And at a time when they both came out, when both consoles launched, the Xbox launched strong. They launched strong. The Xbox didn't really have a whole bunch of first-party stuff to go along with their launch, and they had Demon Souls. They had a couple of things, but it was just one of those things where it felt like if there was competition to be had, it felt like it was at least in looking at it and perceiving it, it felt that way. So now, Xbox has had a couple of months of not the greatest news or whatever, games coming out not the greatest, and I kind of see it as one of those moments. This feels like one of those moments that back in the Xbox One, PS4 generation, it's a go for the jugular moment. It does feel like we've been quiet 2 years. We're gonna let loose with everything we have in the pipeline, even if it's 5 years out. I don't care. Yeah, it's just the way it feels, right? They have no reason to hold back. King said this year, which is right, they only really have Spider-Man announced, right? And FF16, which is theirs, is no one else's is theirs, so it's an exclusive. But yeah, I really do think they're gonna spirit bomb us with a whole bunch of stuff. And the thing about them is that they've been real good about the vast majority of that stuff actually coming out and being quality. So they could say something. They have that cachet where they can say something 5 years out. Except for Forspoken.
Oh, God.
Except for that.
I misspoken. My bad.
But that before Forspoken. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't played it. I can't say. But
do you think we'll see Wolverine?
We will see Wolverine.
Oh, you think so?
I think we'll see a gameplay snippet at the end of a trailer. But again, I don't think they want to take too much from Spider-Man, right? Spider-Man's going to be a game, but Spider-Man is really close, right? Spider-Man, we're going to be getting gameplay soon of Spider-Man, if not here, right? We're going to get tidbits of that. And we might get a gameplay blowout at some point, fairly soon. So I wouldn't be surprised if we get a little bit of Wolverine, just an actual teaser, give us a tone for it, kind of, as opposed to just a little tone piece they gave us with, him at the bar, and that was it. I could see that. All the Metal Gear rumor stuff
that they gave us the Wolverine. How long was that?
That was at that last showcase, wasn't it?
That was 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
That was 2 years ago. Yeah.
Damn, it's been that long. Okay, sorry.
So
these dudes hold on hard, boy.
Yeah, man. They haven't talked about anything, which is weird, right? They usually have something, and they kind of really stuck to their guns when they said we're not really doing an A3 thing. When we're ready to talk, we'll talk. But this does feel like it is planned. It's like, okay, everybody has their summer thing. We're gonna beat them to the punch,
right?
And then they're gonna have to react to us. So to me, it feels like they're confident. It feels like they're confident because, again, I don't really see a reason why they would not talk about things that are way out because they've done it in the past. Yeah. And it hasn't really come back to bite them. Right. We're hearing a whole bunch of stuff. Snake Eater, remake, again, seeing Wolverine, the things that they might have in store with Konami, right? Besides, maybe Castlevania or something like that. So the thing about it is if they are deficient in first party stuff being ready to show, which I don't think so. I see Ghost of Tsushima next year, right? So maybe they show it now.
Grub recently shot that down because everybody thought Tsushima 2 would be here, and then Grub recently shot it down. And he's got word that it's not going to be there.
Okay, so these guys that are in the know are gonna have ideas of what But again, the whole blood
so easy to make content.
I know. The Bloodborne stuff feels like it's time, right? If not, remaking a game that's still that doesn't have that much age on it is whatever. But I can see at the minimum a 60 FPS patch at the minimum, maximum. Yeah, maximum. It's getting a remake, right? Or you talk about a Bloodborne 2. Obviously, these guys are working on Armored Core or whatever now. They just they finished Elden Ring. But hey, it's sitting right there. And I don't see how you would go. I heard rumors about Blue Point. You don't give Blue Point the Bloodborne sequel. You give them a remake, sure. I don't know if you give them the sequel. So I have it. I try not to have expectations for anything anymore, right? I just go in and just with a blank slate heart. Yeah. It just is. They always under deliver, right? And in addition to all that other regular game stuff, they need to show stuff for PSVR 2.
That definitely.
They don't need to show anything for no PSVR 2. They just gave you 40 games. Nobody's buying this thing. Let the game
said,
sell.
According to the
they put it out to die.
According to the PlayStation blog, you're invited. It says a wealth of new games and a new IP are headed to PS5 and PSVR 2. They are going to be talking about PSVR 2.
Man, don't mess up my showcase.
So
don't come over here being on my showcase, man.
But again, Half-Life Alyx 2, please.
gonna die on that hill.
Yeah, quite
think-
possibly.
Do
That
you-
is true.
Do you think that's possible that because I mean I'm hearing people say stuff like, "Oh, we're gonna get a Bloodborne thing." I mean, how many years have we been hearing that? Like,
Mhm.
do you think because they've been gone so long, we expect so much content from them that it's kind of unrealistic for them to meet that demand at this point?
I mean, we're always unrealistic with our desires
Mhm.
from these companies, right? But Sony's not afraid to talk about something that's years out,
Facts.
and then they don't care about. They want to get the wow moment in the moment right now.
Right.
They'll worry about the pushback later if something gets delayed or something isn't as good as. They'll worry about that later. But to get that now at a moment where you can kind of see it, where Xbox, you don't know how strong they are.
Right.
Because again, they can come back later, and then you don't know what Xbox is going to be willing to show, right?
Mhm.
At
What
this
about Final
showcase.
Fantasy Rebirth?
Ooh.
Oh, I absolutely think you.
Ooh.
So you
I don't
get.
think that's there.
Oh, you
At
don't
all?
think it's there?
No,
I
Why
think
not?
I think we get another trailer. I think we get another trailer.
I will be very disappointed if I see nothing but stuff from other people. Like at this point,
What you mean?
it's like I just don't. I get that that's coming out for their platform, and if that has like a this year release date, that's fine.
Mm.
But they've already announced it's already announced as an exclusive. I prefer state of play, deep diving that with the release date. Like I don't want.
So you don't want to see it on the stage?
But we've already seen it.
When did they show Rebirth last? I'm trying to think.
I
2
mean,
years ago, I think.
No, Rebirth was shown at the end of last year. That's when
It
they
was?
announced.
They
it.
showed it
forget.
when they were showing more of the Crisis Core, right?
Yeah, to me, I
Oh,
just
okay.
prefer at this point, since that game's and now if that was the launch the showing the game, that's different. Like formally announcing it, it's already been announced. Unless you got gameplay already, I don't want to see it. But to me, we still got a decent. They said it's coming out this year. I don't think it's going to come out this year. I think it's probably a next year game.
Okay.
If it is this year, then drop it. But don't end with it.
Don't end with it. Okay.
No, don't end with it.
Interesting.
Like, I feel like they've been gone for 2 years. I'm not trying to have them end with something that's already been announced.
I can see them ending with Ghost of Tsushima too. I can see that. But they look. It's been.
Fix your
what,
mouth, King.
We're 3 years into the gen. They both got to talk. They both got to talk. They
Right.
both really have to show. Like, sure, I don't really care. We're not doing that 12-month thing anymore. Obviously, right, for Xbox. I want to be wowed.
Yeah.
And I don't necessarily. Some people feel like you got to be wild with just all the stuff that you like or the nostalgia factor, whatever. No, just show me quality stuff.
I feel that.
Just show me everything you got on the table. That's it. I don't really like, because you need people to get excited, right?
Right.
This is what I hate, this idea that this period of the year, even though it's not quote unquote E3 anymore, it's about getting people excited about the platform.
Right.
Them
Both of
lathered
them.
up.
What'd you say?
I said, get them lathered up with.
You gotta lather
with
them
our
up.
New ball turn.
You gotta lather them up so you can get the 4.0 on them. You know what I'm saying?
Bring on
Anyway.
with the.
Make sure the twig and the giggle berries
Oh,
are
man.
ready to go.
Oh, man. So
But
that-
to me, they're both like again. I think this is going to be a kind of crazy what they're going to show.
about
and
to
I,
come through.
And if I have expectations, I hope and expect Xbox to do the same.
all right, fair enough. Lord King PlayStation Showcase. What's your thoughts, predictions? Where you at?
I love this fan base, man. This fan base is y'all are some beautiful toxic individuals. The most beautiful toxic individuals. They be like, King, you can hold the line all you want. Next week we break it through. Next week, we gonna have God hand and everything. Everything's gonna be there. Yo, I love you guys because y'all walk away from every state of play, every showcase. Oh yeah, next one though. Your next one.
So they never
Bloodborne gonna be
satisfied.
there. Yeah. Next one, Ghost of Tsushima gonna be there. Once he said that the PlayStation VR gonna show up, be prepared to be disappointed. Be prepared.
So just their mere presence is gonna mess up the show.
Urination Nation. It's
Oh man.
yo, somebody gonna rain on your parade. Keep your mouth closed. That's all I'm saying. Yo, they're telling you it's rain. Somebody's doing something. They telling you it's rain. Yo. All right, guys. My expectation. This is my expectation.
Yeah, let's go.
As a gamer.
Let's go.
Is you guys is weirdos.
That's your expectation. Continue.
My expectation. I want all that Konami stuff that they was talking about. This is an old showcase. When they was out there snitching.
Oh, this is what they were supposed to talk about back then.
When they was out there snitching and ratting, they had to make themselves look weak. Now they already know the deal going through. This is the reason why they're going early. They had this. This is the January joint, the February joint that was supposed to show up. So they're like, oh man, that deal going through. Once the EU fell, they was like, yo, next week we did you notice? Once the news came out, they was like, man, next week we do this.
So this is defeatist showcase.
Y'all had it on deck. No, it's not defeatist. It's the fact that this is gonna be a very strong showcase from all of the individuals that I mess with. Ghost of Tsushima ain't gonna be there. Yeah. This is going to be a strong showcase. Yeah. And remember, Sony doesn't care to show you things that's gonna be here that's not coming out for years. Right? They just want to keep you stuck on your controller. Man, sit down, play with this remake, do a little bit of the Square stuff that we got going on over here. We got Spider-Man that's there. Hold us down. And then we see you 2 years from now. We got Wolverine at some time and some whatever in the future. And that's what it's going to be. I want all that Konami stuff that he was talking about. Okay. I want the Metal Gear, I want the Silent Hill, and I want the Castlevania. I want all three of them. I want to walk away from, I want all three of them. Exclusive? I don't care about the Kratos DLC that these dudes is bantering in the background. I don't care about that. Maybe a new Ratchet and Clank side mission joint. That'd be nice. That'd be fun. Maybe a new Sackboy Adventures for your PlayStation VR. If VR is going to be there, please put some of your main IPs in VR, showing me confidence in the VR product, so I know for a fact that you guys plan to keep this thing around. Take something that you're willing to invest in and invest in it. Right? Don't give me no sidebar Horizon Call of the Wild and tell me, oh, you know, she's here, Aloy is here, but she's not here. You know, you controlling Dinkus. Dinkus. You control Aloy, you know. You and Dinkus, you will make Dinkus go up the mountain, and Dinkus will handle all the other stuff. I don't care for Dinkus. I want an Alloy. Right?
So you want the main character IP to beat it.
If you're strong in something and you're standing behind your product, I don't yell out, hold the line, and don't say, yo, don't put Halo here. No, put Halo here. Put something in it, man. Show me your confidence. So again, I want all those Konami stuff that y'all been bragging about, that y'all been talking about. And it's just me calling out you PlayStation frauds, because you dudes don't really know what's gonna be there. Y'all just be spitballing, throwing stuff in the air. Oh, Blood Bowl gonna show up. It's gonna be 4K 60 frames. We also gonna have the new God of War. Wolverine gonna show up. We're gonna have full game trailer and gameplay. And it's gonna have VR support.
So they doing too much expectation. That's what you're saying?
And they all walk away with the same. I clown y'all every time. Every time I clown y'all gonna come out with a Kanoa 2 or something like that. What did y'all do? Y'all had the little indie little dudes that y'all was running around. Y'all thought that was gonna be it for y'all. It's gonna be a lot of indie stuff.
Oh no!
Some passion projects.
Come on, King. Come on, King. You wildin' right now.
And you dudes, and they're gonna say, "Yeah, we got an extra paid for mission." We got a paid for mission.
I don't know. That sounds like an Xbox
playbook
to me.
No, but you know what's nice?
They don't know how to drop a mic. I have not seen them drop a mic in a long time.
Listen, Kool-Aid.
All I'm saying,
2 years. You haven't seen them drop anything for 2 years.
That's nice. That's nice. But when they come to play, they come to play. Hey,
I didn't hear you confident in anything.
All I know.
But you confident?
I'm not confident.
Real quick.
No expectation.
King, putting you on the spotlight. What's their biggest announcement?
For them? For Sony?
Yeah.
Something for VR.
Come on. See, you wilding now. We can't take him serious.
Not for me. I will hope it's Silent Hill. I told you. I want those Konami IPs that we already know that they paid for.
But they paid for that. That's not in-house.
I don't care. Like, I don't. Yo, since when they own anything, right? I want them to do this. I want them to do what they do best. Gateway stuff and block stuff off and money hat things. Yo, get your money hat game on.
There's going to be plenty of that.
There's going to be some exclusive.
Yeah, sprinkle your cash around because your time is running out. So sprinkle it around. Because as soon as that ABK deal go out, we ain't going to be talking about this stuff no more. So sprinkle your cash and Silent Hill, please give me Silent Hill 2. Remake some. Y'all the masters of the remake. Go remake some stuff.
Y'all the masters of the remake.
Yo, I laugh when we get the Gears collection this year.
Yeah.
We get the Gears.
These dudes are hype for remakes. Not one of these dudes said, it's going to be a new Castlevania game. No, we're going to remake the first. It's not going to be a new Metal Gear game. No, we're going to remake Metal Gear Solid. It's not going to be
it's not Metal Gear Solid either. It's 3.
Yeah, okay. So they're going to remake Snake Eater. and they said, "Oh, we want to remake Bloodborne. Make a game. Make a new game and be hyped for that."
You know the sad part is he's not wrong.
No, he ain't wrong. He's not wrong. He's not wrong about that.
Yeah, we talk about new games over here. Y'all keep remaking. Keep playing the same experiences. Talk about it's new to me though. Shut up, man. You platinum that. Get out of here.
Messy. This man is super
Show
messy.
them trophies. You platinum boys. Go show them trophies.
I'd rather play remakes that are 90 Metacritic.
I don't care for that. I don't
Original
care
65.
So
Hold the line.
Hold the line. You keep bringing up Redfall and you keep bringing up the Cataract games. But if they would have gave you, instead of giving you Tears of the Kingdom, and they would have said, "Yo, we're gonna give you Breath of the Wild again in a higher resolution, a little bit cleaned up," you happy for that?
I would have got it, but I'm not like going crazy for it.
I don't want that.
I don't know, but to be honest with you,
want.
King, I prefer anything over some of the games I've played the past year.
Yeah, I'll take Tears of the Kingdom over a remake of something I did already. Give me something different. This is what I'm trying to say. I don't care if you reskin it. Those are nice games that you put on the side. But let's get these new experiences out. Let's the House of Sony, the House of Ideas. Obviously, the people that had ideas are gone.
Yeah, I mean,
the only idea you got is let's remake the AAA.
I agree with that, right? Like, and this comes from the PS1 era love, and I completely agree with that. Like
PS2
Sony
too.
back and PS2 as well,
And PS3. It's just this PS4 weirdo dudes that's got this strange energy around their chest.
Strange energy. I
Talking about
can't.
spirit bombs. How you gonna remix a spirit bomb? we gonna send you the remix. Get the hell out of here. You guys better come with something new
They're
next
gonna
week.
send you the spirit bomb from season 1 of Dragon Ball Super.
Messy. Y'all.
But this
we can make a new spirit bomb.
This is all right.
Yes,
But my thing is, I get mad at Xbox for not even. they know.
Why don't we talk about Xbox
because
and
they,
Sony?
they know, but the reactions to what Sony does, right? And it's just like they know the reaction they'll get to certain things.
Yeah.
Like
I mean, it's clear that the customer has spoken.
Yeah, the
$70
fan
remake.
base love these remixes.
Sometimes I feel like they just it being different for the sake of being different, and
Xbox has shown that they want to differentiate themselves. They've
Right,
shown that.
100%.
They've
And
said,
it just-
Phil's based on we don't want to be a better version of the blue team and a better version of the red team. He's literally said that.
right. But at the same time, it's like
making everything.
there is something to be said for
King,
the
they
wow
remaking their
moment.
best hits from PS4.
Messy.
It just happened.
Well, you can't beat them in the new generation remake.
So we gonna
Selling.
remake Demon Souls to do Demon Souls and Demon Souls.
But they're selling.
They're selling though. That's the
Get out
They're
thing.
selling to the same people.
But it's working.
It's
No,
working.
It's working.
I have no. This is the reason why they get played once in a while. This is why.
For you.
By you.
For you.
Right. But see, these are trophy hunters. These are we already established that these dudes don't have jobs and they sit there and they play.
Why we've established that their whole base don't have jobs?
We have established that the fan base don't have no life, and they sit there and they play these games. I respect them.
Where's these stats that you speaking
That's
of
what I'm
right
saying.
I don't know. Go ask one of those dudes who carry stuff.
We've established anyway.
Go ask the remake posse. They better not come with another remake next week. If they remake The Last of Us again with Pedro Pascal face, they'd be like, and for that new HBO Max film,
Yo,
Pedro
you
Pascal's face. Y'all can go get that right now for $79.50.
I can't.
The
I
Last
can't.
of Us factions with
I
The Last
can't.
of Us Part 2.
Anyway, I think it's my turn.
But it's so fun.
Y'all messy as oh my god, y'all ridiculous. Yeah, look, I want to shout out Dual Shock and Sense podcast Macho with the team. I was on there yesterday, and they were doing their prediction show too. And to me, I think one would think Last of Us factions has to be a lock at this point. Like we would need to see what's going on with that game, the multiplayer joint, see what's up. Spider-Man 2. The question I have: will they have the release date, or will they wait until maybe like another State of Play as it gets closer?
Wasn't it supposed to be in September?
Yeah, but did they announce? They officially? I don't think they officially announced.
No, I heard rumors it's like the 7th or something like that.
Yeah,
or
those-
even
the
earlier. When is
rumors.
Starfield?
Starfield is what is it? The 12th? I'm forgetting.
12th?
I'm blanking on Starfield's date for whatever reason in September.
I think they come out probably a week before Starfield.
Yeah, but we know it's the same month. We just got to figure out the date. But I'm curious to see if obviously they show more, but if they give the release date then. I think I agree with King though.
6th.
PSVR is going to be there. PSVR 2 is going to be there. That it underperformed. This is let's say the last chance, but they've got to make a strong impression.
Do you
for those,
think they make a big, strong impression, or just splashes of an impression?
Okay, so
No, I'm sorry. We will see new games for sure. I don't know how big the impression's going to be.
I mean, they've got to
Because
show.
if a quarter of the show is VR, that'd be mad.
Well, I mean, I don't know how. I don't.
This is gonna be lit. Please tune in. Please tune in. I'm gonna clown you dudes. You toxic dudes. You toxic Avengers.
I don't know how long of a presence they will have, but they will have a presence because they have to. They got to get confidence in this. They got to get people confident in that product because we saw the forecast. They did not reach those forecasts. It underperformed, and this is a last shot to get people. So I'm with Solve. If you could get a Half-Life Alex.
Like if you had to bet your life,
Oh my god!
would you on
God
that,
and them?
just on God and them? Like if they say, "Yo, listen, man, you got to bet your life if Half-Life Alex gonna be there," would you say yes or no?
I bet no.
I'm not betting my life. I'm betting my life that PSVR games are going to be there.
No, PSVR games is gonna be there. I'm talking about that AAA Half-Life Alex.
They need it. They need.
But do you think it would be there?
I'm not betting my life, but I'm like, it's a good chance they try. Look, they got Beat Saber, which is a big game in VR. Regardless of people's that is a huge
No,
game.
Beat Saber is fantastic.
Right. So the next thing is you need that transformative experience to say, okay, this is what you can do that you really can't do anywhere else, and we have it on our platform. And then, like you said, show the new IPs that kind of have their tried and true, peanut butter and jelly names. Like we say, we didn't have the alloy this time. I mean, we had Dinkus.
So is it a no
but,
on Half-Life?
but you need to have something with, I don't know, Jin Sakai in it or something. You need something with your big names. You know what I'm saying? Uncharted. Somebody got to be in VR to make people go, okay, let me go rock out. This is a different, bespoke experience with this classic IP legacy on it.
You think this passion project is going to take that deep of a risk?
I mean, they don't. What choice do they have at this point? The product is not selling.
Let it slowly fizzle out and go away.
They literally themselves on the blog post said, "Look out for PSVR 2 titles on this joint." So I expect it to be there. So that's that.
Straight 2. Straight VR.
You ridiculous. I do think we're gonna get hardware. I think we're gonna get hardware this show. I think we're gonna get, I agree with Tom Henderson. I think we're gonna get I don't think we're gonna get the Pro, but I think we'll get the Slim. Maybe we get the Slim.
Do you think we get that
The handheld? Yes.
The handheld.
That one I'm pretty confident. Yeah. So you get the cue like the remote joint, you know, the remote play, the show is a little companion thing. Now, to Ken's credit, where they could get in trouble is if they spend too much time on hardware and they spend too much time on VR. That could lose the audience a little bit.
And to be honest with you, the way you're talking, like it might seem like that might happen. You got this VR, you got this Slim, this handheld. Like it's only an hour, like,
right? So it to me, the pacing is gonna be key. But all of that's not gonna matter if they show that AAA banger that we didn't know about or some big IP that is exclusive. And you go, oh my God, because you know what's going to happen, Saul. It's going to be something we're going to go, oh, what's that? And then we wait for the end. And you're going to see the end say only on PlayStation. And you don't see nothing else. Now, when King gonna pop bottles, if it don't say nothing at the end, and then they go to Twitter and people go, yeah, guys, it's on Xbox too. That's what King gonna do he gonna try to minimize anything they doing. But that's gonna be the key. What big third party exclusive, whether it be Silent Hill 2, Metal Gear, Solid 3, that if they could snatch something that takes the soul, that's going to hurt. And people gonna go, oh God, we could only do it over there. That's what they tend to do.
That show gonna be a 6 out of 10.
Yeah, I know you coming in. I know which position you're coming in.
Fight is fixed.
So yeah, that's what I got.
Have Lomachenko face.
I have a feeling King about to walk this back, Swinson.
I'm not walking anything back. I'm going into this because y'all
King go in there. He gonna be like, hold the line. What we hold the line for at that point?
He gonna bob and weave. That's
he gonna bob and weave. Because if they drop a spirit bomb, they gonna be on him.
You know what's so dope about me? When I'm right.
I will say this. If you write about this show being garbage.
When I'm right. You guys can't stop me. And I'm telling you now, this show gonna be a 6 out of 10 for that PSVR.
So you telling me for 2 years, they wait for 2 years, it's gonna be a garbage show. There ain't gonna be nothing fire.
You know what we gonna do? Hold on.
Hold on.
You know what we gonna do? You know what we gonna do?
What?
We gonna make this interesting.
What we doing?
I'm gonna get J-Dub to do the reaction.
I want him here so bad. Yo, I want him here so bad. Like
you realize I want as much PlayStation dudes, right?
No, I want as much PlayStation dudes here so bad. I want you dudes here so bad. I want y'all to be enforced. I want y'all to be having your hands in the air, pumping your chest. And as I sit there laughing at your showcase and deflating you and telling you this is I told you what was gonna happen to you, but you didn't listen.
Yo, Messi. Anyway, we'll see what happens.
Yo, Nick says when King sees the Konami announcements this week, the new saying will be "Hold the line" for me.
And if we get there and there's no Konami announcements,
we gonna see. Anyway, that's what I got. Let's get the super chance to move on.
Hold on, let me see.
He is right though. If this show's bad,
we're never gonna hit it from him.
Stop.
He's gonna be unstoppable.
And we gotta remember too.
I don't see how it can be bad. Like I'm gonna be realistic.
But we gotta remember too how many of these service games are we gonna see at this one?
Oh, that fits in the King's that fits in the King's narrative.
Yeah, that kind of does.
We'll see.
Let my man Jim live. Let him live, baby.
You'll see.
Let him cook. Let my man Jim cook.
I can't.
We got Nintendo the Otaku. $5 super chat. Remember the 2016 E3 of Dreams was the third year of the gen. This is the time where Sony and Xbox need to put everything out.
Yeah.
At least talk about it.
Yeah, sure.
Let's go. And we got Robert Kellett, $2 super chat. Calvin, Call of the Wild 2, be fired. Call of the Wild.
Calvin.
Then we have Jenna Hayes. Oh, that's a name.
Mhm,
$5 super chat. Brother, you resemble George Clinton from the Funkadelics.
That's what's up.
I don't know. I don't know. I
I
didn't
know.
know George Clinton played video games. One Nation under Phil. Xbox, don't fail me now.
One nation under Phil. You can't stop us now.
Classic.
Then we got Robert Kelly, $5 super chat. But remakes are the best games this year, save for Tears of the Kingdom. I want new, and hopefully Xbox picks up that gold medal this year. Giving Jimmy the bronze. Giving Jimmy the bronze.
Yeah, man.
Little Timmy.
Come on, y'all. Over 800 in the chat, man. Hit that like button, man.
Hit that like and share it out. I know you PlayStation dudes is here. Hit the like button.
We got Robert Kelly, $2 super chat. Valve isn't confident either Freeman wasn't in VR. They got Alex Vance. Come on, that's not like a sideshow character.
So messy.
Then we got Nintendo the Otaku, $2 super chat. PS Vita, abandoned. PSVR, abandoned.
Oof.
PSVR 2, abandoned.
Oof.
I thought you were talking about the abandoned game. You're talking about literally being abandoned.
Yeah, this is their last shot.
Yeah, peripherals ain't haven't been that strong suit. Well, I have to say that.
Nope, never been. Yeah. Spartan Go 17, £2 super chat. Y'all seen that Gran Turismo trailer? Trash.
I liked it actually. I thought
the
it was.
movie?
I thought for
Yeah, it looked good.
for a racing game to make it interesting, exciting. I thought it was
Yeah.
actually pretty good.
That's pretty
I'm
much the
happy
only
that
way
they
you could.
use
I
Yeah.
want to know how they expect a racing game to go. Like that.
I mean,
Alright,
it's based on a
like,
true story. The
movie?
guy
Yeah.
really played Gran Turismo and went and compete for real. Like that's what I heard.
Nah, that looks about as good as they could make it.
Yeah,
I heard he had a high gamer score in it.
this guy right here. Oh, hold on, somebody holding the line. Anonymous just cop that. Hold the line.
Nice.
Okay.
Blessings. That was J-Dub.
Shout out to
my guy.
J-Dub. Messy. Good.
That's it. We're caught up.
All right, no doubt. All right, I believe this is King. I'm going to set him up. European Commission approves Microsoft Activision. What happened? Uh-oh. Yeah, it's on now. The European Commission approves Microsoft Activision Blizzard deal. That's to allow players to stream the Activision Blizzard games on competing services for free. So, yeah, there was a big vote and happened to approve the deal, so it just leaves the CMA and FTC as the final roadblocks. So it looks like the remedies that Microsoft proposed for cloud gaming were sufficient to fully address the regulators' concerns. So of these remedies was a free license to consumers in the EEA that would allow them to stream via any cloud game streaming services of their choice, all current and future Activision Blizzard PC and console games, which they have a license. And then the second point of contention that really helped Microsoft with the remedies was a corresponding free license to cloud game streaming service providers to allow EEA-based gamers to stream any Activision Blizzard PC and console games. And the EU had a final thing to say about it. These licenses will ensure that gamers that have purchased one or more Activision games on a PC or console store or that have subscribed to a multi-game subscription service that includes Activision games have the right to stream those games with any cloud game streaming service of their choice and play them on any device using any operating system. Remedy also ensures that Activision games available for streaming will have the same quality and content as games available for traditional download. So this is a huge, huge win for Microsoft. A lot of people felt that if they didn't win the EU, this was probably a wrap. A lot of people, didn't think this would give Microsoft any life. But here we are. And King, it's your time.
I told you guys. The EU has signed the treaty. And the EU has fell in line. Only two that's out there. That's the CMA and the FTC. And we'll have the FTC in litigation for years. All you guys that held the line, you're doing fine. They said we were dead. We are not dead.
For the people at home, how can they help hold the line?
Well, they could just go buy a copper shirt. As I said, you mustard heart dudes thought we were finished. You thought you were coming and checking out a corpse. popped up and surprised you.
They thought it was over. They thought it was
I
over.
told you, we have a pathway to victory, and victory will come through. This is exactly what I told you.
So, General, I just want to get the strategic
Oh.
battle plan here, strategy. You know, because you being the general. So, was the EU the key for your success to get this done?
They didn't expect the EU to fall in line. They thought the EU and the CMA was definitely going to be in cahoots together. The only people in cahoots is the CMA and the FTC.
So, is this a pincer attack? So now that we got the EU to get on all those countries, then you just won, General. You won China.
Has signed the pact as well. This is what I'm talking about. China saw it, China signed, and China said, we want no beef with you.
Right. So then you got nearly 38 countries all on board with you, Joe, that want this deal to get done. Does this put the UK in a tough position? Do you got the UK boxed in, General?
The UK is going to get what they're going to get. Like Satya said, let's let it all play out.
Oh, yo, Satya had that face. So wait, are you saying, General, that you gonna, if they don't get in line, if they don't hold the line, that you gonna cut the UK out of this business?
Those dudes will be eating biscuits in Pelican Bay by themselves.
So you gonna carve out Cloud?
You don't want to get down and lay down. Guess who's gonna lay down? You. 38 states will be eating fine. And you'll be sitting there eating Popeye's biscuits by yourself.
So no Call of Duty. No Call of Duty, no Activision Blizzard. So how do you deal with the FTC? Because there'll be a lot of pressures on.
Oh, we just throw them in court.
Oh, so you just wait. So you gonna move forward with the deal? You just gonna press go on the deal,
don't care
and you
about
gonna be
those
like,
dudes.
we challenge you in court, whatever.
We have the best lawyers. We are spending $68 billion. A lot of you mustard seeds can't wrap your head around that number. So if we're gonna spend $68 billion on studios, what do you think we're gonna spend to get this over the line? We want this. We gonna have it. We want you, and we gonna have you. You can do this the easy way, or you can do this the hard way.
That's violence.
But at the end of the day, you're gonna be mine.
Well, there you have it. The General has spoken. He's held the line. I gotta give it to him, man. No one has believed in Xbox more than this man. This deal, I mean, definitely was going back and forth, and it looks like, you know, at the end of the day, this is breathing life into the hopes of the deal. I think Foz Patents and a couple other pundits agree with King. They feel it's only a matter. Even Michael Pachter, I believe, was kind of saw this. He's one of the few that, like King, that really saw it playing out this way. So huge victory for the General.
Oh yes,
on this.
of course, man. What I want to say is, first of all, I want to thank everybody that support the Hold the Line movement.
Oh, for sure.
You know, we out here 10 toes down in the street, and we hear the slings and the arrows and the distractors are trying to do things. They're trying to do all types of things, trying to tell you why not to hold the line. We will hold the line. And we are good. Nothing you saying right now is going to distract us. We're moving forward. When y'all said the deal was done and dudes was running for the hill, these mustard hard Kool-Aid drinking dudes actually told you that it ain't going to happen.
Right.
And then y'all woke up to my news. Shout out to Aaron Greenberg and everybody that are supporting, putting out the tweet, retweeting, showing support. When this deal goes through,
this your greatest thing ever. Like I told people, I said if this deal go through and get signed, this is literally the coronation of King David. This is everybody at the lowest point abandoning Xbox, telling they came on here waiting for you to capitulate and say fire Phil, get off of Xbox, and your belief in this platform. There's no one that believes in Xbox 40, but this would be your greatest victory. And then have a good showcase. On top of that, then you ride it to the sunset as a legend.
And when the Xbox showcase come up, it ain't gonna be no remixes. It ain't gonna be no, hey, let's try this again a little bit faster. It ain't gonna be none of that, baby. You're gonna have a new experience. Y'all already know what Starfield bringing to you. New experiences, galaxies far, far away. Fun, son. Y'all talk about the same old stuff in a new type of skin, man. Hey, listen. See you at the finish
That's
line.
exactly what Starfield is.
Hey,
It's a new IP.
hey.
Somebody
shut his mic off.
Shut off, Michael.
Somebody shut his PC mic off. Sit your PC self down.
Anyway, so we heard from the general. Look, he's looking good right now. So as much as we had to admit it, he's looking good right now as far as the deal potentially just going through brute force off of this. But I get my balls off there. Addict, who cares every week that we talk about this topic. He loves
this topic.
He loves to talk about litigation and the deal. So what says Addict that EU passed the deal to approve Activision Blizzard King?
As long as it's passed or not passed, and I don't have to talk about it no more, that is what I want. That's the
what you want. You just
possibility
okay.
I want. I ain't trying to talk about this forever and ever. Like I really feel like I'm in like Foreverland at this point. Like,
you stuck in
they
the loop.
have got me, man.
They
They
got
me.
All right. What about this question? If the deal goes through, is King coronated at that point? Do we coronate him for believing in Xbox when no one else did?
I mean, at that point, like there's plenty of people, but King definitely been in his bag. So
Facts. He been in his bag.
it's like what we cannot not give him props.
Yeah, no, for sure.
I mean,
stop hating.
to be fair, none of y'all believed it was gonna happen, so none of y'all should be owning this.
I did say, I've been consistent on doing. I said the deal was going through. I always said.
To be fair, from the very beginning, none of y'all even it wasn't a thought in your mind. So none of y'all honestly should be owning
He's
any
trying
of
to
this.
take
Wow,
away.
you see how he trying to take away my.
I'm trying to urinate in your snow. That's what I'm trying to do.
See, I gave you your Nostradamus stuff where you right, and don't let no persona happen at the Xbox show because I'm coming for you, sir. I'm coming for you, sir.
Personally,
Again,
on the Xbox
If
platform.
this,
Uh-huh.
we can get that remake, but if there's no 6 there,
there's no 6. He's like,
I win, sir.
you're a bitter man. You're a bitter individual. Anyway, moving on. Solve your thoughts, please.
Listen, I always figured the EU stuff was gonna go through because the EU and the CMA just did not see eye to eye on anything. Those are the two that fight just to they spite to each other. So it's one of those things I did not see it. But the good thing about the EU's arguments is that they were sound.
Oh, logical.
Logical, sound arguments.
Wow.
And they fully admitted if Microsoft had not capitulated to certain things, they would not have approved it.
Yes,
and then
they were very keen to say that.
They were very keen to say that. Like it's like, yo, if these things are not taken care of, we're not approving this. And Microsoft went ahead and did it. So in looking at that, it's like, all right, now we have the FTC. The FTC, Lena Khan getting grilled about, okay, you no conversations with Microsoft. Now I don't want to talk to y'all. Nah. And it now more than ever, it's so obvious. It was obvious to us, right, that this was a political thing. It's about showing strength for the FTC and just showing strength against big tech, and that's it. But at the end of the day, the arguments don't hold water. So what my thinking is that before we even reach the point where we're going to court with this, I think that they're going to reach some sort of agreement.
You agree with Pacta? Pacta said the same thing?
I really do. I mean, again, it makes them look quote unquote good, right? And that they're sitting down at the table and talking, right? Microsoft is willing to capitulate to damn near anything, right?
Thanks.
We'll talk about that in a minute with the Nvidia stuff. Like they don't care. At the end of the day, like I said before, the strength that they're showing in the cloud space is the only thing really to be worried about. But at this point, it's too late because the thing is, they're giving their games to everybody now. Fine, they're gonna get money from all of this. They're gonna get considerably richer from doing all of this. But at the end of the day, they're not saying, no, it has to be on Azure. Right. No, it has to be through Game Pass. It could be piecemeal. It could be a la carte. It could be Game Pass if you want to sit down and have that discussion as well. They're not forcing it on anyone. So what can you say if they're the only ones in a position to do that? And when you look at what you're looking at in terms of overall growth and how the space is going to grow, if you want that to grow on any level, then you need to allow this to happen, right? And regardless of what you think about, you know, these pie in the sky questions about what Microsoft is going to do with that. If you have that argument, cool. I can see where, hey, hold on. This Microsoft thing, you know, spread across the cloud is something much bigger than just the gaming aspect of it. But since the argument is the gaming aspect of it, well, no, that's just a smaller piece of the pie. It isn't necessarily that important.
Right.
But it gives them inroads into all these other places. So again, the EU, I figured the EU stuff was going to go through because again, it just they're never going to agree with the CMA just on principle. And what I'm glad about is that the arguments were sound arguments, right?
Yes.
And that's it. And FTC stuff, we're supposed to be August.
Yeah,
August
something like
is,
that, yeah.
I foresee something happening before that because
I'm with you.
You just don't want to. You're wasting taxpayers' money. Like, just get it done. And at least sit at the table. If you sit at the table and come away from the table like, nah, okay, fine. Even if it's a dumb argument, but you didn't even sit at the table.
Yeah, that was different.
And you put yourself in a position to be questioned for that. It's like, wait, what does this mean, right? And it's stupid because everybody knows it's politics, but then you have to go through the steps, right? You have to go through the proper steps and show why you don't want this to go through. And they have to prove all of this and waste taxpayer money to prove all of this.
And then I don't know if you saw the CMA right now is getting grilled because they're saying that they did the math wrong as far as the Xbox users, and it's saying that like everyone on game is a cloud user, which is not the case.
Right. That's not the case. Right. So they formulated arguments to fit their argument. And it's not the case. They skewed how they looked at it in order to come to a certain conclusion. Right. And you can't do that. Right. You weren't being objective. So the crazy thing is I don't know what happens with the CMA.
Yeah, they're wild.
But if this goes through and they have to capitulate and this decision gets overturned, historically overturned.
Yeah, that would be
Shout out to
red.
Parliament.
Yeah, shout out to Parliament.
But that's the thing.
Big up my Parliament.
Shout out to the Lords.
The problem,
the House of Lords and the House of Commons.
Parliament can question, but can they overturn?
I don't know. We're gonna see that. That part is the gray area. I want to really quickly shout out to Legend Paris Lockhart. He said, "I'll see y'all at FanFest 2023. I was the last buyer." He says, "Hold the line." FanFest 23 hashtag LA hashtag Xbox hashtag game. Xbox is definitely embracing Hold the Line, King. There's no doubt about it with you on that one.
I can't wait. I can't wait for y'all to hear me yell, "Charge!" Because right now we just hold it. As soon as it go through, let the slaughter begin.
So your concluding words.
I know. I'm done, man. I'm done. This is this is interesting because now it's up to the FTC. If the FTC goes through, and if it goes through in a way that makes them look petty and having been stupid for even taking them to court, it'd be going to be interesting to see what the statement from the CMA is at that point in time. Because again, at that point, everybody else is accepting of it. Is there a situation where you just, okay, we're moving forward without you? Good luck getting Call of Duty, right? You know, and going back to Satya's point about it, we'll see. Now, they're not going to pull all of Microsoft's business out of the UK.
Right.
That's
that
not
would
going
be
to happen.
That was not
Right.
Yeah,
That's a scorched earth scenario that's not happening. But I mean, at that point, the pressure will be on, and they don't have an argument. They don't have a leg to stand on with the arguments they've made. So unless they reframe the argument, and I don't see
the UK lawyer, the one that has been doing the stuff the Hogue does, but
like false
UK
patents.
Part, yeah. He was on Gaz's podcast yesterday, and he said like the odds of this being passed is like 20-30%.
20-30%.
Yeah, he says you can't just tell a government like that you're not going to abide to their laws. Like it doesn't work that way.
So meaning the whole thing, if they continue to hold out, the whole thing is done.
That's pretty much how he worded it. Now, obviously, you know, we might have to get him on the show to be a little bit more specific on what he meant. But the way it seemed like, he's like, look, like, you know, people think that that's easy. That's not something that he doesn't think Microsoft is willing to do in the end.
And if that is the case, right? But if that's the case, this is what I think is going to happen. I think I
Because
said
he says
this
it's
before.
against the law. It's not just like a matter of, we're going to do this. It's against the law there. It's not
there. Right.
Yeah, there. We all over.
But
we don't care about what you do in your house. Stay over there.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's against the law. That my thing is this, right? If that is the case, and for whatever reason, like we don't know the details of this, it can't go through if they're the holdouts, right? Whatever the case may be. All the remedies. I talked about the remedies. There are ways for this to go through. You can piece Activision off. Now you could do it. You could
decouple. You could do a whole bunch of stuff.
Decouple
the chat
and
said,
resell.
And chat said it wasn't false patents. It was Luke Steele. Continue.
Yeah.
Sorry, the lawyer.
There's a lot of ways. There's a lot of ways that this can still go through, just not in the form that it is now. And again, that's just business. That's what you do to get things to happen. If you have too many roadblocks, right? You go around it somehow.
It's just one dude, though. It's just one dude.
It's one opinion.
One opinion. Yeah, the chat going in. I'll be respectful. I don't know who he is, so I'll be respectful. Yeah, I'll jump in. Look, unlike King, I was with you on this deal going down. I don't know why some things I wasn't. But
I seem to. What I'm talking about is the moment that the first time I mentioned it when I willed it into existence.
Will what into existence?
When I willed the deal into existence.
Oh, of course. No, I'm not saying that
that's
the
what
deal.
I'm talking about.
Oh, you're talking about the deal. We all bent the knee. When you get your ego in check, we all bent the knee to you.
We all said, nah, bro. I was like, nah, that's
I was like, yeah, that's not going to happen.
Like, because he got that initial thing.
Yeah, like we can't celebrate that.
Yeah, I can't celebrate none
all
of
right,
this.
let me say something to that, right? You owned it. You stood up on it, but you left that square. So you can't be upset when I stand on the square that you left.
Oh no, but wait. I never walked
yeah.
away from it saying it ain't gonna happen.
Oh,
I
okay,
just don't. I don't have a dog in the fight. Like if it happens, fine. If it doesn't happen, fine. I don't care.
No, I have a dog in the fight, and the dog in the fight is holding the line.
It's holding the line. We understand. Your dog in the fight holding the line. Look, no, I get. Saul was right with even suggesting what's the next acquisition for Xbox, and we laughed about the room, and he was right on that. Now that we've established that they went for the acquisition, then it became, is the deal going through or not? Is the deal not going through? And that's the only thing I want to stand on that. I've always said, if it came down to logic and reason, this deal should go through, but it's not harming competition with the number one guy talking about it. They're not going to be able to survive.
Snitching over there.
I've always said that, and I've always said cloud is a nascent market. Now, granted, I understand that I understand that they're powerful in cloud. I've always said that, and that they're going to have to show the things that they're going to do, from a concession standpoint to make people comfortable with them in that space. Because that is, Azure backbone is a powerful backbone they have. I'm not going to minimize that. But it just goes to show you, look, all these, 38 countries now have said, we have no problem with this, on both fronts. And to me, where I think it's problematic for both the CMA and the, more problematic for the FTC FTC's argument for reason for blocking and the CMA reason for blocking are two different reasons. And the reason that they're saying, what FTC and CMA don't even agree, because the CMA says, yo, Call of Duty ain't no issue, whereas the FTC is like, yeah, Call of Duty is too much for them. So I think I'm with you on the fact that whatever this timeline is that they can officially push the deal through, they're going to try to force it through. Now, the key is going to be the CMA. That I agree with Addict and what was going on as far as like how, no, he didn't change his name to Holding the Line Addict. I'm done. But the thing is, again, I don't know British law. I don't profess to know how they go over there. But I just looked at the EU situation is huge because like Saab said, I know the EU, because you know what it could solve? I threw logic out the window with this at one point. I said, this is about politics.
Oh, it's all politics.
I said, so if it's about politics, I got my politic hat on. There's no way the EU going to side with the UK based on politics alone in the history. So I'm going to go with that. And then if I'm going politics, FTC could say, they're going to capitulate, and then they can say, oh, but we fought the good fight. See, guys, we stood up to Microsoft. We made them change those rules because they were being evil with Call of Duty, and then they can capitulate and somehow have a concession, whatever. I don't know if the CMA, because I agree with Addy, it does sound very long-shotty based on British law. I don't know all that part. But I will say there's a lot of pressure on them, but all these countries is agreeing except you. it looks bad. Now, the key becomes now does Microsoft move forward and say, okay, we're just going to carve you out. We're going to decouple. You get Game Pass and you get no cloud, or you just don't get some part of the package. I agree, Soft. They're not going to move the whole Microsoft business out of the UK. That's too extreme. But they're going to find a way strategically. You know what it reminds me of? King, you're going to remember this. Remember when 360 first started hitting its stride? And this was Peter Moore before he went to EA. Remember EA was funny style with EA games? And they wouldn't let the Maddens come over, and it was about we don't want our network on Xbox Live and all this. And it took about a year or two before those games came over. So I think the deal gets done, even if it's not in the immediate future with UK based on this appeal can't happen or it's illegal or whatever. I think over time, because it's going to be one group. It's going to be changing their system settings to try to be something else.
Right, USA.
Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see. I mean, that's how I feel. I think it is strong for Xbox right now. I think they're going to fight tooth and nail. That EU just gave them the boost they needed, the battery in their back. They are going to go all the way with it, and I agree with King. They definitely held the line, and it's a fight now. It's not over. It's going through hell or high water. It's going to go through in some way or some version of it. It's going through. That's how I see it. So that's where I'm at, and we're gonna move on. We're just gonna combine your topic now. Just we got this. Let's combine it because it's cloud. It's cloudy. You know. So Solve, you're up, man. What's going on with GeForce now? What's happening?
Yeah. So you guys remember that early in the year when Microsoft was just handing out 10-year deals wholesale.
You got a 10-year deal.
You got a 10-year
deal, like Oprah, right? One of those deals, which was very interesting to me, was with NVIDIA, right? And what's interesting about this deal is, so what happened is finally the first PC games that are coming out of that deal are finally starting to hit NVIDIA's GeforceNow service, cloud service. That cloud service is, to me, objectively, the best cloud service out there for gaming right now. So it's just super interesting because you see where Microsoft is willing to go in order for all of this to happen. To the point they don't care if your servers are Azure servers. To see this happening, shows that they're looking at the bigger picture. Right. And the bigger picture is getting what I always thought about what Game Pass meant and where Xbox was going is like, we need to be everywhere. Right. I don't care how. I don't care how we get there. It doesn't matter. And if there's one thing about Xbox lately that they don't have, that I wish they had a little bit of, was hubris. But that's fine. Because this is allowing them to see this grand picture about the Xbox ecosystem being everywhere and not caring. I remember for a while we were thinking about everything is going to have to be Game Pass, right? If you're going to have to bend the knee to Game Pass and then you'll be able to get this. Now, there's this two-prong approach now where it's like, okay, now on the gaming cloud side, doesn't matter. It could be, we can have it piecemeal. And the details of what we talked about with the EU deal is that now you can get a license for the game one time. Right. One time, and you're playing anywhere you feel like playing. Yeah. And they're making it as simple as possible, which is a far cry from what we saw at the beginning of the Xbox One generation, right? Where it was just convoluted. It was all. So to me, it's super interesting because GeForce Now, to me, and all of its different iterations, is the best cloud gaming service out there right now. And for Microsoft to be like, hey, cool, you get a 10-year deal. Here's Gears 5. Starting next week, we're going to start giving you more. We're going to give you Deathloop. We're going to get you Grounded. We're going to get you Pentiment. It's crazy because more and more I see people talking about GeForce Now. I was like, hey, man, that top tier, whatever it is, I don't know how much it is a month. It's like $15 a month. Dude, you're getting 4090 quality. All the bells and whistles, HDR, all that stuff, and it's running super well. And the fact that they don't care that it's outperforming Azure in that regard doesn't matter. And that, to me, that's the big picture stuff. I see, the Xbox stuff. I want them to be successful as a brand, right? But I really do think, I know King always talks about PlayStation's going to be an app first, right? But it kind of feels like Xbox wants to be the app first. Like they want to be the app, you know what I'm saying? But to me, it's just, this is big because GeForce Now kind of trumps them very well. And even again, we don't have Stadia anymore. That tech in a lot of ways was kind of superior. So and I'm sure if Stadia were around, they'd have a 10-year deal.
That's what's so crazy.
That's
what's so crazy. If they didn't shut down, they would literally benefit from this deal.
Right. So the only ones that really don't have a 10-year deal yet is Luna, right? It's Amazon. And that goes back to a speculation that maybe them or maybe Google might be getting into bed with PlayStation, if that is the case, right? So this just kind of went by the wayside, but I'm like, this is huge because again, this is objectively in my view, the best cloud gaming streaming thing going on right now. And they were just like, here you go, take our games. Take our games. And that is only going to expand. And they talked about how right now it's piecemeal, but we're going to talk about how we can integrate Game Pass into that. It's going to be, it won't force you to do it, but it's going to be an option. And once you get that, right, that's where I really do start to think like, haha. Then we talked about, Game Pass taking over the world and the possibility of that. And they just got to keep getting more games, right? To me, you got to feed that beast, right? You got to keep people interested. But the fact that it's going to be everywhere, it really is, it's a scary thought about where they can reach with all of these different companies of varying quality too. Again, all of these other, we don't know how great these other cloud services are they gave 10-year deals to, but they are the prolific ones in their sort of respective areas, right? Geographically. So they have all the touch points, right? So is this web sort of taking over the world in a little bit? And again, GeForce Now is a big one. It really, really is kind of important. It's huge. So
y'all don't mind, Attic, if I could jump in and skip because I do have some balls. Like King Soft got me inspired. Can I jump?
You can.
I appreciate.
I don't care about none of
I
it.
figured. That's why I was like, I figured this be the one he let me skip a little
I
bit.
was just gonna skip.
I take your turn. I take your turn.
They can put cloud streaming tech in refrigerators for all I care. Like
it's coming. It's coming.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate you. No, I mean it's big because I speak to your brother a lot. So and Kai,
and
bro,
that's where my thoughts come from.
Yeah,
too. He's
bro,
excited about it.
He goes so hard for GeForce Now, and he's just like, the tech, it's just insane. I remember trying it once, like a year ago, and I was super impressed. Super impressed. And the fact that, again, what's interesting is, like you said, this tech is in some instances superior to what Azure is doing, because what we know what Azure is, when you're doing it on Xbox at least, you go into a Series X. Like with them, you go into like a 3080, and then the highest tier, you go to a 4090 with 4K HDR, and 120 hertz. It's insane. So the cool thing about it, it also reminds me of like how, this is what excites me about the ROG Ally, because it's like we're at that point now where it's like we don't care what storefront you buy it on. If you got the license, then you got the ability to stream it, and that's what GeForce Now is doing. So this is where gaming's going. That you see and to your point, this is huge because technically this is their competitor. Like it is who's supposed to be fighting. So they like, nah, you get that. You can still. I think Gears is the first game that's coming over.
Gears is out already.
Yeah, Gears, Deathloop. That's where it's going, and in a sense,
kind of crazy how quick they did it.
Yeah, super quick. You know what's interesting at it? The
like
timing.
They prematurely started doing.
Yeah, like it was like you waiting to press the button. The minute the EU went through, you like, yeah, boom. So to me, that signifies what King is talking about. They going hell or high water. We dare you stop this, because technically the deal ain't passed.
Yeah, and they're doing, and again, they're not doing Activision Blizzard games.
Activision Blizzard games.
Crazy.
Yeah.
They made all these decisions because they were so hard bent on getting this deal to go through. It doesn't go through, and they have to deal with all of these things and these contracts that got into place, trying to get the deal to go through. Because I think a lot of this only works if they actually successfully do what they want.
To me, a lot of this only works if you have the supreme confidence that what you're going to do is going to work regardless. So to me, it becomes down to, even if to me, it's about, CMA is the wild card. The FTC, I get the sense that they're trying to steamroll them, that they are trying to debo them. There's nothing you can do to stop this. It's we're doing this, and if we dare you challenge us in court. Because nothing, like this to me is a slap in the face of the FTC.
TikTok.
Yeah.
The door.
Yeah, it's like, what you gonna do? We say what? We'll see you in court. And the deal is out while it's in court, so we gonna get this and we gonna keep it popping. That's how I see it. You know what I mean? But sorry, King, you was gonna jump in.
No, I'm just laughing.
Oh,
I find all this funny. Dude's like, yeah, because the CMA block. Hey, King.
They was being extra about that.
They was coming for you. They was coming for you with the CMA block.
They blocking it, King. Ain't nothing gonna happen, King. Shut up. You want to go play right now, Giz, on GeForce Go right now?
GeForce Go.
Go on, get it. Go get that.
And next week,
pockets.
Next week is huge.
Next week is Deathloop.
Huge.
Next week is Pentiment. Next week is something else.
Man.
Yeah, they're going into the Bethesda game.
Yeah.
So,
This is lit.
my thinking, right?
What's
Because it
your
only
thinking?
makes sense. Starfield Day 1 everywhere.
This is lit.
Starfield Day 1 everywhere.
Yeah, do you feel how lit this is?
It's gonna be
And
insufferable.
on GeforceNow servers, we'll be playing a 4090 version of that
4K,
game.
120 hertz. Oh Lord,
Yeah, bro.
HDR, man.
Listen,
Woo.
I can't stand the rain. Use my window.
Look, man, shout out to the team. You know, I seen Sarah Bond. She put the tweet out. Shout out to the queen. Sarah Bond put the tweet out. And then your mans was outside, King. Your mans was outside. Phil Dominus, Maximus Aurelius Spencer. Today's announcement marks a big milestone in our promise to bring more games to more people, however they choose to play. And then this was quote tweeting Sarah Bond's tweet. She said, starting today, NVIDIA GeforceNow members can stream Gears 5 with Deathloop, Grounded, and Pentiment on May 25th. Just the first step in our commitment to make our PC games globally available through a variety of cloud gaming services.
Yo, forget it. Yo, listen. What day is that PlayStation showcase?
Oh, it is the it's the next day.
What day is that? Shout out to my man Ben Petty. Shout out to my man Stan. This is the day you rocking. We're dropping on your day. Shout out to my man.
It's the next day. It's the next day. It's the next day.
Shout out to my man putting in that work. I don't care what y'all doing that day. We putting in this work. Hey, it didn't go through. Push it though. I told you to hold the line. Y'all guys are in trouble. He probably saw what y'all were going to show at the show and said, put it out the next year. You ain't got nothing coming. Man, put that out.
All I know is that this still doesn't go through.
Yo, y'all are in trouble when the CEOs say, you know what, forget what we got going on in court. Put it out on their day. Yo, big bank take little bank all day. Yo, I knew it was something. The date felt kind of funny. I was like, this date don't. Wait a second. This date is this is the PlayStation Showcase date. And then Phil was like, you know what? Drop it on the head, B.
I can't with you.
He said, kick him in the grill, B.
Not the gas face.
Give him the gas.
Bring the gas face. Oh my God. He out of pocket. He out of pocket. The timing is interesting. I will say that. The timing is interesting.
This is what I asked for. This is what I told you. He turned to Darth Vader. Y'all didn't see it.
Now he dropping his album or their album. That's what we doing?
This is a Sith move. If this ain't a Sith move, like normally Nice Phil would have been like, let them have their week to themselves. And then we'll drop. He coming for your head, B. Y'all mess with the wrong dude. All that snitching and ratting y'all was doing, it's outside. It's outside. Y'all sit there, y'all want block stuff? Oh, you want block stuff? Let me show you how you ain't blocking nothing.
Anyway.
Time.
Addict's done.
Oh, that's my bars, baby.
And there you have it. King Talking album release dates.
That's all, folks.
That's all. So let's get some chats, get out of here because this was a long one.
Hold on a second.
All right. Unless I want me to do the poll.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. New ILP poll. With the European Commission now approving the Microsoft Activision Blizzard deal, how confident are you that Xbox can still move forward with this acquisition? The choices are A, not confident, King. FTC and CMA are still going to block this deal.
Hold the line will be in there somewhere.
Maybe. B, very confident. Xbox beats the FTC in court and carves out the UK.
He's gonna put C for hold the line.
Or C, I don't care. We with King David. We held the line.
Yeah, this is gonna be the first time in a long time that C wins.
We shall see, no doubt. Anyway, Sav, you want to get these super chats?
Yes, sir. We got a Techno Caveman, member for 35 months, Lord Bronze. Hold the line.
Oh, it's another one. Let's all
Then we
over.
got Jay Rembert, $2 super chat. Hit that like button. Thanks, sir.
Salute. Hit that like.
And we have Puckish Rogue, $100, $2 super chat. General Fleece Johnson is in the house.
Fleece. He said, oh, because he said he gonna get it. He wants you. That's what that was.
Then we got Istvan Zadori, £2 super chat. You guys made me laugh. Love this show.
No doubt. Salute.
Then we have Folabi with the $7 super chat. On the topic of ABK, what's your thoughts on Overwatch 2's PvE mode being scrapped? At least the story campaign is still coming in August.
Told them frauds they don't care about that single player. But anyway, I got killed for that. But I'll move on.
That's wild. People paid for that. Then we have Robert Kellett, $2 super chat. Will the FTC and CMA hold the line?
They're gonna fold. They're gonna bubble.
Then we got Gamers Play HUD X0 with the let me see, 29 months. Member for 29 months, Lord Bronze. Hold the line. Sometimes you need pressure and heat to create a diamond. Xbox, we play games here.
Apparently I don't, but let's go. Let's go.
Then we have Cypher Poll 92, member for 1 year, £10 super chat. Speaking as a UK resident, do not be surprised if our government approves the deal to save face in order to stay a tech hub internationally. They already lost ARM holdings to the New York Stock Exchange. Yeah, we know about, blocking the ARM deal.
Salute to someone holding the line. They eating this holding the line up right now.
I'm loving it. I'm
This
loving
the
it.
love.
I swear. And when you get your merch, please
Put it up.
Post your merch.
Yeah, put it up, yo, so we can retweet that.
And
Facts.
if I don't follow you already, I'm definitely gonna follow you. I don't hold my follows behind any paywall like some of these weirdo dudes out there, like they special. Like the favorite dude that you capping for, don't follow you, don't play no games with you, and he's out there asking you for giving up bucks. I'm playing games with y'all guys, and I'm following everybody back that follow me.
Factual.
Fraud, dude. Fraud. Have the need to even call himself a king.
Oh, man, come on.
we go.
2 weeks in a row?
Get a job. Get a job, you bum.
2 weeks in a row. I thought we wasn't going to do no violence. You shooting on Mother's Day. You shooting dudes up today.
Hey,
I thought we was peace and love over here.
it's called
Time.
preemptive strikes. Get a job, you
Man, I'm
bum.
trying to be out of here by 6.
That's what I'm saying. Kick out here violence in the streets. Go ahead.
Gotham Guy, $5 super chat. Don't know if you guys mentioned this already, but I think pulling the Activision deal from the UK would do more harm to Sony's install base than Microsoft.
Interesting.
Yeah. Because that's where the whatchamacallit.
That's cue time.
Call of Duty rock at.
Yeah, that's what they rock.
Let's go.
And we have Free R. Kelly,
Uh-oh.
$5 super
My
chat.
God.
Jim Ryan is 50 Cent and Phil is Ja Rule. It's over for Xbox come Wednesday. PlayStation gonna dominate with all the games coming. King, it's over, baby.
Y'all forgot they jumped 50 Cent in that studio and stabbed him up. I was there.
Not the poking, not the
Shout
butter
out to
knife.
Black Just. you want to be 50? All right. He got shot 9 times. Keep it up. Keep that energy, Kels.
Oh, man. Too much violence.
Like that.
And we got Jax82, $5 super chat. Phil dropping his album on the same day of the PlayStation showcase.
That's what's up.
Peace, Steve.
Then we got Hargeet Chani with the $5
legend.
super chat. Microsoft promised to not close until May 22nd with the gamers lawsuit. That's up tomorrow. This will be an interesting week.
Yes, it will. It will. It'll be interesting to see how Microsoft play this with that whole situation.
What's if they just close this deal tomorrow?
I know
That'd be
it's going to be
funny.
interesting. Anyway, that's all I got. Lord Addict, what do you say to the fine people before we roll up out of here?
Appreciate it for coming through. Definitely check out our reaction because I'm sure if this show is mid, King.
Oh, King
is-
on crazy.
King's gonna be extra on that live stream.
Oh Lord.
King's gonna be extra on Twitter.
You know what
King's gonna be extra on the next podcast.
King is always the funniest when there's a whack indie game on the Sony stage. He's hilarious. So please, it would behoove
Yeah,
y'all.
and I'm gonna reach out to J-Dub because we're gonna get someone in there to go back.
I want more PlayStation dudes there.
Okay, we'll get J-Dub and Blaze.
Mm-hmm. Continue.
Surround me, like,
Lord Solve, where can the fine people find you? What you got going on, sir?
Not playing games, damn it. But yeah, I'm
Seems to be a theme with this podcast.
oh my goodness, good lord.
Y'all got jobs.
Maybe. See if I can play some Tears of the Kingdom this week. God forbid I can play some Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, I'm gonna try to do that. But yeah, shout out to Jake Solomon, man.
Yo,
Great interview.
great.
And it's funny because I was looking up stuff.
King's crazy rant made me forget all about him being.
Oh
I
yeah,
don't know
yeah.
how you found info on him because I was like, there's no wiki page on him. It's just what we know of his gaming career.
I'm just a
Like,
fanboy with him. Man.
yeah, you know, but he's a real cool dude, man.
Yeah.
Like, I'm excited
Probably
for what
Twitter,
he has.
LinkedIn.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Regular
Yeah.
dude, just good dude, man. Love the energy.
Yeah. No doubt. And yeah, and that's it. One more super chat real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, baby, $5 super chat. Got a cop a hold the line shirt.
Aight.
First ever merch purchase for any channel, but I'm a believer.
Oh, that's love. That's love.
Exactly.
Salute to the realm for turning this into a movement. Like,
We gonna hold that line, boy.
salute to King. Salute to the realm. I love it. It's beautiful.
Certain execs out there talking
bro.
about my goodness.
I'm seeing,
Squad, man.
Bro,
Shout out to Spartan
listen,
Law.
you could be mad. The people who in their feelings all they want, but you can't deny the movement.
So you're gonna
Can't
have
deny
to
it.
send me and call.
Yeah, I need
Oh
my
my
holding
God,
line. I need my
Yeah,
holding line.
we all
That
gonna
way
have to
we-
rock.
I want a tank top for the gym. I want a tank top for the gym.
No, I'm talking about for the LA trip. We're
Yeah.
both-
Oh, I need them.
Dude,
I need a shirt.
since it's new merch, you may get it because old merch, you'll get it next year.
Yeah, it's new merch. They send this or send
Yeah,
on
you
time.
need to do that today.
Yeah, we need to order today so we don't have to wait 6 weeks. Because shout out to Cheeseburger. Cool. Lord King.
Man,
People
let me
find
tell you, you guys are, it's a humbling experience. But first, let me say, salute to Jake Solomon.
Yes.
To find a kindred spirit, like us comic book dudes, it's something to find a comic book dude, right? Gaming dude, of course, but he had the trifecta. He had boxing, because I was talking about boxing, and he watched the fight last night, right? So, and then he had comic books, and to like Dr. Doom, that's fantastic. That's very rare. And honestly, you know, to be steeped in video games as he is, and to give real life stories about stuff, humble, generous dude with his time, because he gave us a wealth of time and knowledge and gems.
Facts.
So if you didn't get the chance to see that interview early on, please go back and watch the beginning of the show so you can get a chance to see this fine individual. So I salute you, sir. Thank you for showing up on our platform and giving us a wealth of knowledge in the spare. Your games are phenomenal, and I'm telling you, this was Cognito's white whale, you know, to say it. To get this interview, he's been championing this game more than everybody, and even the DLC, everything. Every week he goes and he has a new convert for this game. Graphic God,
Yo.
I love you. I love you because it reinforces my belief in individuals. If I rock with you, I rock with you. People know that. Like, I'm not phony and I'm not fake. If I rock with you, somebody else had submitted something, and shout out to him. I really respected your piece.
Facts.
But I had commissioned Graphic God, and Graphic God is like my right hand man. Me and him, we're simpatico because I can give him something and we can run with it, and he'll hit me back and we'll talk. So Graphic God is the artist behind the Hold the Line, and we talked about the animation. We talked about the shirt. We talked about
I love the beat
that you're able to use.
That beat.
Yeah, he's a phenomenal person. So I want everybody to go follow. If you don't follow Graphic God, go follow him now.
Facts.
If you need a designer for anything artistic wise, hit him up. His prices are reasonable, and he's very easy to work with.
Facts.
The guy takes great direction, and he has great vision with his eyes. So please go out and hit up Graphic God, follow him. And they also have a podcast, Retro Renegades.
Yes.
I think that's on Thursdays or Tuesdays. I might be wrong, but go follow their show. It's at 7 p.m. Great guys, great stuff. Remember, Retro Renegades. Go do that. Everybody that purchased the shirt, thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate everybody because we do this to give back and inspire. Shout out to Mav that did the video, the rap song. If it's inspiration, we are here to inspire and have everybody go be the best person that you can be. Thank you for everybody that came out for Combat Talk with the King. That was a huge success for little known fighters that aren't there, that aren't known, like Canelo and stuff. But you guys came out and hung out, and we had 100 strong there. So thank you guys. I appreciate everything. See you next week. R&R with the Lords. Attic and I is going to be moving that to a separate channel or putting it behind Patreon, but we're going to be continuing to do the show up until that point. So R&R Tuesdays, 4:30 p.m. That's the new time. I'm going to go watch Fast and the Furious tomorrow. We're going to be talking about Mother and maybe something else. I'm watching Love and Death on HBO. That's a crazy joint with the actress that plays the Scarlet Witch and from the MCU.
Don't forget to watch White Man Can't Jump.
And I got to watch White Man Can't Jump. Attica told me about that. That's on Hulu right now. That's the remake of White Man Can't Jump. So I'm going to be watching that tonight, actually, as soon as I finish this. But fantastic stuff. Thank you guys again for rocking out with us. We had 800 plus.
Strong.
Thank you.
Strong. Yeah, salute. It was a great show. I want to thank my brothers for dealing with my foolishness today. Like, this is definitely a bucket list interview. I'm such a fan of Jake's work. I never thought I'd be able to get that interview. The fact that he came on, he followed us, and ended up being one of our better interviews. You know, like we've had a lot of like he was up there. Like he's just a naturally charismatic person, normal dude, and he's made games that it's yeah. Shout out to Rocco. Shout out to Rocco from New York who make them calls. You know what I'm saying? But nah, man, he's a real one. He's a real one, man. I'm super proud. Definitely bucket list moment for my and shout out to y'all for really, you know, asking great questions and stuff of that nature. Shout out to the realm supporting my brother King. No one hypes the base up. No one inspires people more than King. Inspire me, inspires everybody. So if anybody take it any type of way, that's you and your feelings. You just got to fix yourself. I don't know what to do with you.
Either that or get a job.
Get a job. So that's just where I'm at with that. Let my brother do his numbers and stop hating. At the end of the day, it's peace and love. We love everybody. Saul, we got another super chat. And then let's get up out of here.
Cook. We got one more super chat. We got Dragonheart Yobi, $2 super chat. Graphic God and Retro Renegade, 7 p.m. Tuesdays.
Yes. Ooh, salute. Graphic God. Fantastic job. Greeny, the team, everybody who rocked with us, salute. We will see you next Sunday. Actually, before that, we got the PlayStation Live Showcase.
Yeah, the PlayStation Showcase. Please don't miss that.
Yep, we got that, and then we're gonna hit you with another one next Sunday. We out.
Yeah, anything
else?
Not next week, but the week after will be the Xbox prediction.
Yes, so we got a big one for that. All right, y'all. We out of here.
Peace.